If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Pod Class on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Peace, mic check. Mic check. Let's get a mic check, everyone. Get a mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me clear. Check that. Press a 9 if you can hear me clear. Yeet, yeet. Okay, Steven, you press a 9. One Love, press a 9. OFP LLC, press a 9. One Love says, sounds good. Wonderful. Jody, press a 9. Oh. No, I don't know what that is. 9S Mer presses 999. Harass did for ye culture, presses 9. MENKHU presses 9. Commit 101 presses 9. Grand Mind Elevation to the product class. Peace of Mind to Tehuti and the moderators. Peace and love, everyone. SHAIT. Oh, the screen just jumped. I lost SHAIT. Oh, there she is, SHAIT. No, that's Ilias in Nuki. SHAIT person 9. Nakia Wamangu. Okay, good. All the good energies in the room. And Nu comes in with Hotep, fantastic, wonderful. Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Hotep to the chat. That's right, Hotep to you. It's going to be, it might be a little scary tonight. I see some questions coming in. I hope the sister that went to Kemet is here. I hope SHARIKA is here in the building. This a lot of dedication to a lot. I made a movie for her. I made something. Ooh, oh my goodness, it's gonna be incredible tonight. JP, that's a new name. Shout out to J to the P.
Shout out to Nema. These three are always in a row. And Anu, Ka of Antu, and Nema. They're all, every time they press a 9 or so, it's always in order. All right. Robert Williams, we got the Golden Eye. It says Hotep Abet. We got Nanya Setmer. It says, greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Robert. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Oh. Hold on. One moment, everybody. I'm going to come off the screen just for a real quick. 1 moment.
I'll get it.
All right, everyone. We're coming back. I'm just off the screen for a moment.
You want that hat too?
Wonderful. That'll be there. Okay, I'm coming back to the screen. Here we go. I'm gonna wait till 100 people. When 100 people come in the chat, then I'm gonna bring that out. When like 72 or more come in, then I'm gonna pull that out. Okay, good. We got a Lead by Lifestyle. I like that name. Where'd it go? Lead by Lifestyle says Hotep. We got oh, here's a name I haven't seen in a while. I remember this name, Nap Dap Pro. Shout out to you. Says, your teachings are greatly appreciated. Thank you. We work off of reciprocity here on the Tehuti pod class. We have Kemet 101 says, Nanya Setmer, thank you for your work on and in the pod class. Many riches and prosperity to you. We got people shouting out Nanya Setmer. And then we got the beautiful sky blue. The blue sky, the sky. It's me, Sky. Hope you're doing good. Hey, Sky. Yes, doing good. I saw you. I watch you on a regular basis. I watch you with a serious pose with your skateboard up. I watch you I watch you. I watch everybody. I watch you all. I watch you. Shout out to you. All right, everybody. It's going to be a good one today. Let's get right started with the introduction to the Tehuti pod class. Many people in the room, 49. It's going to be one tonight. I want to see what the support is going to look like tonight, because history is about to change after this pod class. Some people are going to feel like pieces of history has been taken from them. It's going to be like the Mandela effect. We're going to get started, though. I want everybody to know in the room, we got Golden Eye. Okay, good. I already shot out Golden Eye. I want everybody to know that in the room. Oh, are you talking? You're talking, Mamba. You're talking. You're talking. You're talking. Hold on. Okay, so in the room, you're gonna see people with wrenches. Before we even get started, I want you to know the people with wrenches are not moderators. They are very special, a new name. They are moderators. This used to move. They are moderators. Yes, they are Nanya Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. These were people named by Stranger. Stranger, yes. For some people, my view is going to be blurry. We can't do anything about it. It'll go blurry, then it'll go clear, and then thank you, though, MERI. There's no way to fix that. It just comes in and out. See you, ladies. Be safe. Thank you, though. Nanya Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. Shout out to all of you. These are the people that keep the room controlled and calm. The room is already calm, but just in case there's any chaos, because I know people are used to chaos. In the other chats, none of that goes on here. These people are, you can ask them about where to get my books, where my latest lectures are, how to get the MERI class. I'm going to give you a taste. See, my lovely
I'm going to get a taste of the meta class today. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. These are the moderators: Nani Aset Mer, the beautiful Anki and Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. All right, wonderful. Those are the moderators. The moderators. That's right. Beautiful, beautiful. Moderators. Named so by Stranger. Stranger is the one that actually named these beautiful moderators. Okay, everyone. Wonderful. There they are right there. Nani Asemar, Anki Ma'at, Nahati Ma'at. The moderators. Let me get that off the room. Remove that. Okay, beautiful. Are you all ready? It's about to be a beautiful one. Press 9 if you're a new person in the room. Press 9 if you're new. Press a 9 if you're new. While you're doing that, I'm going to go check out the donations, the support, and the questions that are being sent. I'm going to delete that. Ooh wee. That seems like a lot. A lot of not donations, but a lot of supplement order. Okay, we'll delete that. Okay, we're gonna delete that. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Okay, good. I see a couple donations in already, just a couple, but we're getting started. We're about to get started. Let me go ahead and introduce the Tehuti pod class. Is anybody here new in the room? My screen is my comment screen is locked. It jumped, so I can't see if anybody's typing right now, but go ahead and press a 9 if you are new in the room. If you're new in the room, let me go ahead and get started. Hotep, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. For all those who are watching, it's going to be an exciting one. I hope so. I hope good questions come in. You know, this is based on the questions that you send in. You all control the way. You hear the snake rattle? You all control the way that the room goes. So let me go ahead and introduce what this is all about. Let me see if I can refresh this so I can see the comments. The comments do not seem to be moving. That's okay. It'll just jump and then it'll a whole bunch of them will come at the same time. Okay. And GoldenEye says, I don't know if you saw my email yet, but you were in one of my upeshes. That's the 4th person, I believe. That's the 4th person. Or the 3rd. Wonderful. Okay. Yes, you will see me pop up in dreams every once in a while. Okay, so let me see. Let me get started. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades. Not years, not just years, but several decades. I was a teacher in the public, teaching anywhere from 40 to 1,000 people at a time. And the way that my story begins is I was on a quest to reteach myself, to find out that which was lost when I was a younger man. My mother told me that I was very special at the time. She said that prior to me being born, while she was pregnant, she actually saw a whirlwind or some type of funnel type shape in an animated form point towards her stomach while she was on the hospital bed. And when it fully went into her stomach, then she went into labor with me. I use that to let people know that our consciousness and that which I teach and that which we're about has been here for eons prior to there being years. All of us have existed prior to us being born, just in different forms, because energy nor matter can be destroyed, truly. It just transforms and shifts into different shapes and sizes. It's all about us recontacting the consciousness that we once had many thousands of years ago. And because I was a little bit ahead of people's time, I happen to be what's called the SABA, which means the doorway, the opening up to the truth. Along my journeys, I had found a group and an organization that was actually chopping up different religious organizations. And I liked the way that they were moving. They were dissecting and using their scruples and using their logical sense to actually dissect multiple religions. And I really liked that. I ended up forming with that group, joining that group, and ended up escalating to an extremely high level of status as a teacher in that group. And going through my journeys of that group, I ended up excelling past the levels of comfort for the other teachers. So I ended up excelling to a point where while I was teaching, people were actually wondering where I was getting the information from, because they were saying it wasn't coming from a master teacher at that time. And I was doing this type of style teaching, coming from multifarious sources, teaching from all different angles, all different sources. And because of that, the people in that organization said that I have to stop teaching in that fashion. And they came to my residences with torches to burn the materials that I was teaching from that wasn't coming from who was being called at the time, the master teacher. And they told me if I don't burn these articles and these books that I'm teaching from, then they will have to remove me from the teaching status that I was with amongst them. I told them no way. And eventually it got to a point where it created a very uncomfortable situation, because while this was happening simultaneously, the teacher at the time was telling the entire organization from here to Britain that if any of you all want to learn how to teach, learn from that individual there, Amenhotep Ra. That created a little conflict and contradiction, because you have one group of people who are the teachers telling me that I can't teach in the fashion that I do, and then you have the master teacher at the time telling the entire organization from here to Barbados that if you want to learn how to teach, learn from him. So it created a very uncomfortable situation. Eventually, it was dangerous for me to be around, because I started asking the teachers a question that was considered at that time, and even now, the snake style. And it was a question about my well-being. And it ended up putting him in a position where he was putting himself in a crucifixion pose, and he said that the student has outgrown the teacher, something to that effect. And then when I was going to the classes, he was asking me, hey, what was that you were teaching on this particular topic? And then he said, I'm going to take that. So it got to a point where I was excelling past the direction, the group direction of the group. So I ended up having to leave that particular organization and go into a particular seclusion, because I was being threatened, and it got very dangerous, very strange for me. I was getting a lot of threats at the time. And so what I did is I withdrew from the organization, took all my teaching skills and started studying health and fitness. And I started also studying business and investing, like the laws of MAAT say to do. So I started teaching fitness and teaching health to people for free. There was no reciprocity involved. But at this time, I was extremely struggling because I had no income coming in. I had no income at all coming in. And I was a single father at the time, taking care of my son, and there was no income. I was digging into my couch to get quarters to provide cereal for him and breakfast for me. But I was steadily teaching. I guess I was a poor righteous teacher, and I was teaching on all the health boards. So I started studying and realizing that people were actually making money from health supplements. So I took the same tenacity that I do for this type of knowledge and how you see me teaching here. I put it into studying health and fitness, and then I found the best people that were involved in selling the products, and I copied their list of products, and I started sending them out to people, saying you can order from me, and I had absolutely nothing. Well, at any rate, I went and found the person who was actually in contact with the people. He was actually in an underground world because he had two different lives. And we met up, he had a meeting with me, and he definitely let me know that if I reveal any of the secrets that he's going to show me, that he's going to put me in a pond with the cement shoes on. He definitely was the mafia looking type. His name was, he had a name that lets you know what his job was, and that was to remove people from the earth. So after meeting with him, I let him know that he can confide in me, and he released all the secrets of health, bodybuilding, all the companies, all the business that interact with the people, himself. And I took that and let the people order from me and started providing them with the product. I was doing that for a while, staying away from teaching at the time. And then I went back to the organization and let them know that you all don't have to be poor righteous teachers. We can actually survive off of health, wealth, investments, and teach. I started teaching them the fitness business. I started teaching them real estate, and I was taking people off of the streets, people that were actually living in cars at the time, taking them off of the street, and made a lot of people extremely wealthy at the time. And I wasn't teaching history and knowledge, just business and economics, and how it can combine with the history and knowledge so that you can walk the earth in satisfaction, that you don't have to work for anybody. Well, as time went on, they did some sour deals that ended up robbing me of several tens of thousands of dollars. And I had to remove myself completely from the organization, knowledge-wise and economic-wise, because I saw that the solution wasn't economics, and the solution to the problem wasn't knowledge. The solution was self-healing and self-correction that they had to go through because their minds and hearts were impure. So I removed myself from them, and I just stuck to my animals. As you can see, this is Mamba. And on my hat is Charlotte. She's known as a version of a Neith, representing quantum entanglement. And this particular snake is actually called in the scientific world black light, a black light snake, a melaneleucos black light snake, melaneleucos. So I stuck with my animals, and I stayed secluded from people. And I ended up building just my family, teaching them, staying secluded from people, because I found that their hearts were impure, and it was becoming very dangerous for me to have the type of heart that I have, which was I was raised around animals, and I wasn't raised in the streets, and I wasn't in the hood, and I didn't know all the schemes and plots and plans and all the things that were being introduced to me from being a person that was actually raised with animals and around animals almost every day since I was about 8 years old. So I stayed secluded. I ended up moving to California, which brings us right here to where we are right now. And I went on the beaches. I had to survive. I moved to California with pretty much not much of anything. And I had to figure out a way to survive in California. So what I did is I took my knowledge again of Hika and magic, and I bought a pack of forks, and I bought a cloth. And I went down to the beaches, threw the cloth out with a pack of forks, and people started throwing me money, showing the people again that if you have the knowledge, you do not need to work for anyone. And so as I was doing that, I started bringing my animals out to the beaches. The very first person in the history of the area of California that I am in the beaches, the very first person in Californian history to ever start bringing serpents and frogs down to the beaches to perform shows and also to break people's fears. And that was very, very successful as well. Which leads us to this. While I was doing all of that, I would wear these type of clothes and unks and such. And I would teach people on the sides. This is where a young brother named Ahati Ma'at came up to me. And he was a Hebrew Israelite. And he started asking me questions. I started answering his questions. And then I told him he's allowed to come within my premises, and I'm not really teaching a bunch of people. So I started teaching him, and some years went by. Anyways, he was going on YouTube. I refused to come out to the public. With my face, I would come out with a thing called Pal Talk, where I think there's a brother named Nathaniel, who's like the most popular Hebrew Israelite in the world, probably. His views are like 5,000 in like a couple hours. And I believe it was him, Nathaniel, and me and him used to go back and forth on Pal Talk, but he was too respectful to have a debate with me. He's really super big now. He's a leader of the Hebrew Israelites now, but I would never show my face. So Nathaniel, if you recognize this voice, I know you're a big leader of all the Hebrew Israelites now, but if you recognize this voice, this is me. This is Amenhotep Ra. They set up Pal Talk rooms called "We Will Destroy Amenhotep Ra." That was the name of the Hebrew Israelite room. So at any rate, Ahati was saying that look at all of these people on YouTube, and also one of my goddesses were saying, I'm learning from different people on YouTube, and nobody is teaching like you.
you need to you need to show the people what true teaching is from source and breaking the matrix. There's no teacher that's teaching, also believes in it, lives a lifestyle, and is also breaking down psyops and the matrix. That's what's missing. So you could have people going on tours to Egypt, saying, look at the black nose, look at the lips, look at Pharaoh Khufu, look at our great people. But they're not going to talk about the psyops of George Floyd. They're not going to talk about the World Trade Center. They're not going to talk about UFOs. They're not going to talk about extraterrestrials. They're not going to talk about government conspiracies. They're not going to talk about the psyops that are going on. And so Ahati was saying, you need to get out there. And I said, well, if you find a program that can have me in a little screen, a little box, I'll come out and talk to people. Ahati Ma'at went out and found a debate league that actually had that program, and they were running debates off of it. He told them about me. They became very interested in me. They wanted to do an interview. I came and did an interview with them. And one of the champion debaters challenged me to a debate. I didn't come there to debate. I was just there to do an interview. Challenged me to a debate. They set up the odds. 4 Bible believers, 1 person who doesn't believe in the Bible were the judges, 5 judges. And the debate was about the Bible versus Ma'at or Kemet. I ended up, it was what is it called when the person you don't expect to win wins? Upset. It was a complete upset. I came in as an interviewee, beating the champion. It was an outroar. I was a Kemetic person, now the head debater, champion of a Hebrew league. That's the very first time that has ever happened in American history, in any type of debate league history. My goddess was pointing out her teacher, and other people were pointing out their teachers, and I was like, those are my students on YouTube. Those are my students on YouTube that are the popular teachers. Some of them are the children of my students. They were little 8-year-old children running around when I was teaching their parents. And I was looking on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is what everybody's talking about. These are the teachers. These are the Kemetic, and these are the good for them. Those are my some of those are my students. Oh, I remember him. Oh yeah, he was brought to me as there was a brother who was brought to me as a upcoming preacher. He was a preacher, upcoming preacher for college in a religious college, and to become a preacher and get his doctorate of divinity and all of that. And he was brought to me to debate me. He was brought to me to debate me back in 1994, 1993. He was brought to me to debate me. That preacher that was a pure Christian that was brought to me to debate me, he became one of your popular YouTube teachers of today. He became one of the popular YouTube teachers. I said, oh, I remember him. He was brought to me as a preacher. We had a debate, and I ended up converting him. He became my student. So I was seeing all of this going on in Ahati, and people were like, yo, you're the teacher. You need to be seen. You need people to see you. So I ended up debating and beating all the people that were bringing to me, and they were bringing me all these big names. And I don't know any big names because I was raised up with snakes. So I don't know who the big internet names are, and I don't know anything about big names. And this is the Floyd Mayweather, and I didn't even know who that was until a couple of years ago. So I ended up having these debates and winning. And then eventually I left that league because I guess after a while it was too much pressure for a Kemetic person to be actually the champion of a Hebrew league. So the female owner of the league, the female part owner, started putting up posts against spiders, Hebrew Israelites against spiders. And I must say that I've never heard of that in my entire life. Has anybody in this room heard that Hebrew Israelites were against spiders? So they started putting up posts, and I said, I'm not comfortable here. If that owner, her name was Carla, if she wants to debate me, I'll set up a debate with her. The owner, who was her ex-boyfriend, didn't want to set that up. I said, I must go because this is too self-sabotage, too much self-sabotage. I can't have the owner of the league putting out posts against me, and I'm supposed to represent them as a champion, and I'm beating Sonetter people for them. I'm not even doing it for anybody, but I'm in the name of that league. They probably say, and ever since I left that particular league,
there has never, ever, and an ever been anyone from that league who has ever gone on Sonnetter and won any debate against a Sonnetter person. And I beat the Floyd Mayweather and the Zion Lexus. So I left that, went out to Killer Priest. Killer Priest loved me. We ended up doing the show together, basically. He'd be in the kitchen eating and I'm teaching. It was great. It was really, really good. AD, the engineer, never saw anything like that. He actually went into his pockets, into his wallet, and pulled out money and paid me. And said, for this type of teaching, we've never had this here on the Killer Priest show. You need to be paid for this. And I said, okay. And he said, I'm going to pay you until Killer Priest does. I'm going to dump all my wallet out in your hand right here, and I'm going to talk to Killer Priest about paying you. It was that type of upset on the Killer Priest show. And again, to this day, there has not been anything like that. There's no person that is pro-black teaching Kemet on the Killer Priest show. I was getting views that were equal to Sancho's Bonacci, who is actually an actor and a head flat earther and a head astrologist in Italy. And my views were outdoing his, and they never had a black man on the Killer Priest show ever do such a thing, debating the people on Killer Priest, winning debates with the Killer Priest staff. It was, and that's where most of the people, a lot of people here are from. So anyways, what happened is this. Here's how this starts. People were doing one-on-one classes with me. One-on-one class with me, which is wonderful. They're doing one-on-one class with me. It got to a point where it was getting too busy for me to do one-on-one classes. It was taking up too much time, and I was being paid, still am, because I only do maybe once a month. But back then I was doing like maybe 2 in one day, and they were paying me considerably, very, very. The reciprocity was wonderful. People were paying me anywhere from $50 to $200 to have a one-on-one session class with me. So anyways, what happened at the time was I told the Killer Priest show, listen, I can't do the one-on-one classes anymore. I can only do what I'm about to announce. And what I announced was this. I said, what I will do with you is, instead of sending super chats in to the Killer Priest show and me answering questions, what you can do is I will actually open up my my YouTube channel, and you will be able to come to the YouTube channel for free. But it will be a reciprocity system. The reciprocity system is what will actually keep me here. And I'm actually going to set up something that, and I told the people that I'm going to set up something that's almost impossible. That is really, really impossible. They said, what's that? You can come to the YouTube channel. It's going to be called the Pod Class. You can come there for free, but you will support the channel by sending in questions. Sending in support. And that will create a reciprocity system that has never been done on YouTube before. And on top of that, I will base the entire channel on the question that you ask. Which means that I don't come pre-prepared to you with a lecture. None of the topics do I ever choose. I do not choose a topic. I'm going to make this extremely difficult to myself and put myself on a test, just like I did back in 1998, which is, I was told in 1998, there's 1,000 people coming from Britain, the UK, Jamaica, Trinidad, Canada, Barbados, parts of America, and they're going to come and ask you questions. What are the questions? I don't know, only they do, and they're not going to tell you until they ask. And you're going to run the class based on people asking questions from Barbados, Jamaica, whatever is on their mind, you will answer and turn it into a class. I set that up here at the Tehuti Pod Class. You send in questions through reciprocity, because I found out something very, very interesting. I found out that the super chat actually takes it actually takes a portion of your money, and they demonetized me, so I couldn't even send in the super chat. So what I did is I set up a system of reciprocity based on sending in Cash Apps and PayPals. So for example, if you look on the screen, you will see Raphael Gary asked a question about the European, do they come from monkeys or the black woman? We have Robert E. Williams asked a question about his family saying if there's no Jesus, there's no family. And you can see the diversity, and I found out that you can actually type your question while sending in the support. That's actually what keeps me here. So I told everyone, here is Owen Hyphy, who said Anunnaki versus reptilian. Look at the diversity of questions. Look at the diversity of questions that you can ask here on the Tehuti podcast. That's about reptilians. This one was about, it could have been about totem poles. I don't see the question here. Hika Kepara, how do we access genetic memory? And then I found out you can actually do PayPal, and you can type more. So here's the brother Beged Leisure, who's known in the room as Maharu. And he actually had he actually always wanted to, he knows me from the Jabari debate, the debate that I had with Jabari. He was surrounded by atheists and people that didn't believe in the netter. He saw my debate, he came this way, and he was always interested in connecting with the other side in the afterlife. At any rate, his mother, Renunet in peace, passed away, and he said he wants to have an out-of-body, or he wants to be able to, well, we had out-of-body classes before, but he says he wants to be able to have his aunt, his mother, visit him and him have a communication with her. He ended up sending a donation, a large donation, to have a one-on-one session for me, with me. And in that session, in sessions, I actually taught him how to do that. Let me see if I can fix this a second. Hold on. Let me fix this. Much better. And he started being able to see his deceased mother and have a relationship with her, even though she had passed away. These are the kind of things that I do here in the Tutsi Pod class. It is a reciprocity system. This is Kemet 101, one of the biggest donators ever in the Tutsi Pod class. And he wanted to know for Pangea and Ma'at. He wanted to know about Pangea, Ma'at, $72.27. No one has ever seen anything like this on YouTube whatsoever, where people are sending these huge reciprocities to ask questions where there's no arguments, there's no disrespect. Look at this. Raphael Gary says, what's your take on the UFO Pentagon meeting? Look at the diversity of questions that are being asked by people. Some people just give support. Thanks for the knowledge. It's Black Alucard. Thanks for the knowledge. We have E-Manifesto with $20, the importance of your totem poles and totems. Questions are being asked about all aspects of knowledge here at the Tutsi Pod class, and it's a reciprocity system. And the way that I answer questions here, you will absolutely understand why that type of reciprocity is given. So I'll put on the screen where to send this reciprocity to keep this pod class going. It's PayPal at Rocky SV and Cash App TT Amun. We had some people wonder, why is this being asked for? Or if money is sent in for a question, why is a donation being asked for after that? We all walk down the street and we've seen breakdancers. Some of the breakdancers that we saw, they stay still, similar to the Tutsi Pod class, until you throw them a $5 bill. When you throw them a $5 bill, they start dancing. That actually attracts a crowd. Then they build up the momentum. Now they have 20, 30, 50 people after that first person sent the donation to get it started. They already done their dance. They've been paid for it. But now here comes the other crowd. They build up the crowd, and then they get to the end, and they start handing out bags to everybody. Those who did not start who did not give the initial donation to watch them dance, but everybody participates, and we've all been a part of this. That we all tip the break dancers, or tip the magician, or tip the performers, or tip the waiter after they're done, even though the initial person who was there that threw the 5 to get them started, that was their show. They made it a group show, and that is how reciprocity works, which means that only evil would make a relationship go in one direction. Only selfishness would have you want to suck knowledge, suck information, take, and not give to the person who's actually feeding your soul. Even if it's not a question that's asked by you, but you're there watching it and sucking it up and taking it in for free. So the reciprocity system is, you can send in PayPal for a question or just support for what it is that I do. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockASV. If you see a question that's answered that was asked by someone else and that question had an effect on you, if you're listening, then support afterwards if you appreciate it. Because I would have no idea why you'd even be listening if you're not appreciating the information. Unless you're listening secretly to set up a debate with me. But if you're listening and you're like, whoa, I could tell my friends this. I didn't ask this question about the Pentagon, but I have a friend who's right on the edge of coming to the knowledge, but he just doesn't believe in UFOs. Tehuti just broke down the Houston Pentagon meeting. Let me take the notes. I have a friend that believes in Jesus. My question is about the New World Order. I don't care about Jesus, but I have a friend that believes in Jesus. Tehuti just broke down the whole Jesus Masonic Shakespearean story. I could take that and open my friend up or my son up to knowledge. That's me benefiting from a question that I didn't ask. And I can help another person. Let me send Tehuti a tip of appreciation as we do the waiter. If you feel that this information benefits you in any way, then support. Because I've set up a system where I've literally given my whole life to answer questions for you. Prior to this class starting, my temperature was in feverish conditions. With the Post Malone debate that I did, I was in a fever on that December for the whole month. And I put a stop on the feverish condition to have the debate with Vocab Malone for everyone to see that topic. And as soon as the debate was done, I was back on the couch being fed tea by my goddesses, back in fever mode. I was able to do magic just long enough to not be in that fever to do the debate for everyone, which is never mentioned for some reason on the Sun Edit. I don't know. Prior to this class, I'm very sensitive to temperature change and things that happen with my body. I was in high temperature states prior to this class, laying on my side, my goddess caring for me prior to this. I said, there's no pod class, but there must be a pod class. Change the scenario that was going on in my body with help from my goddess. I feel completely fine now. Who knows what I will be when the class is over? On the way here, the reason why the class started late, I was being warned by my other goddess that there's fights on the street to get here to teach you. I have to get to a certain type of street, but to go through that street, there is brawls, street brawls going on. But I have to come here. I could have turned around and said, I'm not going. I just told them there's no pod class. But I didn't know what the fights lead to. We went around the other way to the other side of the street to get here to where I do the pod class. The fight ended up over there. Pop, 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 pop. Gunshots are going off as I'm trying to get to this pod class today, an hour ago, to teach you all. Gunshots are going off. People are jumping in cars. We don't know what direction we're doing. U-turns. I got to teach the pod class. I feel 100% great. I'm not shot. Everything is fine. We're going to have a beautiful pod class. If you had any idea what I have to go through to actually do these pod classes, you would show reciprocity, because I don't have to make it here to do the pod classes. One of my goddesses' cars right now has a bullet hole in the back. I don't have to be here. Right, Mamba? You don't have to be here. But I set up this unique situation for all of you. So people like Rigo, so people like Kemet 101 can have information for his daughter, for himself. So people like Rigo coming up, people like SESH, SHAIT, people like Nema, people like Anu, Hati MAAT can get this information. Regardless of what happens to Tehuti, you have no clue what I have to go through to get to this pod class. But it's all worth it. The studying and the things that I have to do to get the pod class going. Right now, I'm recovering from a little yellow thing that's formed in my eye. The little yellow thing, and it pops up every once in a while from constant reading and putting things together and not sleeping. And then after a days, it heals. But that is for you all. So I ask for reciprocity if you appreciate any of this, and I do. If not, then lo and behold, don't worry. There's all those other channels that are out there, and you can send them the questions and see if you get these kind of answers. With that all being placed on the table, let us get started. Oh yes, there is an email. So first, what you do is I can't say the name. Sorry, is that Japanese? I'm not sure what that is. It says peace. Is there also an email that we can also send our questions to, peace? Yes, there is. So what you do is you send a Cash App. You send a Cash App or a PayPal, and you put in the Cash App question in the email, and then I send you out the email. But you can write the question in the PayPal. The PayPal will give you a complete paragraph to write a question. So if people started sending me email questions with no Cash Apps and PayPals, I just delete them. So if you have a question, good brother or sister, go ahead and PayPal, Cash App. Now, if it's really too long to fit in the PayPal, then yes, I'll send you the email. But PayPal can really hold over, I think it's over 300 to 400 fonts. So go ahead and just send the Cash App. And when you send the Cash App, you can put your email in the Cash App, and yes, the email is going to go up on the screen during this class when Scribe comes on. Shout out to you, whoever that person is. So let's get started, everybody, with the Tehuti pod class. We're about to get started. Shout out to there's a new person, the Most High. I like that. I like the play of words. The Most the Most High. Shout out to the Most High. That's awesome. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Rigo. Let's get started, everybody. And I want to know, shout out to Angela Gates. I sent you an email, Angela Gates. Angela Gates sent a great question in, but as I was looking it over, I said, wait a minute. Sometimes people send questions in and they don't even know what they're actually asking. So Angela had a great question. It was about why males are mostly narcissists. I always teach from source information. So in my source information, females are actually more narcissists. And that is because I know what narcissist actually means. So most of the people that are actually using that term are the psyops that was placed on top of a term that was actually an old Greek story. It had to do with Greeks looking into the mirror in a plant, in a pretty plant. It had to do with something completely different than what people are saying the word is today. People talk about emotional abuse and this person wants to control, and that's actually not the definition of narcissist. So I actually sent you an email, Angela, to tell me the situation that you see that males doing more, and I'll actually answer that question and actually show you that that's actually not the word. You may have been given a word, but narcissist actually isn't the word that describes what you're probably talking about. Narcissism is actually a great thing. It's actually a beautiful thing. The definition has been changed like many other things. But narcissism was something that was actually developed within females first and developed in male animals first, which I'll break down the whole thing. The male animal was narcissist and the female human was narcissist, and it was a beautiful harmony for the original meaning, not for what they put out in books and on talk shows today. But go ahead, Angela, and email me the scenario, and I'll actually break down the root of what real narcissism really is, and then break down why males are more of what it is that you're actually talking about. Peace and love, but you know me, I'm going to break down from the actual root of things. So let's get it, everybody. This is awesome. Thank you. Angela Gates, you are wonderful. Shout out to everybody. Right. Oh, wow. That's right. Isn't that strange? In this society, the males are actually considered, when you hear of narcissistic person, it's usually more men, but it was actually a beautiful thing done in Kemet, passed on to the Greeks, and it was the female. It's a whole story, though. It's a whole story. You know me. I'm going to uproot what people think is real and take away the psyops and give you, whoa, I didn't know that's what that all was. Yeah, narcissism is an awesome thing. Okay, so wonderful. She said, "Will do." Okay, everybody. Here we go. I'm actually about to turn the music down. I actually do that right before I'm about to teach. So you are absolutely right. The music is about to go down right now. A little bit. There we go, down. And I want to know if Sharika is in the room. Is Sharika in the room? Okay, I got a message too that the PayPal emails are not coming through. Okay. Whoever is sending in PayPals, just be patient for my announcement of it because it doesn't seem to be coming through on our end. Although I do have a PayPal right here from Lamonte Wilson. I did get yours. Thank you, Lamonte Wilson. Okay, everybody ready? Now I want to know where my team is. Where's the team in the room before I get started? Is Ahati Ma'at Scribe? Is MENKHU Ra in the room? And let me check the chat. Is a Tef in the room? Is a Tef in the room? So we're about to get started. This is about to be a blowout. I already see a couple of questions in, and I want everybody to know, especially the new people, that I only teach if there's questions that are sent in. I have people right now sending me Facebook questions. Somebody sent me a question. Can you explain what Tehuti means and the impact of Atlantis? And I'm like, but I don't see a Cash App. We have to eliminate the selfish behavior of always wanting to eat without supplying the chef with something. So people are sending me messages, and I'm like, no, the reason why you're asking those questions is because you know me from the channel. The channel is all about reciprocity. So I'm not answering anybody's. There's only 3 people that I talk to that I'll answer a question to with in the Facebook Messenger, but it has to be reciprocity. So it's about to be great because I see a great reciprocity sent in from a sister who actually went into she went to Kemet, and I'm going to be dealing with her, dealing with something she saw there. I don't know if she's in the room. In the meantime, what I'm going to do right before I start, I'm going to put the link in the room just for a quick moment because I'm going to go put my goddesses had to step out. So right now I'm really the one-man show today. So I have to go put Mamba over there. So MENKHU Ra and Atef, if you guys can step in the room. If Hati's here, MENKHU Ra and Atef. Hati said, there is a Hati. Step in the room just for a quick moment. I'm going to step away just for 2 minutes and come back and blast off with the very first question that was sent. So go ahead and just jump in for a quick moment. And I'm going to go put her over there, maneuver something over here, and then I'm going to blast off. And I'm going to give you guys a taste tease of what the actual first question is in the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and put. I see the first question sent in already, and I was hoping Sharika was here because I believe it's from her. So the very first question here, sent in from Sharika, and that is it's still pulling up. Oh, I'm her tour guide today. I'm actually taking some things that she saw in Kemet, and I'm gonna blow people's brains with the things that she just took pictures, and I'm gonna zoom in on the thing that she didn't zoom in on and show something. Hey, what's up, my good brother? You got my shirt on. You got my that's my blanket. That's my
let's go.
That's my blanket. That's my pillow case and blanket design.
Yeah.
Oh,
Team Tehuti. Team Tehuti. I gotta, I'm trying to be like Tehuti, so let's go, baby.
And yes, GoldenEye, you can join in just for a moment. I'm only gonna be gone for about 2 minutes. You can join in. And just give a shout out and how the podcast has helped you, and then I'll be right back. Hey, what's going on?
What's going on with my mic?
Peace. We
can hear you. You sound great. You sound wonderful.
Yes,
what's going on, King? It's gonna be a scary class tonight. Okay, I'm gonna step away just for a moment, and yes, GoldenEye, you can jump in for a moment. Talk to people real quick about how the podcast helped you. I'm only gonna be gone for 2 minutes. I'll be back, everybody. I'll be right back.
Peace, everybody. Peace, power, and prosperity. Much love to everybody. I hope y'all are ready for an amazing show. I am super excited about Sharika's trip to Kemet and what SABA's gonna do. I'm also very, very excited about SABA on this session about freedom and Harriet Tubman. Oh man, people are gonna probably be upset messing with black history. But
Tap,
what's up?
Peace, brother. How my sound? Can y'all hear me? What's my sound like?
We can hear you, bro.
Peace. Yeah, great. I'm excited too. I'm super excited for this, man. Y'all already know this breakdown's gonna be fire, yo. Shout out to you, Sharika, for the fire questions too. And the support. Hati Ma'at. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Man, I just burnt my leg, bro. I was doing a breathing treatment with the water. Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Look, I was telling y'all half my body burnt, bro. I'm good.
Cool.
It's all good. Word. I burnt my leg, but yeah, man. Shout out to the best teacher on the internet, SABA Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Y'all know, hey, it's getting real spooky for them other channels out there. I'm gonna say it, right? Because the knowledge is getting too vast. It's too much. The catalog getting too deep. You know how they judge like rappers and by their catalog and classic albums and all that. Man, SABA in a class by itself. There's no comparison. It is absolutely no comparison, man.
No comparison.
So Henu, SABA Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, and Henu to you, my good brother.
Peace
to
you.
Yeah, man. Peace and love to everybody in the chat, man. This is gonna be excellent. This is gonna be an excellent class, as always. And I was tired, man. I worked. This week was so. This Matrix is something else, man. But I was so tired early, and I was like, man, I'm just exhausted. But when I got home and I showered, I'm like, it's time. I got ready, man. For this knowledge, it's like I can't get enough of the truth. You know what I mean? It's like the lie is everywhere. It's like the truth is like, you know how when you drank Gatorade and you're real thirsty, it don't even taste like Gatorade. Your body just take it in. That's how that knowledge be, man. And knowledge is just so nourishing, brother. It's like it's no comparison. It's absolutely no comparison. I don't even waste my time with all the other ISFET because there's no comparison. There's all I want is the truth. Like I just want to learn. You know what I mean? Yes. So it's a beautiful thing that we in. So like, subscribe, and comment, and tell a friend. And this is about to be a beautiful class. Shout out to you, Sharika. And who are you, brother? How are you? Peace and love to you.
Peace. I've been in one of the Meta classes before.
Oh, peace, brother. Peace to you, Sharika, too. How are you?
A little bit tired today, to be honest with you. It's been a little bit of a rough day for me, but gotta pull through for the pod class. You know, who knows how many of these we're gonna get. So as always, I'm excited, just like all you brothers.
That's a fact. That is an absolute fact, Sharika. I missed one class. One time got taken down, and I didn't know what I was gonna do, man. I was like, oh man, I ended up going to sleep. And I woke up and I was like, okay, I'm just finna go and download it, and it was gone. I was like, what? I was like, and I remember when SABA was in December. I think I remember because I think that was on a Killer Priest, and I was like, yo, what's going on? Where's SABA? Like I was only watching it for the knowledge, and I was like, something going on. And you know, that's when they had that foolishness going on that the world was going through. But you know, your health is your wealth. So, you know, we have to support. So show your support to SABA. Cash App TT Moon, please support at PayPal Rocky SV, Cash App TT Moon, support with questions. Peace, SABA.
Hey, peace. I'm gonna let the brother Nahum say something really quick, and I see Sharika is here. Peace, Sharika.
Peace, peace.
Peace. Okay, good. You are. Oh, I think she's frozen. Oh, there she is.
No.
Oh, you're good? You're moving around? Okay, good. Wonderful. Sharika, because I want to say this to everybody. Because this sister came so strong out of what appears to be nowhere and making a trip to Kemet and then coming back as the biggest one-time donator, supporter, purchasing multiple MetaNetter classes at once, making all the MetaNetter classes ever since she said she was going to, sending me photos and videos from Kemet, sending multiple questions in with all the support. I took an extreme amount of my energy to dedicate huge portions of this class to her. The questions that are going to intermingle and the way that you're going to see them answered are going to be based around where she walked in Kemet, questions that she asked, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. So a lot of this class is for you, Sharika.
Thank you so much, SABA. Thank you.
You're very welcome. My face was trembling when I put this together because I was using every bit of my power to put this together. So you will love it.
Thank you. I hope everyone's able to just take in all the nourishment that we're about to receive.
Wonderful, yes. And good brother Nahum, how you doing, good brother? You want to say something real quick before we get started? Nice to see you, by the way. And I did see your email with the dream, and I only saw the beginning section, something about an egg, but I'll go ahead and read I'll get to it because I get a lot of emails, so I know it's about egg cleansing, and that'll be put in order to be answered when I get to it.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, a few things. I guess just ever since I've came into learning from Tehuti, like it's really been like a doorway that's opened up differently. So I've always been like, I'll describe it as a UPESH child. Like I've always been a dream realm, subconscious person. But when I was young, I didn't know all that stuff was real, like astral projection, lucid dreaming. I didn't even know those had names and stuff like that. I just knew when I fell asleep, I could do certain things. I knew I knew I would start feeling spiraling, and then I would end up either outside of my body in my room or somewhere in my house or on a place that feels like I'm at home, but everything is kind of rearranged in different places. But let's see what else. Yeah, since I've been to it, like my whole room has changed. I got this. Whole room has changed. I've put up new energy in my room. My lady's little sister has painted this for me. And like about my UPESH a few other nights ago, we were in like a auditorium type setting, and we were sitting at a table, and there was other people there, and Tehuti was doing something with a deck of cards, and he was like laying a few of them upside and then a few of them downside. And I don't remember what happened because I tend to hop from dimension to dimension. Sometimes when I blink my eyes, I end up somewhere else. It's just a lot. Like
Okay.
I'm just rambling kind of, but another experience I had in the Upesh realm.
You said this as you're talking, my brother. I'm setting up. I'm putting SHARIKA and Beged Leisure's question in the room, and then I have to get into the answer. So I'll give you a couple more seconds, and I gotta get started. But I'm putting the questions up on the screen, so I'm listening.
All right, no problem. I'll end with this then. I had another experience because I've been getting familiar with the MENKHU netter and speaking it. So I had this one Upesh experience where I went outside. I got off this bus and I went outside and I wanted to try something. I was thinking of maybe constructing something or opening a portal maybe, but I just had the random thought to start chanting Anqua Jet Seneb. I started chanting Anqua Jet Seneb, and I didn't think about what was going to happen. I had no anticipation or anything like that. But when I chanted it effortlessly, I got lifted off the ground. And I just kept chanting it. And I was effortlessly being lifted up off the ground to the point where I was like, okay, let me stop. And the second I stopped chanting it, I dropped right to the ground. And that's when it sunk in right there. I was like, okay, this MENKHU netter does crazy things on the other side of the etheric realm. And that really made me understand. Go ahead.
And real quick, what you're saying about chanting and lifting off, this was in an Upesh state, right?
Yes, I was in a Upesh state in a realm. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're gonna get started, everybody. That is beautiful, and I like that people can take this information and have it affect multiple aspects of their life. There's not one aspect that this is going to affect. It's going to affect multiple. So it's either it can affect how you view things. It can affect you breaking the matrix. It can help you with your relationships. It can help you make more money. It can help you understand MENKHU netter. It can help you have dreams, lucid dreams, out of body experiences. It can help you be a better person. This is life teaching is what my goal is to affect everyone here. So beautiful for you. It's affecting a lot of your dream world. SHARIKA is taking trips to Kemet. Everybody, MENKHU Ra quadrupled his income. Atef has done magic in his family. So this is a beautiful thing. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna put SHARIKA's and Beged Leisure asked a question, and I'm actually going to bind the answers of this question. I'm going to put it on the screen, and then brothers, you can give them some noise, and then after that I'm going to put, okay, peace Nahum. I'm going to and SHARIKA, everybody, you stay here. You all stay here just for this part. I'm going to put it on the screen, and then you can go back afterwards. So here it is. Here's the beautiful question. So these are two questions that apparently seem, where is it? Okay, Beged Leisure and SHARIKA. Why is it not showing up on the screen? Okay, there we go, Beged Leisure. SHARIKA, here we go. So first we have Beged Leisure sends $25 donation. Peace SABA, I want to know, what did the Temple of AUSAR's outward pillars that hold up the temple represent? I have an intuition, but I would like you to elaborate, please. So he's asking about the Temple of AUSAR and what are the pillars. If you notice in Kemet and even in Rome, you'll notice that buildings were made with pillars encircling them, or pillars in the front. Totally different from the buildings today, the religious temples of today. The religious buildings of today just look like houses and buildings, square buildings, but in ancient times, you'll notice they had pillars, hypostyle pillars going throughout them and in the front of them. He's asking what do they represent? Why were they designed with particular pillars? He says he has an intuition. I'm going to show his intuition as I answer the question. And then we have so go ahead and give him some noise, Atef. Give him some noise for that.
Okay.
Is it on the screen? Oh, why is it showing like that? Wait a minute. Are you all seeing the whole thing on the screen, or just what?
No, it just says sent to sent you.
Oh, interesting. Let me fix this. What is that? Hold on. That's what it said. What the? Oh, it grew. Oh, okay, okay. Is it on the screen right now?
No, it's just us.
Okay, let me try one more time. We get leisure. That's Sharika. We get, here it is, everybody. Here it is. So there it is right there. So donation. P. SABA, I want to know, where do the temple of AUSAR outward pillars that hold up the temple represent? I have intuition, but I would like you to elaborate, please. So Sharika can testify that when she went to Kemet, you saw a lot of pillars, right, Sharika? A lot of things on pillars, right?
Top, bottom, all around, yeah.
Exactly. Why did Kemet have these pillars? So that was a question from Biget Leisure, and then the question from Sharika comes in, which is, everybody, and you can give her some noise. She went to Kemet, and wait, let me. Is this her? Let's see if this is her. Okay, so let me ask you something, Sharika. When you went to Kemet, did you see the AUSETS not on any of the walls? Why you ask about it, or did you ask about it from something just that I taught?
No, it was actually one of the pictures I sent you. I was actually, that was one of the things in my mind I was looking for. I did see it at Dendera and a few of the other temples, but Dendera is where I saw it the most.
If you have the ability to email me just that one picture right now, go ahead and do so. I didn't see it amongst all the things. You sent a lot of things to me. So
right.
Send that right now, and I'll show it to the class. So the question is, thank you. Sharika says, question, please unveil what AUSETS TYET not means. Now, I don't understand this next, this says and NBSP. Sharika, what does that mean? It says and NBSP. Or maybe she stepped away. Okay, so she said a not. And from what you have taught, we have knots within our body chakras to protect us. Does AUSETS not protect? What does AUSETS not protect? And does it unwind and unlock like our energy centers do? Tua. Give her some noise for that. Boom. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So she went to Kemet and actually saw the TET AUSET, and I will put it in the screen when she's able to send it to me. Okay, I think she stepped off for a minute. I got a donation from Owen Hythe. Thank you, Owen Hythe. I'm going to announce all of these, don't worry. Okay, good. All right, everybody, is everybody ready? We're going to get into this answer. And when Sharika emails me the TET AUSET, I'm going to show you all what she sent. But for now, we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody. Are you ready? And I can't wait to get to your question, young man, about freedom. Is freedom a psyops? How could that? How can it be? We are fighting for freedom. That's what we all want. The truth shall set you free, right? Freedom can be bad, can it? What's going on with this Tehuti guy? He says narcissism is good and free is free. Is he gonna say narcissism is good and freedom is bad? No way. Or is freedom good? We're gonna see though. This is gonna be a scary answer. All right, everybody, let's go. Let's get to the answer to the question. Everybody in the room, press 9. We're about to go off right now. Press 9. We're about to go into this beautiful question. If you can hear me and see me, press A9, everybody. Press A9. Press A9 if you can hear me and see me. You all tell me if you see 9s in the chat, because right now my chat locks up. There are the 9s. I got Big Vape.
Coming through, Saba.
Yes. Okay, good, good, good. And also, I want to tell Primordial. Primordial sent me a question. Primordial. I think Primordial. I forgot the name, but it's Primordial 9. I think.
Primordial Thought.
Primordial Thought sent me a question, and I want you, Primordial Thought, to send me an email to elaborate, because it was just on how do you control the. It was. I have to read it on the screen, but it was a question, and I just need further elaboration because. Let me go ahead and see each of these questions. These things can pertain to different people in different ways. So Primordial 9 sent a question on the screen right here. I'll actually go ahead and put it on the screen for the brother to see and for everybody to see. And I wasn't able to answer this question because I need him to clarify something for me. So here is Primordial 9. Put this question up right here. If everybody can see, let me see if I can it. And here's a question that the brother asked. And he asked to me towards the path of Ma'at. $10 tip for the question just answered, and $30 for the question below. Gratitude, Saba, respect. How do we break the spell of being ruled by the stomach? Gratitude, Saba, health and prosperity to you and your family. So Primordial Thought, if you're seeing this, send me a little detail on actually what this question is about, because I did an answer, if you all remember, on the impotent revolt and how it relates to the intestines and the gut feeling. You all remember that, right?
I do. Yes, I remember.
Okay, good. So I don't know if this question is referring to something in that class I taught, because I taught many things dealing with the gut feeling and the gut being the secondary brain, or if it's something dealing with him just having urges to maybe want to eat and discipline himself for diet. So oh, there he is. There's Primordial Thought. So Primordial Thought, go ahead and send an email just to clarify what you're asking about, because it could have been about diet and maybe you have an urge to control your stomach's urges for something, or a guilt that's in the stomach. There's many different things. So I like specifics, and I'll definitely blast off into that answer. So I got to get this class started. So I will send the link when I take the next break, my good brother, because I'm not going to be able to answer that question, I don't think, tonight, because I want to set it up for you. But in my next break, I'll send the link and you can clarify, but also send me an email, because you could clarify it in the pod class. I may not go back and watch that for the thing, so but having an email stuck forever. So yes sir, we got Nana. What's up, Nana Amun? Nana Amun, peace to you. Everybody, let's go. We're gonna get it on. We're gonna start. We're gonna get this beautiful answer started here. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let me go ahead and put the so brother, I'm gonna send you all back to the chat. Peace and love. Let's go ahead to the Tehuti pod class. Unk it up. And here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here it is, the TET AUSET. Let me see if the beautiful SHARIKA sent. She did. She sent me the picture so I can put it in the room. Oh my goodness, everybody. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. SHARIKA. Wonderful. Let me show everybody this, because I'm about to explain this right here, and I didn't even, oh my goodness, it's actually exactly what I'm about to explain. It is exactly what I'm about to explain. I didn't even see this picture at all. Let me go ahead and put this in the room, everybody. This is the beauty of the Tehuti pod class. I don't know the questions that people are going to send. I didn't know she was going to send me this picture, which is precisely what I'm going to explain. Everybody get a good look at this picture right here. If you can see this, let me go ahead and put and change the banner, shrink the banner down. Get this off. Boom. So everybody get a good look at this. So this is what Sharika saw when she went to Kemet. And she saw these things called the TYET AUSET. I want everybody to make note that when you see the TYET AUSET, you're also going to see this other symbol here with it. They actually go side by side. They go hand in hand, and I'm going to explain why that is. Why did Sharika see an image of a TYET AUSET, and why right in between the TYET AUSET is this image right here? What is this symbol right here? What actually is it? I'm actually going to blow that picture up a little bit to show everybody the beauty of the type of questions you can send in to the Tehuti podcast, and that that I can take something. Here it is. I'm going to blow it up. Okay, here it is. I'm going to go like this. You can take something that you saw on a trip that you went on, send it back to Tehuti, and I'm going to go ahead and explain what it is that you saw as the Tehuti tour guide. Let's break this down. So I'm going to go ahead and show that on the screen, and we're going to zoom in if you can see. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. Now it's not letting me zoom in. How strange. There it is. Okay, boom. So get a good look. Oh, how beautiful is this? We're in Kemet, everybody. Here we are on this writing too. We're here in Kemet on Sharika's tour visit that she went. Oh, look how beautiful. Oh my goodness. I'm not even. And we have here these symbols right here called the TYET AUSET. And right beside it, we have this symbol right here. Okay. Oh, there's the AUSAR, the rabbit that I always talk about that they got Easter from. There's the AUSAR right there. How beautiful this is. This is beautiful. Look at all this. Look at our writing. Look at our images. Look at us. Look at what we've done. And now we're going to break this down. And if you look right over here, I'm moving my mouse. This is another symbol like this right over here. So it's 1 Djed, 2 TYET AUSETs. 1 Djed, 2 TYET AUSETs, and they're beside each other. Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this awesome? What is this symbol right here? And why is this beside it? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let's get into the answer that Sharika sent. And for those who just stepped into the room, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, not that one. I'm going to go ahead and put Sharika's question for those new people that just stepped in the room. Put her question right with the picture there. Sharika question, please unveil Sharika question, please unveil what AUSET TYET / not means, and then this I don't know what this is, and NBSP. From what you have taught, we have not, quote unquote, within our body chakras to protect us. What does AUSET not protect, and does it unwind and unlock like our energy centers do? And here it is what she's asking about right there. There's the TYET AUSET. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful night. I want you all to appreciate it. Sharika is giving me this symbol right here, which actually ties into the TYET AUSET, but she's giving me that, and she's giving me that symbol right there. Beautiful. We have MAAT, daughter of Rave, just stepped in right on time to hear about female energy in the TYET AUSET. Shout out to MAAT, daughter of Rave, MAAT, Hotep, Saba, and family. Wonderful. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Diversity of questions. Let's get into it. Are you ready? Everybody's thanking you, Sharika. Look at that. This is people putting up this symbol here for Sharika right there. Thank you, Sharika. We got Solon Rock with the eye on Sharika. All right, let's go. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Shannon says, stunning photos, beautiful. I couldn't be with you there, Sharika. So I had to go there in my mind at another time and give you this. Boom, here we go. Everybody again, press 9. I got to do a check because once I go on, press 9 if you can see me and hear me. We're going to go into it. Press 9 if you can see me and hear me. We're about to just blast off. Golden Eye says, to a Sharika. Look at all the love Sharika's getting here. Oh, it's them giving these symbols. It's not Sharika. It's them giving Sharika these symbols. Beautiful. Which ties into the TET AUSETS. We got Mike Lee. Shout out to Mike Lee. I haven't seen that name before. Jody says 9. Jody see me. Yeet TT. Jody, Mike Lee, Maharu. But mad daughter of racism, I'm about to pack you in my suitcase when I go to Kemet, Saba. Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. Askari, Nana Amun, F Mill, shout out to F Mill. Salute to Tehuti. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen right there. Make sure this is still up here. This is the right one right here. That's Big at Leisure. Oh, and Big at Leisure, for all those who don't know, this is the other question. I'm going to intertwine these two questions. Hotep P. Saba, I want to know, what did the Temple of AUSAR outward pillars that hold up the temple represent? I have intuition, but I would like you to elaborate, please. That question is going to be merged with the question once again that Sharika sent, which is Sharika question, please unveil what AUSET TYET knots mean from what you have taught us. Sharika question, please unveil what AUSET TYET knot means from what you have taught. We have quote unquote knots within our body, chakras to protect us. What does AUSET knot protect, and does it unwind and unlock like our energy centers do? Tua. And here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Boom. The knots of Isis, quote unquote, the Osirian temple pillars. What are these? More importantly, what do the indigenous people reference their meaning as? Do they correlate with each other? Is that what they're really even called? Are they really even called these things? Again, these questions and answers in this day and time are only addressed here at the Tehuti Pod class. I will also take you through a section of live footage from Sharika, who may not even have known both were right in front of her. Coded at the same time. Let us begin. So Big Ed Leisure's question and Sharika's question. We're both right in front of Sharika on her tour, on her visits. Let's go to the archaeological evidence in the Brooklyn Museum, a session number 37.1271E. And here we are in the Brooklyn Museum. They call it TYET, amulet, knot of Isis. The Egyptians would work with gold and semi-precious stones from earliest times. They mined both types of material in the desert east of the Nile. In the present day Sudan, called Nubia, in ancient times, after ancient Egyptian word for gold, nub. Clearly, objects made from these high-value materials were available only to the highest ranks of society. This dates back to 1539 BCE. And here it is right here, everybody. The TET AUSETS, 1539 BCE, now found in the Brooklyn Museum in the Charles Edwin Wilbur Fund. Find and Fund. So there it is, the TET AUSET. What is that? That's the same thing that Sharika saw embedded and carved into the walls beside another symbol. Okay. When we turn it to the back, we will see it actually says something. So if you actually look on the back of the TET AUSET amulets, one of them, it actually says something, which is this. Everybody see this? What does that say? Something is written. I see the museum number. Let me go over here. So here's the front of it. The front of it has the design. Okay. And that is for those who want to research a session number, or you could put in Brooklyn Museum TET AUSET 37.1271E. And that's the front that has the design that looks like there's tying right here. And these arms, okay, they're falling. And this looks like a loop. Well, on the back of it is very interesting because on the back has no design, but has writing on the back. What does that say? Well, I'm going to tell you. Here we go. So this says, Nebhet, lady of the house. We see that it is associated with feminine energy as something that sustains a quote-unquote house. Bekenesianu, which is lady of the house, Bekenesianu. That's what this all says right here. Nebhet, Bekenesianu, right here. There's the Neb symbol right there. There's the Het symbol and the rest of the name right in here. So right off the bat, we see that it deals with female energy. Lady of the house. Now, we're going to go back to the Brooklyn Museum. They have it under Isis Knot Amulet, which is actually the wording knot that Sharika used. So here it is. And there it is. There. And this again, this is 539, again, BCE. And it says here, at the time, the Egyptians frequently wore amulets proclaiming their devotion to the cult of major deities such as Tehuti, the Nectar of Wisdom, and HERU, an ancient Nectar goddess associated with music and love. These charms were intended to provide protection from specific dangers. Amulets of birth gods, for example, were believed to protect women during pregnancy when they became the Nebtet, pregnancy and childbirth, and to watch over a newborn in the first years of life. In the 18th dynasty, certain amulets began to be placed within mummy bandages to guarantee life after death. The most common included Wajet eyes, Uwajet eyes, signifying the restoration of wholeness, TYET amulets, emblems, and the goddess Isis who restores her dead husband Osiris to life, and flowers, traditional symbols of fertility. Remember that. Flowers, traditional symbols of fertility. Beads inscribed with a person's name ensure that the memory, remember that, the memory of the individual will survive throughout eternity. So, traditional symbols of fertility, which are flowers, remember that. Beads inscribed with a person's name ensure that the memory, remember the word memory, of the individual would survive throughout eternity. This also has writing on the back. Here it is on the back right here. Section number 37.1272E. And here it is. What do we notice immediately about these TET AUSETS or knots of Isis? What do we immediately notice? One, they are both associated with female aspects such as pregnancy, the bearing of children, the writing of Nebtet and Lady of the House. They are usually jasper. Make note of that, please. Jasper and a red color. They are all tied cloths. What do you know matches all these three descriptions? What do you know that ties into femininity? That is red and is also some form of a cloth. What matches these three descriptions? Let me take you to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, page 190. This is how you source information, and let me show you the cover if anybody wants to pick this book up. So this is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, and I'm not just going to give you the book, I'm going to give you the page number. There it is right there. And what does it say here? And let me go in the chat to see something, everybody, real quick. Let me interact with you all just a moment. So what is associated with female, with feminine aspects, that is associated with the color red and is also a form of a cloth? Anybody know? What could that be? Anybody? Red, feminine aspect, and it's a cloth. What could that be? Anybody at all? Glad you're back, SHAIT. Glad you are back. Glad you are back. Wonderful. We have, okay, MENKHU Ross says tampon. Yeet puts lipstick. Angela put pads. Tampon. Menstrual. Let me put this on the screen. I can't read. What does that say? Menstrual receptacle. Oh, menstrual receptacle. Yes. Okay, good. Cloth, period. There we go. Wonderful. You guys are right on point. It looks like a cloth. It's hanging down. It's tied in the middle. And it's usually made from jasper or the cornelian. And it's usually red. I actually went over a little bit of this with this beautiful young lady right here. Shannon, if she remembers, I went over the jasper, cornelian, and the buckle of Isis, buckle of Auset with you. Okay, good. Tampon, you guys got it right. Ding, 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 ding. Let's go. Welcome to POC class. So now we're going to take you rag. I haven't heard that since the 80s of the 90s. Rag, yeah, that's true. All of that. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. So now we're going to go to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, page 190, and here it is. I put page 190 in the room for you all to see, to show you the source. A popular amulet used in a funerary context was explained as the quote-unquote blood of Isis. It represents the Ankh sign, that of life, in the form that suggests a girdle. Spell 156 of the book of Going Forth by Day shows the amulet with the words, "Thou hast thy blood, O Isis, thou hast thy magical power." Perhaps the object is a bandage for use in menstruation. Magical power was often ascribed to the goddess, particularly in the sphere of healing. In the story of Re and Auset, she heals even the god Ra by eliciting from him the truth about his name. I remember when MENKHU asked this question, that was awesome. In the Metternich Stella, she saves HERU. So he says perhaps, and that's exactly what it symbolizes. Yes, the menstrual cycle, which marks not only the onset of fertility, but marks the first of 3 triad phases of contractions that makes a female able and gives her the ability to be the creator. So if you look at the word creator, creator comes from the word caress, and it's a feminine word. Caress is a feminine word, and it actually is the goddess of agriculture. Caress, they took that word and they made the word creator. So these triad phases of contractions is what the woman had to go through to be the creator. 1, menstrual cramps, which is the onset of fertility. That's how she can become a woman. Now she can have sex for the purpose of reproduction. While she's having sex, she can actually hold the sperm for 45 minutes, having orgasmic contractions. And orgasmic contractions, actually, when they release, can actually shoot out fluid and cause the inner vaginal walls and the actual tube inside, the canal inside, to flood with water that gives the sperm the ability to travel more efficiently to the egg. Those are orgasmic contractions. labor contractions. So now that she's had her menstrual contractions and cramps, then she can have sex and have a child. Then she have orgasmic contractions, which is actually the climax, releasing organ energy and also actually holding the sperm and putting out fluids that can cause the sperm to have a smoother path down that river. Now she's succeeded in the goal, and now she has labor contractions, which are all forms of what? Tightening, which are what? Knots, which are ties. Knots and ties, a trinity triad of knots and ties, which now explains the association with it being in a knotted form and being red. Let us continue. And here it is right here, with some writing on the back. Welcome to the Tehuti. We go. Everybody ready? Okay. This was one of the most powerful symbols of that which creates you, protects you, and gives you life. Let me break a matrix for you. When you sneeze, what is hypnotically said, everybody? When you sneeze, what is everybody says? Let me go in the room. What is being said hypnotically when a person sneezes? We go put boom. Angela put not the rag. What happens, everybody, when you sneeze? What comes out of a person's mouth beside you? There it is. Arrested for you culture. Bless you. Solid Rock. Bless you. Why is that? Why is that, everybody? Everybody does it. Ask somebody why they're doing it. They don't know. Ask your mother, why are you saying bless me because I sneeze, but you don't say bless me when I cough, when I cough, when I pass gas. There's no bless you, but why is it when I sneeze? And why is it hypnotically done? Everybody got it right. Arrested for your culture put bless you. Daughter Matt Ray put bless you. Rigo put bless you. Big Ray put bless you. Right? Stephen put bless with the blood. So why do you sneeze? Why? When you ask somebody, why is that? Do they really know? No, they don't. It is hypnotic, everybody. Let's get to it. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. How does this tie into the TET AUSETS? Let me reveal. Here it is. So, yes. Why? Because your heart actually stops or starts to break for a second. So it is like you were quote unquote reborn. But why bless? What does bless have to do with birth? Does anyone here actually know what bless really means? Why do Christians say this when they see you? Bless you, God bless you. Do they even know? Why do you say bless when you sneeze? And the answer people say will be like, well, it's like you're being reborn because your heart stops or pauses for a quick second or is thought to break, and then you come back to life. But why do they say bless you? Why does everybody say that? Why? Do you really know? Does anybody really know? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Because bless, boom, blood stain. Give thanks, hollow with blood. See blood. Blood sprinkling on pagan altars. What are we discussing? The TET AUSETS, which is a version of an Ankh, which represents all the life-giving factors of a female, the triune ability for her to become the creator, which is menstrual cycle, blood. You need the blood first to give life, or she can't even have that child. She has the menstrual cycle. Blood. Now, I really like this, guys, and I like that you are participating. The TET AUSETS being a menstrual cloth, where does it go into? It goes into the same place that the blood is coming out, that then the penis has to go into to ejaculate to have the child, that a baby has to come out. So what do those three things have in common? What do they have in common? Salute Robert Reyes. Salute Freddie Cali. What's up, Freddie Cali? Shout out to you. He's one of the great supporters as well, and great lover of knowledge, and he's completely into nature. Henu Natsurt. What do these three things have in common? The cloth goes up a, the penis goes up a, the baby comes out of a hollow. That's where you get the blessing from. Because the first thing that came out of the hollow was the blood. The blood was the first to come out of the hollow, and then that cloth went back up the hollow to stop the blood. Then the penis enters into the hollow and causes more blood when the hymen breaks. Then the baby, water breaks, and the baby is born and comes out with more blood. And the placenta cleanses the blood. All three hollows of blood that are needed for life. From the creator, the female, who was the first to be considered the hallowed one. And from there you get the word holy. It literally meant one with a hole in her. The fertility goddess. Wow. My God, what are you saying now? Nana said she just walked in and almost got amazing info and almost blew her back. She became the Holy One. She was HERU, who was also AUSET, and she becomes impregnated after the menstrual blood comes out of the hole, and the penis goes into the hole, and the baby comes into the hole. Now she becomes the fertile deity. She becomes the creator, represented by a cow. The Holy One. The one where you get excited and you scream her name out. And of all the animals on the planet, it's only the cow you call holy. It's only when you scream out. I've never heard anybody say, holy raccoon, holy possum, holy dog, holy German shepherd, holy ferret. Is that what you all say? Holy duck. Huh? Holy duck? You say one animal has the hole in it. Only one animal. It's the cow, the HERU, that had the hole that the tampon would enter after the blood would come out, and the penis would enter the hole, and the baby would come out of the hole, because she was the hallowed one. She was the holy one. She was a representative of the TYET AUSET, the goddess of the hole, the holy cow representing fertility. Because the fertility that was released from the cow was the same dung that the scarab beetle would move, representing the creator Kepra of life. And that dung went on the green grass that AUSAR was springing up from, because he was the agricultural god, and it caused fertility. All coming out of the vagina, and the way you say vagina in Metanetter is shet. Holy cow, holy sh... Because the shet, the vagina, was that which had the hole in it. While the cow released the fertility, manure, and that also became known as the SHIT, the name for the vagina. But it caused fertility on the grass. And that's the other thing you yell out that's holy. Holy cow, holy cow, and you're running around saying all these things, and somebody asks you, why are you saying that? Imagine an alien come to the planet. Why don't you say holy pee? What about holy vomit? Why are you saying that? Because she was the holy cow, HERU AUSET, with the TYET AUSET in Jasper. That was the blood, the triune aspects of fertility. Welcome to the Tutti podcast, everybody. So thus, blessings came from the word blood, which is what? Hollow with blood. That's hollow, hallowed, hollow. something that has a hole in it, which makes it pure, hallowed with blood. How do you perform the ritual? Blood sprinkling on pagan altars. So here's your word bless. The next time somebody says bless you, there it is. Boom. The word bless is blood. So the next time you start a conversation with someone sneezes, the next time to start a conversation with someone sneezes, you can say, God has blessed you. You start a conversation, and by the way, guess what the other name for the Tet Auset is? Blood of Isis, right? So you can say God has blessed you and start a whole conversation and actually convert somebody off the truth from a Tehuti pod class just by them sneezing. You can literally take your mother, your son, your daughter, your friend, your mate, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your wife, husband, whatever you call these people, Hachu, and start a whole class on a sneeze. That was all that I just broke down right there. That was just on a sneeze. Bless you. You can say that God has blessed you. So it's called the blood of Isis. Now I will take you to the coffin of Amenemopet, priest of Amun, 1069 BC. Now in the Levure Museum of Amentet Neferet. These are multifarious sources, encyclopedias, dictionaries, museums, more museums. We're going to have scientific articles, all of that. Okay? Auset supporting the sky. In her arms, there are two Ankh signs. She's flanked by two eyes. Left eye of HERU, right eye of Ra, as they call it. A falcon, and then the mother symbol, the vulture. How do you think Auset is actually shown? Auset, and this is how the Kemetians imbued the ritual. Look, what is this? Here's Auset right here. Get a good look. You see the HERU symbol, the two eyes. You see the Ankhs coming off here. You see this interesting thing right here, which I'm going to get into. You see the Ma'at feather. You see the Mu'ut symbol. You see the Mu'ut symbol of motherhood right there. And she's holding her arms up in the Ka, and she's drawn white, pale, for a particular reason. Interesting picture. Okay. Let's look back at that closely and remember, all the fertile contractions, knots, take place in a female's womb waist area, right? The womb, the waist area. Look back at the image. She is the Tet Auset. And look where the tie, the knot of the cloth is. Let's look back. Boom. She is the Tet Auset. It's imbued in her body. And look where the girdle is, the tie, right where it ties, right there where her womb is. Intermingled with the symbol, because she is the symbol. It represents femininity and all the fertile triune aspects that it takes to be a holy cow. The cow of blood. There it is, right around her waist. You see that? Knotted. Boom! Knotted around the reproductive organs, right around the waist, ready to give life. Bless you. What else did Christians steal from the Tet Auset? Like I always say, it's always been there in front of you. You just don't know what to look for. Who is the Christian birth mother symbol? Who gives birth to the Savior, which is protector because he's saving something? Let's look at her again. Now, after what I've taught you. So who is the female in Christianity that gives birth to the Savior, everybody? Who is that? What's her name? There's the female that gives birth to the Savior. Who is she? ETZ said, I knew blessing had something to do with blood. The blood of Isis, that's right. Hallowed be thy name. Yep. Hallowed be thy name. That's exactly right. You see that? That is her name. Hallowed be thy name. The birth goddess was also called Kadesh, Kadush. When they describe the Holy Spirit, they say Rahu Kadush, Rahu Kadesh. When the Hebrews describe their language, they say it's the holy language, Lashon Kadesh. Which part of it is language and which part of it is holy? Lashon is language, so what part of it is holy? Kadesh. Isn't that the name of the fertility goddess herself? Kadesh? That is her name. The Holy One. Hallowed be thy name. Literally, hallowed is your name. The Creator's name. Hallowed be thy name. Kadesh. Mary, there we go. Holy Mother Mary. There it is. Mary, 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 Mary. Shannon remembers the date of the class. Yes, I remember we did this November 14th in the class. Mary, Mary, Mary. Mary, right? Welcome to the fog class. So remember, Auset is depicted as the Tet Auset, the blood of Auset, around the waist with the knot. Here's a picture of Mary we've always seen. There it is. How you doing, Mary? You doing good? What's that around your womb? What the heck is that? What is that? It's so familiar. I don't know. What's that around Mary's womb? What is that? What is that around Mary's womb? What is that? What is that around Mary's womb? Anybody know? See this right here? Do you see the Tet Auset? Do you see the Ankh right around her womb? Do you see that? The Tet Auset. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. The Tet Auset. It's the knot that represents the triune contraction of the female's ability to give birth and perform sex magic through orgasm. Will I teach that here? No. In the MenkhU class? Yes. Here? No. Not for 74 people that don't support, of course not. In the MenkhU class, private class, where everybody there is a supporter, absolutely I'll teach the ritual and do what to do with the Tet Auset. Here? Not really. Mary? The Tet Auset, the contraction, which is the knot. Do you know they took her name to create what it is that you do to give birth to the child? The man and woman come together. What is that called? What is it called when a man and woman come together and make vows with each other? What's that called, by the way? Anybody know? What is it called when a man and woman get together and make vows with each other? What is it called? Anybody know? Isn't it called when you get married? So that you can break your hymen and jump over the broom and have the honeymoon and break your hymen. And you can get married, the name of the mother of Jesus, because Mary means to bring things together, the Tet Auset. Oh, I finally found the one. Me and her tied the knot. Glad you all tied the knot. I'm glad you all got married and tied the knot of Auset. I'm so glad. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. We're not done. Nope. Well, at least I'm not. Boom. Mary always had the tet on set on her waist. Mary, marriage, tied the knot. Note the red on AUSETS tet. There's red here. Notice the red around her. The red on AUSETS tet. Now you can have a better understanding of the first page of the MENKHU as we see AUSET and Nebtet bringing life to their husband AUSAR in the form of what? A pillar. Look at their waist. Here's the very first page of the MENKHU. This is my MENKHU that I started translating back in 2006. That's where you see all this writing at the bottom, line 1, line 4. And you see meta-netter, and then you see the meta-netter to the side of what I was doing in 2006. Hey, look at AUSET and Nebtet on either side of the pillar. And what's that on their waist right there? Do you see the tie? And it's red with the flowing red going down the leg. Do you see that? The tie? That's an actual meta-netter word. This tie is not just a tie, it's actually a word with the flowing blood going down their leg. And it's the tie. The tet AUSET as they surround the Z pillar, this pillar right here. Does that look familiar to anybody? Does it look familiar at all to anybody? Does it look like this? With the two tet AUSETs on either side of the pillar, with the tie, and the pillar here in the middle that SHARIKA saw. Yes, it is. And there it is. And there it is. The two women, the blood on either side of the pillar, resurrecting him. Do you all see that? Welcome to the pod class. Boom. Let's see, let me get off of this. There it is. There they are on the very first page. There they are. And there's the Ka symbol, the Ankh, with the hands raised up. And there they are in red, tied around the waist. And here is AUSET with the tet AUSET imbued in her body with the arms raised up in the Ka with the two Ankhs representing life. And there's the tet AUSET. And there's your Mary, mother of Jesus, with the tet AUSET in the red flowing garb going down her side. There it is right there. And there's the tet AUSET. And there's the tet AUSET. And there's the tie. There it is right there. First page of the MENKHU. That's my personal MENKHU. Why it looks like that with all that notes and things on the side. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class, everybody. Let's do this. I hope you all appreciate this, and I hope people are sending support for what it is that I do. Now, to give birth to the pillar, did you know the word has been saying tet, meaning birth? If you didn't know it, who is this, everybody? Who is this on the screen? Because now this gets into Beged Leisure's question, MENKHU, and why SHARIKA went to Kemet and saw the temples were all surrounded by pillars with things on the pillar. Who is this person right here? Everybody knows who this is. Who is it? That's right, Tut. Tutankhamun. That's right, pillars support the temple. You all remember the class that I gave on what the temple is? The temple of man. Pillars support the temple. Pillars support the man. The woman resurrects her. That's what this word is, Tut. Tut is Tet. It means a copied image. That's what DNA does. That's what the woman does. King Tut. You see it right there? That's the Tet. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. Robert Reyes. There's King Tut. Yes, they say image is Tut, of course, because the blood produces your genetic image. The word Tut is also TYET. which means the copy of something, because that's what the woman does. She puts out copies of herself. The word for spine of the backbone, which keeps one firm standing, is pest. It also means rays of light. Over here, here's the backbone. You see the Djed symbol that was in between the Tet AUSETS that SHARIKA saw when she looked up. There's the Djed symbol right there, which is what? The backbone of Osiris. That's why the Tet AUSETS is on either side of Osiris, supporting and holding up his backbone. And there's the light of Ra with the rays coming down, and it's Paset, which is the backbone, but it's not a regular backbone. It's the backbone that illuminates, where the 7 mehis or chakras sit on. It illuminates. It's the backbone of the afterlife, the backbone that is made up of the Kirlian energy, what they call Kirlian photography, the light energy, where there's the shine, illuminate, to spread out as you echo yourself out. So the pillar is the rays of light. When you see the word ray, that's Ra. The way you say Ra is also ray, R-E. So the pillar that Beged Leisure Maharu was asking about is the rays of light. Remember when he said he has an intuition of what it could be? Okay, here we go. So the Tet is that which resurrects this light consciousness so it can stand firm as a pillar. Thus you see them all throughout Kemet together, like SHARIKA saw, together as we see in Inhat Nefer's chair. So when you see this image here, over here, of what SHARIKA saw, right over here, this is not coincidence. This is not just by happenstance. You don't just happen to have a Tet AUSET with a pillar in the middle. No, 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 you don't. You don't just happen to have that. No, they're together for a reason. The reason why it looks like the Tet AUSETs are doubled here, they're not doubled. It's just that you have to have the Z pillar in between the Tet AUSETs. So where this theme begins and ends and is captured, the next one begins over here. These two aren't doubled. This is another Tet AUSET with the Z pillar. If SHARIKA was to move the camera a little over, here's the Z pillar again right over here. And the same with on this side. The Z pillar would be over here on this side. There it is in the middle. Woo! Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go, everybody. So it is the rays of light as the pillar, and they're seen together. And I'm going to take you now to Inhat Nefer's chair, and here's Inhat Nefer's chair, and this is now in the Metropolitan Museum at session number 36.3.152. And here's the chair. Look at the chair. Boom. See the chair? See that right there? Z pillar, Tet AUSETs. Oh, and who's this in the middle here? Looking towards us. We're going to get to that. There is Z pillar, the pillar that holds up the temple in man. There is the blood that gives birth and protects the man. And he's on top of the chair, right? A buyer type chair. Okay, the chair that represents the protection of the animal itself. Look closely at the bottom of the chair. You're actually going to see animal feet. That's another class. That's another thing. Here it is right here. Tet AUSETs right beside the pillar. Always. Here we go again. More. Blood of Isis and the pillar. Blood of Isis, the pillar. Blood of Isis, the pillar. Blood of Isis, the pillar. Where can we see this image in the museum? Not as a drawing, but as the actual image. Boom! All we have to do is go over to the Brooklyn Museum 37, session number 3725E, A-C, and there is the Tet AUSET with the Z pillar, always together beside each other. Here is the Z pillar. Again, there's the Z pillar, which is pronounced Djed. Djed. Okay? Because the temple is man, that which holds the foundation of Osiris. Temples are pillars representing the light of raw energy resurrecting the body as it's brought back through the protection of the Tet Aset. The other way to spell Djed is Techet, because the letter T and the D are the same. So you can spell it D-J-E-D, or say it D-J-E-D, or T-C-H-A-D. It's the same thing. Djed, Techet. Djed, Techet. Djed is the same thing. One is a hard T, one is a soft. That's why some people say Tua, and some people say Dua. It's the same thing. But guess what the definition of Djed is? So here is the spine, Djed, and you can also spell it as Techet or say Techet. But guess what the definition is? Uh-oh. Techeti. Boom. The pillar. The pillar of Osar. The established one. The Teched. The Djed. The same thing. That is the pillar. Why the temples are composed of the pillars, because the temple is the body and the pillars resurrected up through the Tet Aset. And here's the Chetu. Uh-oh. What is this? Here are the pillars. A building. Hall with pillars. Audience chamber. So the same word for the pillar, Techeti or Techechi, Techetu, is the same word for the building itself, because the building cannot exist without its spine. A man cannot exist unless his spine is resurrected. That's why when you have no courage, they call you spineless. You spineless coward. The building itself is the same as the pillars. The pillars and the building are the same thing. They represent the resurrection of the light of fire that comes out of the body, which is why you see right here the Techet, the two mountains with the fire flame coming out the middle. Here is the structure with the pillars. Here are the pillars, a building hall with pillars, audience chamber. And what would that look like? What would an audience chamber look like? A building with pillars. It would look like the picture that Beged Leisure sent me. Let me get some water. It would be the temple of Osar, because up front it's telling you that the temple can't exist without the pillars being held up by the female energy of menstrual cycle, female orgasm, and contractions. She holds up the male. So the temple is the pillar. That's why the same word for temple, Techetu, is the same word for the pillar, because you can't separate them. If you take the pillars away, the temple falls. So there's the actual picture. Let me see if Maharu's even in the room. If Maharu's in the room, he's the one that sent me this. You see it? I see his member. Absolutely. Absolutely. Freddie Callier says, we are but light to the gods. So who shall shine the brightest? That's right. You see it? She sees the member. That's what it is. And the resurrection. Notice these words have re in front of it. Whenever you have rewind, resurrect, re-erect, redo, reconnect, that's raw in front of it. That's what the re is. Why? Because if you ask anybody what it means to do over again. Rewind means to bring it back, to start again, right? Because Ra was the Kepera. The Kepera is only represented by the Shet, the cow dung, the holy cow that produces the Shet out of the Shet, that produces out of the vagina, the dung, which you call shit today, which rolls around in a circle, representing the sun and the earth moving around. So something going in a revolving, resurrection, rewind, redo is Ra. Ra, and the earth moving around Ra. That's why the Masons put the word Ra in front of all those words. So when you bring the members together to give birth, they call it remember, bringing consciousness back, because that's what all of you are. You all are a manifestation of consciousness. Just remember. There it is, everybody. There it is. There's a picture that Maharu sent. I don't know if he's in the room right now, but if he is, or if he's listening, I know he's loving this. There he is. he says, SABA being ancestors again. That's right. TYET established, which is what? The firm penis to resurrect, to be stable, firm. The min. That's why when a star is called min, he's the firm penis. That the pillars establish the temple, because they're the firm that holds up the temple, the body of man. That's the stable. He's stabilized. Woo-wee! Are you ready, everybody? Let's go. If you all like this, if you're all enjoying this, support the Tutti Pod class. This is what I do for you. In a fever state. Here we go. Are you ready? The same image that the brother who asked this question, Maharu, instinctively thought, but just knew he could trust in me to put it all together. So here is Maharu's intuition of the pillars. He says, pillars are rays of Ra. Ding, 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 ding. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But you just needed Tehuti to bring it together. That's what he sent me. He said, there's my intuition. I still want you to answer though, Tehuti, please, but here's my intuition. Well, there's your intuition. It is the Paset, the rays, the light spine that resurrects out of the body. What is the word and symbols in the MENKHU that spells pillar also? Here it is, everybody. Thes. Tesut. See the pillars there? The 4 pillars of heaven that holds up the sky. What was Auset doing? Holding up the sky. The pillars. So there's the word Thesu, Thes, right there, which is pillars. See it? What significance is this, Tehuti? What about it? Who cares? Who cares if the word pillar is Thesu? How are you going to put this together, Tehuti? How are you going to pseudo this one? Thesut is pillars. Thes, pillar. And because the followers of Ma'at were so beautifully in tune with that male and female energy of the Tet Auset's function to resurrect the light pillar spine of the male was non-separable. Guess what the word for knot is, as in the knot of Isis? It's not just Tet. And the word for girdle, remember in the encyclopedia, Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, it said that the Tet Auset was the girdle. It went around the waist. You all remember that, right? Let me scroll back up. Do you all remember that? So we go all back. We began to the ancient Egyptian Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Shall we go all the way back here where they're explaining the Tet Auset? And they say right here, suggests a girdle. What is the word for girdle? I'll go back to it, you can see. So it's the Tet Auset, it's the girdle, it's around the waist, and it's also a knot. It's also a knot, and it's also girdle. So what does all this mean? So the pillar is Thes. The root of it is Thes, right? Here it is right here. That's the word for the pillar that is in between the 2 knots, Auset and Nebtet, holding up their man, resurrecting. Okay. So there it is, Tess. Okay. So what's the word for pillar? What's the word for knot? So see the Thes pillar. Thes pillar is because the followers of and Thes pillar and because the followers of Thes pillar and because the followers of Ma'at were so beautifully in tune that the male and female energy of the Tet Auset's function to resurrect the light pillar spine of the male was non-separable. Guess what the word for knot is? And girdle. Where the knot was. What's the word, everybody? Tet Auset. But was it just called the Tet Auset? Was it just the Tet? Oh, hold on, it's not sharing. Let me go back, everybody. Sorry. There we go. Boom. And boom. Okay, I showed this already, right? Thesu, it's pillars, right? Thes is pillar, and because the followers of Ma'at were so beautifully in tune that the male and female energy of the Tet Auset's function to resurrect the light pillar spine of the male was non-separable. Male and female energy is non-separable. Guess what the word for knot and girdle is? I don't know if I was sharing what I was sharing, but I'll go back to the Oxford Encyclopedia over here, Oxford Ancient Egyptian Encyclopedia, and they have right here the blood of Isis, form that suggests a girdle because that's where the tie is. It's around the waist, which is the girdle. Okay, so it's the girdle right over. Now it's a little blurry. Oh, it got stuck. Hold on, there it is right there. I'll let it unblur. So girdle. Okay. The girdle of ice holding up and supporting, which is the pillar, and we see the word for pillar is thesut. So what's the word for girdle and knot? Knot, tie. You see right there, the thes, the same word, thes mehu, right? Is also to knot or weave a crown, but thes is not tied together on something like a crown or a garment, bind, corn. The thes meshet, tie on a girdle. Thes. Look at the symbol right here, everybody. Do you see that right there? You see that symbol right there? I wish I could blow it up more. I can't. But you see that symbol right there? Where have we seen that before? Where have we seen that before? That symbol on the blur go out. Boom. That same word thes, that's the word on their waists with the blood flowing down. Thes is what's on Auset and Nebstet's waist that everybody would think this is just some regular tie. It's actually the same word, thes, which is the word for tying a knot, which is the same word for the pillar in which they're supporting. Right there on their waist is actually a Medu Netter word, thes. Right there where I'm moving my mouse over. Look at that. Remember that image right there? Let's go back. Let's go back. There it is right there. That's what they have on their waist to tie a knot. So the knot of ice is the knot with also the same word for the pillar, which is thes. Boom. Thes, the exact same word. One does not exist without the other. Look close now at the knot. Looks on the girdle. Oh, I actually have it over here. There it is. So there's thes right there. There's the knot on the girdle. Boom right there, which is actually the Mednetter word. That is this word right over here. Right there. Thes, which is the same word for knot around the waist of Isis, Tet Auset, and Thes Auset, and also it is the same word for the pillar. Why you see them together. Let's take it even further. Look on page 859. Thes is now the word on the exact same page for spine. So now there's Thes right there on page 859 of the dictionary. There's the same word for the knot right there, the knot of Auset. It's also the Thes, Theset. And over here, it's spine. The exact same word for the Tet Auset is the same word and even shows a spine, because what's along the spine? The 7 chakras, or the 7 mahis, which are held up by the Tet Auset and is along the spine of AUSAR and along every man and woman's spine. That is where the 7 placements are. So guess what else Thes means? Uh-oh. The 7 magical knots. The Thes is also the chakras that protected a man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's what's along their waist. It is the knot. The 7 magical knots in chakra is the same word for the Thes Auset or the Tet Auset, the knot that is around the waist of Auset and Nabtet, which is also the word for the pillar that holds up the temple, because the temple is the temple in man, which is supported by the blood of Auset and the spine, the bioenergetic double that echoes out, the bioenergetic temple, which is the spine, which echoes out the bioenergetic etheric double along the 7 chakras, which is also the Thesu. That's how beautiful the people of Ma'at were, that the same word for backbone is the same word for the tie of Auset, which is the same word for the 7 chakras, which is the same word for spine, which is the same word for pillar. All of them are the exact same word. Boom. Let's take it even further. Look at the knot of Auset closer here. What do you see inside of it? Uh-oh. If you look at the knot of Auset, it has the spine inside of it. Look close. We just didn't notice. Oh my goodness. Boom. Now that I've opened your eyes to this, now let's look at Sharika's video again. Here is the knot of Auset. People see this, they just see the knot of Auset. But now you know to look close and say, wait a minute, there's a spine inside of it. They're interchangeable. The Thes knot is also the Z pillar of AUSAR, because the male and female energy are inseparable and work together to resurrect each man and woman. You see that? Oh my goodness, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Look at the Tet Auset that everybody's been looking at, and there's the spine is right there. It's literally a spine. And you would never have noticed that if you didn't come to this class. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, and I hope that everybody is appreciating this. And I hope that everybody supports the Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I hope you know the difference between what you're seeing here and what you see in these other so-called YouTube channels. Because now I'm going to take you to Sharika's video. I'm going to walk you through the video and slow it down in slow motion. And now when Sharika looks at this video and everybody looks at this video, now they're going to see what's always been there that they never seen before. Hey, the honey jar. Peace, peace, honey jar. How are you? All right. She says, I am. Ready, everybody? Here we go. This is for you. Sharika, can everybody see the screen? Uh-oh. She's in the Nefertari temple. Y'all see that? Look at her waist. Now can you see it? Now can you see it? Look at her waist. What's that on the waist? Do you see the knot, the girdle with the blood coming down? Do you see it now? to the average person that just walks through Kemet, they just say, hey, look at that nice belt. No. Do you see the SESH word? It's a word right there. Do you see it? With the red coming down. So if we see this, what should we see close to it? What should we see? Slow down. Slow down. Uh-oh, what's that, everybody? What's that right there? The pillar? Because where you see the TYET offset, you're going to see the pillar. You see that? Right there. Slow it down. Uh-oh. On the other side, the pillar. There we go. Let's slow it down. Right on either side. You see that? There's the pillar. There's the spine. There's the SESH. There's what holds up the temple. There's what holds up man. There it is. The pillar, the pillar. And as we go back around, the image mirrors on the other side. So if we keep going back around, what do we see? Right there. With the SESH on our waist. And what is this? There is the Z pillar right there where the mouse is moving over. I don't know if you see that. And there's the Ankh and there's the Sa, the other tie, which represents protection. All going around in a mirrored image as we go back around as the image mirrors itself. You see that? So whether you're on this side looking over here, there's the two Zs, pillars mirroring themselves. Boom one, boom two. Back over here, there's the SESH on her waist. And we go back to the beginning. There's the SESH on the waist again. So now you know that's actually a word that the women would wear on their waist. Right there. There's the Z, there's the Ankh, there's the Sa of protection, there is the SESH right there. And of course, wherever you see the SESH, somewhere close, boom, there is the pillar. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast tour. I don't know. I hope. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. Here we go. Because there is the TYET with the pillar inside of it. Indivisible energy. And there is the video, which was SHARIKA's video. And I'm still not done. I'm still not done. Let's go. Let's do the extra Tehuti bonus. Just a little extra here. In Kemet, the followers of MAAT would have a support that supports the head of the quote-unquote sleep before they wake up. How did it look? How do they depict this? Well, we go to the limestone figures in the Penn Museum, 29-75 429, in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, also 1528. And what do we see? We see the naked woman laying down, but there's something raising her head. Her head isn't touching the ground, is it? It isn't touching the bed. There's something under here raising her head. What is raising the woman's head? Guess what would rise, quote unquote, the head of the unconscious to give it support? Uh-oh. There's what's under her head. What is that? The TYET AUSETS. Now taking the form of a pillar as support of the head as the person sleeps, representing keeping them conscious, keeping your head up. You see the TYET AUSET that is now holding the woman's head up right there, boom. And it's the TYET AUSET right there. Boom. The knot of Isis, also called the blood of Isis, in the Brooklyn Museum. Protection was associated with what part of the woman? Oh my gosh, I went off on this one. I did overdose this one, Nana. I think I overdosed this one. I didn't know I was, huh? I didn't know I was going to break down this much. There's more. Oh my gosh, what's associated with the woman? What's protection was associated with? Protection was associated with what part of the woman's body? Legend of the death of HERU, page 181. Even I lack a son? To make an answer for me, my two breasts are full to overflowing, but my body is empty. Mouth wished for that which concerned him. A cistern of water and a stream of inundation was I. So the woman's comparing herself to the stream of water. The child was the desire of my heart, and I longed to protect him. How? I carried him in my womb. I gave birth to him because the womb was the first form of protection in the legend, the death of HERU, page 181. The magical, quote unquote, magical amulet that is associated with the birth and the womb area. What is it called today when you put a spell on someone? What is it called, everybody, when you put a spell on someone? Woo! I went too much on this one. What is it called when you put a spell on someone? What is it called, everybody? Woo! Honey Jar says, watching with the children. Watching with the children and destiny. Peace to the children, peace to destiny. And OFP LLC says, Tehuti, you are the third eye opener. Thank you. Oh, a hex. Very good. So when you put a spell on someone, it's called a hex, right? Oh, Sharika, I went off for you today on this one. I got possessed. I was trying to get out. I was really possessed. I was in fever mode. My temperature change break. Everybody ready? A magic, quote unquote, magical spell amulet that is associated with birth and the womb area. What is it called today when you put a spell on someone? It is called a hex. Here, what is the definition of hex? American English, Pennsylvania German, hexi. Practice witchcraft. Okay, hex. From hag, magic spell. The devil. Hex. So, yes. Hex. Okay. Look at what gender the word hex is associated with. With the woman. From the word hag. A man is never called a hag, you old hag. But hag is hex, so it's a magical spell associated with the woman. Yes, the woman. Look at the root. The root word, the hag, female. So that's associated with the female. Okay? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. So hexa, before vowels and a certain chemical compound, words hex, words forming element, meaning 6. Why would that be? From Greek, hexa, combination of hex, 6. From suex. Why is hex 6? Hexa? The tet onset is the quote unquote magical amulet. What is the meta word for magic? Here's a tet onset, the magical symbol. It is the flax, which makes a ha sound. The flax was used for the Sahu mummy to preserve it, thus representing eternal immortality, and the cha sound, which I already broke down to you, that they associate in Spanish with an X, or a ka sound. Ka, which is also X. The two arms, two hands called the ka, representing the bioenergetic template that forms and strengthens the body. It is the real you that echoes to become the bioenergetic double. That's the cha. It's ha, which is heka. Heka, right? Thus the heka is the eternal unlimited self that is created by a sound vibration creating your ren. Thus correlates with the enchanting magic created by sound frequency, which actually creates all thing, which is heka or hexa, is the ancient word for magic. So what do? The Freemasons steal it, take it, and they make the word hexa. Hexa, which is the word from magic, from hex, which is associated with the female, which now they say is associated with the number 6. Why would hexa be associated with 6? So it tells us that this word for magic, hex, is associated with females. Then it says C6. Why? What is the action that a female must do before she becomes impregnated to have a child? 6, she must have sex. So that's when we look up the word sex, which is from hex, we see the word sex, because that is what must be done in order to have the child. You see the word sex right there? 6 and sex are the same word. So they're associating 6 with hex, and hika, which is magic, and also sexuality. And also when you put a spell on somebody. Boom, hex means 6. The particular side that is female generated. All of this has been right in front of you. I am just here to put your shades on. Watch the movie They Live, so that you can see that we live. And I'm not done. I'm not done. I was done half an hour ago. I answered the question half an hour ago. Let's go, everybody. The womb symbol, now this is where it gets crazy. The womb symbol in the area of contraction, remember the TET AUSET represents contraction, and safe protection, we see the head symbol. Remember, the womb is the original source of safety, because safe is where you put something to preserve it. That's where the baby was, the infant, the child, the fetus, the embryo. He's put, or she's put in the safe space, which is the womb, right? They took the word safe, made savior, that became Jesus. Then when the womb delivers the child, the womb is the deliverer. So Jesus becomes your Lord and Savior, he who delivers us. That was the female womb. Okay, we see the head symbol, the house. Where have we seen or heard that before? The head symbol, the house, the womb symbol. That's the original house. Where do we see it? On the TET AUSET, where the translation in the back that I showed you, the translation in the writing says, Nebtet, that which sustains the house of the womb. Oh, what does a hex actually look like, though? It's called a hexagon. The word gon means an angle. So the word that you focus on is hexa, because gon is just an angle. Octagon, hexagon, pentagon. Hexa is actual word. What does it look like? Oh, it looks like this. What is this? It's a hexagon. What's the significance of that? I have now taught you that the TET AUSET was the magical amulet of the womb for female protection. That which protects you, your savior, keeps you safe for the delivery, so that you can be born in the blood, like the Christians tell you, washed in the blood of the Lamb, for regeneration. And they just stole the word hexa or heka and made it the English word for female magic witch, because it deals with the female, because it's the womb, that which takes place within the girdle area. Now they have a hexa as a shape that is 6 and sex-sided. Guess what the Meta word for protection is, everybody? Where did they get this symbol from? Guess what the Meta word for protection is? Are you ready? Oh, here it is. No, it's just MEAT. Here it is. It's a word for protection. You know, an amulet word for protection. It looks like this. This is a Meta word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Defense, protection. Take refuge in. Ne, like a medicine. Worn to obtain protection. That's a Meta word. When you see this in your school system, just know this is a Meta word, which is a 6-sided object that means protection, that they're calling the heka or hexagon, because it's from Neat, right? Neat, which is also the goddess of protection, with the shield, defense, protection, and you see the 6, the hexa, an amulet, which is a magical protection that they call a hex, that's associated with the female, because the female goddess of protection is Neith, the female protection. Boom! By the way, these circles, these images here, not circles, but these images that I'm going to show you, these are called hex. Here it is, everybody. See the eye that you thought was just the eye of HERU or whatnot? These are actually mathematical equations called hex. They're called hekats. The T makes it feminine, so they're hex. They represent the 6 senses, 6 receptors, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not 5 senses, but 6. 6 senses called the hex, which when you put those 6 senses together, they make up the eye of awareness, and they form the golden mean ratio and the Fibonacci sequence, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89. That's the Fibonacci sequence of expansion, which are seen in what? Flower petals. That is the Fibonacci sequence, and they're called the hexes, which is the golden mean ratio, which is why these mathematical equations that make up the eye of awareness, the consciousness, are expanding in 1 half, 1 quarter, 1 half, 1/8, 1/16, 32. It's expanding in the golden mean ratio, which is side-by-side equation with a Fibonacci sequence. Okay. Boom, everybody. Yes, 6 senses. The stake part, which is this right here, this one right here, it's a stake right there. That's the Tau. That's the S Tau, the Tau that they're calling a cross in Christianity. But when you go look up the cross, it's actually the word S Tau, which is the stake. When they say Jesus was nailed to a cross, it's actually this symbol right here. We'll get into that later, but here is the stake is a sense of touch because you hammer it into the ground, so it represents touching something. The swirl is the Fibonacci, which is wheat, which is growth. You see the swirl right here? That's the expansion of growth because nature grows out, in some cases, in the spiraling Fibonacci of 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34 spiraling. So when you look at the eye, you see the eye in Kemet is the spiral, which represents growth, and there is the stake, which is the sense of touch, and this is the sense of taste because it's the wheat that's growing out. So that's a sense of taste. All these are the 6 senses, not 5 senses. So it's wheat, growth. Now let me take you to the Egyptian language made easy, page 86, to see how to pronounce the swirl symbol on the eye that represents to touch something, and it produces like wheat. How do you pronounce it? On page 86, how do you pronounce something that's growing out in the Fibonacci sequence of growth, which ties into the hex? Well, let's go. Hey, look at this. There's a symbol. In tools number 2, there's the stick, and there's the swirl. How do you pronounce it? Oh, TYET, as in Tet Auset, the blood of Isis. The expansion swirl of growth. This is called the Tet. 2 of the 6 hex senses that give you your awareness shown in the eye. It's called the Tet. That's where you get King Tut and Tut from, the Tet symbol right there. Boom, back to the Brooklyn Museum because there is the Tet, the female symbol of blood, the ability to cause emanation and growth from a person to another person as is protected inside of the womb. The protection symbol, which in Kemet is the hexagon symbol over here. Boom, the Tet is the word for something that touches, then can reproduce. And remember the hex? Because they have to put the 2 symbols together. You see that? The Tet, the sense of touching something, and then it reproduces, the sexual act. The stake, the pillar, the penis that enters into the holy cow or the hallowed place where the blood comes from, touches it, enters it, ejaculates, and then that Tet reproduces emanation or creation. So that's the same word for Tet, and Tet Auset is the pillar, the stake, and also the swirl, the wheat symbol of growth, the sense of touch, and thus something grows after touch, which is the sexual act. Boom, everybody, welcome to the POC class. And remember what the hex looks like? It looks like this today. Remember the hex, everybody? The hex over here? There's the hex. Remember that? Which is a symbol of protection. Remember that? Guess what the meta-netted word for protection is, right? Remember? It is the hexagon that they're calling hexagon today. And what does the woman's supportive womb that resurrects life, pillar of AUSAR, and births out, Tet Auset, births out new life and echoes TET life into the world. What does it actually look like? Anybody actually know what the layers of the womb look like? I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's go to the medical dictionary. Let's go to the medical dictionary and the myometrium. What's the myometrium? Do you see the amount of sources? It doesn't matter if it's Medu Netter. It doesn't matter if the medical dictionary. It doesn't matter if it's the Oxford Egyptian, ancient Egyptian encyclopedia. It doesn't matter if it's a dictionary, the HERU. It doesn't matter if it's science. It doesn't matter if it's quantum physics. All of this blends together to create the story. Now I'm going to take you to the myometrium. Why is Tehuti taking you to the myometrium? What's the myometrium? Oh, we're in the Encyclopedia Dictionary of Medicine, Nursing, and Allied Health, 7th edition, 2003 by Saunders and imprint of L. Severe, all rights reserved. Myometrium. Oh, it's the muscular walls of the uterus. Hey, Nana, does the uterus have anything to do with contractions at all? Is any contraction areas anywhere near the uterus area? Hey, ladies, anything at all? Does the myometrium, the muscular wall, why does it have muscles? Why would your uterus have muscles? Is that to contract or push something? Is that to why do you have muscles around your uterus, the myometrium? Why do you have that? Well, what do the contraction muscles look like? I know there's going to be great donations after this. There got to be. I'm going to go play golf. Here we go. What does it look like? Myometrium, the muscular walls. That's to push and contract, right? Muscular coat of the uterus. You have muscles. Why? What does it look like? Uh-oh. 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 Outer layer. Oh, my goodness. This can't be real. The outer layer fibers, middle fibers, inner layer. What? What are these things here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that the Nehet symbol of protection? Is that the hex? The hexagon? Are you telling me that the inside of the womb all this time that ties into the TET AUSET, the actual muscle fibers that actually cause the contraction and the pushing are the hex symbols naturally formed inside of your body? Boom! Right back to the TET AUSET, the womb protective hex genetically designed in the woman's womb. If you feel those two answers assisted your personal journey in any way or was worth more than what you tipped your last waiter, show reciprocity and support our Cash App, TTMoon, PayPal at RockESV for more information on how to apply the protective ritual. Come to the Medu Netter class this Monday or order it and inquire it at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Otep, I'm done. Oh my goodness, man. I'm gonna put the link in the room for the brothers to come in so I can take my break. This cash I better explode right now. I'm gonna check the Gmails. Let me see the support I got. I'm gonna check the room. Let me check the room and see what everybody thought of those two answers combined, which was actually about 80 answers of information combined. Let me go see what the chat room thought, because I know you all are getting this on all the other YouTube channels, right? Right? This is no? If you all feel that this is unique information and the most Kemetic scientific breakdown, actually using the words of our ancestors, the symbols and everything, breaking it down to modern day science, taking people's tours that they went on, showing that, breaking it down. If you all find this anyhow unique, Please support the Tehuti Pod class. Let me check the room. The Cash App is Cash App TT Amun. The PayPal is Rocky SV. Right here. Brothers, jump in the room so I can take my little. It's 9:30. And I got more to break down. It's 9:30. Brothers, jump in the room so I can take my break for a moment. Let me look and see what the people thought. What do they think of the breakdown? We have Figure Kepra saying, extraordinary breakdown, Saba Tehuti. Angela says, magnificent, Saba. Rigo says, no, sir. I am not getting this information anywhere else. Yeet TT says, that was fire, Colombo Tehuti. He remembers a Colombo. OFP says, wow. 90 Cent Mer put bombs. Yeet TT said, well, damn. Rigo says, that is incredible. All right, team, jump in the room. Here's the link right here. Jump in the room so I can take my break. And I'll be back. I want to get to the next question, but let me see. Okay, let me go check. How long is this? 2 answers. Well, at least I knocked out 2 answers. So 1 hour and 28 minutes. So at least that's 1 hour and 28 minutes of 2 answers. What's an hour and 28 minutes divided by 2? Whatever that is. That was 2 answers. How did y'all brothers like that?
Yo. Peace. Go ahead, Ataf. Go ahead.
Hey, nah, brother, go ahead. I'll be hogging the mic, brother. Go ahead. That's excellent.
That was above a PhD class. That was a master's class right there. Highest level of teaching I've ever witnessed. No competition. Top tier. Excellent. Perfection. Beautiful. That's it.
Saba, I say it's getting spooky for them out there because your catalog getting too deep. It's too deep, Saba. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not even a contest though. For real, it's not a contest. It's no competition, right? It's absolutely no competition. You know what? I wish they would just I wish people would just get real with themselves, because the truth don't get old. It's the lie. I'm tired of the lie. I'm tired of the lies. So to get the truth like this is very nourishing. So 2 off for that. Excellent breakdown. Excellent, Saba.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. The best bet is for them to make me invisible. That's why they pretend that the things that happened with me didn't exist. There's a hottie. Things that happened with me didn't exist is to make me invisible. It's the best way to fight Tehuti is to ignore him. My debates are not mentioned. I'm undefeated in certain places and I'm never mentioned.
Catalog too deep though.
Is to eliminate me. I was just telling my goddess this, and I want you to think. Over on other channels, you got the brother Jabari. He's called the Floyd Mayweather. You got the good brother Chris Harris. Shout out to you. He's called the Tank Abbott. Sonetter's called the Don King. Shout out to all of that. But I thought the job of the priest was to read to the people. Why would you want to be compared to somebody who can't read? I've heard Floyd Mayweather say it himself. He has problems reading. Why would that be the person that you are? Why wouldn't you be Eminem Opie? Why wouldn't you be the modern day Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben? Why would you be the Floyd Mayweather? That's an insultive name for a priest. Do you think you could go back 1200 BC to the Kemetic priest and say, you're Floyd Mayweather? Who's Floyd Mayweather? He's a person that fights and beats people up, and he has some speech impediment sometime and he can't really read. That's you, Eminem Opie. That's you, Ptah Hotep. You're Floyd Mayweather. Why would you be a Kemetic priest being compared to Floyd Mayweather and not compared to teaching as a Kemetic priest? If you're a Kemetic priest, then shouldn't the focus be teaching Kemet? So you should be compared to other teachers, not violent fighters, unless your focus is just to fight. With that, I'll be back. Peace and love. Support.
Hotep, good brothers, how y'all doing? Peace and love. You see, I'm not getting the truth like that. Y'all see how he just dropped that gem on us and then just poof? Y'all see what's going on in the chat. Catalog too deep. Peace and love, Ahati. Peace and love, Ani. Peace and love, MENKHU. I'm not going to hog the mic, brother.
Peace. Peace and love, mic check.
Mic check, you good, brother. Nah, you excellent, brother.
All right, peace and love, good brothers. Yeah, we say this every single week. MEDU Monday class. If you're not in it, you know, I don't understand. This is it's absolutely beautiful. What the ancient Kemetians brought forth, and if you really truly want to understand, overstand on any type of level to think like they did, we have to really study what they brought forth. And as SABA Tehuti masterfully brings forth and breaks down for us is how these things are so connected, and how it translates into what we utilize today. So flawless, absolutely beautiful. It's never not mind-blowing. I can say that it's phenomenal. So Tua SABA Tehuti for that excellent breakdown. And you're on fire right now. You get in that flow state, that neo flow mode, where it's just get out the way. So shout out to you, shout out to the chat, everyone who's here in the chat, who appreciates this information. And we definitely have some of the greatest supporters online. So shout out to every one of you who recognize this and see that this isn't what's called normal. This isn't everyday information. This is very special. We're in a very special time where we're able to receive this type of information here and utilize this to within our everyday lives and update our consciousness. So to everyone who supports. Peace and love to you all. Peace and love to the good brothers, and peace and love to you, great brother Hati Ma'at. And I'll let you speak, good brother.
Peace, everybody. Peace, Ani. I was just getting ready to drop a link for Sunday in the chat. Peace to the chat. Henu Ma'at, Henu SABA Tehuti, Henu to MENKHU victory. Because that's what these brothers up here and me, that's what we're about. We're about victory. You just saw, I love that teaching, man. Actually, I love Saba's teachings because almost a decade into this, I've been looking for that picture, Saba, with the hexagon in the womb. I've been looking, man. One day I spent 4 hours looking for that, man. My head was all pounding. It was all hot. And I just had to back up. I said, you know what? It'll come. It'll come one day. It's not going to come today, but it will come one day. And I had no idea you're teaching this tonight. And I've been looking for that picture that you posted at the end, and it came. And that's the gifts that Saba brings to us. That's how this works. If we just take a back seat, we follow his lead, and what we want will come to us. And especially for the sisters, that was specifically given to you as a gift from SHARIKA, and to you. And a lot of you sisters can really bite off of that and use it as an asset for you. And just to touch a little bit on what Saba was saying with these other brothers, to be honest with me, I know Saba's into it. I ain't into that, man. It's just to me, they're weak. The amount of information that not only Saba, but all of us on this panel drop, even MENKHU, If you haven't checked out MENKHU's presentation from last Sunday, it's archived on our website. You can also find it at Teachings of MAAT YouTube channel. I dropped a link in the chat for you to easily go over there and check it out. Even MENKHU is dropping stuff for not only us here, but for future generations. That's how we operate here. We operate on a selfless type of system where everybody can come on for the ride and eat, even if somebody's supplying the money for gas, you know? And that's what I love about it. But when you go to these other channels, it's just they're children. I don't have time for that anymore. They're just, it's weak, it's childish. It's fun for entertainment wise, but I can't entertain myself with better things. And just a blatant disrespect of SABA. Just a blatant disrespect of him and not recognizing his greatness and not recognizing that, in my opinion, he is the one. He is the one teacher that is bold enough to come out here and bring our minds back to Ma'at, but not only that, to expose the Tomahawk's rampant deception and lies that are constantly being reiterated over and over daily. And you saw today with the TET AUSET or the ISIS knots. And that's what really keeps me coming back here is that, like I said before, he's never lied to me. I was just looking for a brother that wasn't going to lie to me. And if he didn't know something, he actually tells you he doesn't know. That spoke more to me more than anything he could have taught me from the MERI Netter, from our culture, from our history. In the beginning, I just needed a brother that wasn't going to BS me and waste my time. And SABA is definitely not about wasting time. A lot of you know that now. And us on the panel, we're not about wasting time either. And we're here to provide a service to you that's unique, that's one of a kind, and that's strictly based on the ancestral teachings that can put you in a mind state, if you use your imagination, can put you in a mind state that actually places you back into the lifestyle of how our ancestors used to live. And I don't know anybody else, whether it's YouTube in the real world out here, I guess you can call it real, whatever. I don't know anybody else that's teaching like that. I just know they're teaching from a historical standpoint, and a lot of that stuff becomes cut and dry, you know? And but the way we teach over here, we all have, somebody told me the other day that all of us here on the panel, including SABA, we each have our own different style of teaching, which makes it enjoyable and entertaining in its own way. So you see, we can go over there and get the quick, emotional, instant gratification entertainment, or we can come over here and you get different types of personalities on this panel that are all essentially merging into the same precipice or point, which is Ma'at. And to me, that is a priceless teaching. That's why in the beginning, I was literally homeless. I know I go over this all the time, but this is for the people out there that are suffering. Because there's people that are watching this right now that are scared to say what situation they're going through. I'm here to tell you it's okay. You are safe. I'm here because I took a chance. I took a risk, and SABA took a risk as well because he didn't know anything about me. And I took what he taught me and threw it in the trash. But I didn't. I did the opposite. Every little scrap, penny, nickel, dollar, food, anything that was valuable to him, somehow I was creating it and was able to give it to him. So if you have anything within you that resonates with the teachings of Ma'at and resonates with the teachings that you heard from SABA tonight, please come forth. If you can't come forth with money, it doesn't have to be money, come forth, just acknowledge him. Tell him, people post in the chat here that they're grateful and that they're appreciative. You could do that too. He loves that too. But just let him know that his time isn't being wasted. So the rest of us that are putting in the work, putting in the time, putting in the effort, can continue to have these teachings for a long time. Personally, I want these teachings for eternity. I don't know about anybody else on the panel, but I want to go off with SABA into the Netter Kirk, coasting, beat up with Osiris, really start chopping it up, and keep the business flowing, as they say. That's all I got. MENKHU?
The definition for me of a holy day just changed. SABA just gave us a very sacred teaching. It was very powerful. Jewel after jewel, after dime, healing after healing. He's just the level of teaching. There is no word I have that can describe how amazing he teaches. Not only is he giving you the visual, not only does he have the knowledge, he's giving you the visual, and his delivery is flawless so that you can actually metabolize what he is saying. The level of clarity that he is breaking down something so complex is divine. It's literally the best type of style of teaching you could get. He's got various styles of teaching. When he debates, he's using the snake style. He can mix up his styles like a true master. He is the definition of a master teacher, because you can actually learn from what he is teaching. And so Tua to Saba, hail to you brothers on the panel, and I will pass to Ani.
Yeah, that was beautiful how you put that, brother MENKHU and Ahati. Yeah, this is I definitely would love for this to continue forever. Take this into the next realms, because this is what this is for, right? You know, to prepare just for that. You know, this isn't just for entertainment, though it is entertaining. This is for to actually utilize, and that's the beautiful part about it. I love that image, that artifact he showed of the support headrest that's being supported by the TET AUSET. You know, it's that's another thing that I love about the ancient ancestors, is how they incorporated the metanetter into their just everyday artifacts that they use, their musical instruments, everything. It's just flawless and it's beautiful. And Saba Tehuti does an excellent job of bringing forth this information, and he's teaching so many different things at one time, to showcase not only answering the question, but he's doing so many things at one time, to be able to, for us to be able to utilize this information, and it's beautiful. I see a brother in the back, Nahum. I don't see you on camera, good brother. If come on camera, I'll add you to the stream. There you are. Peace, good brother. Nahum.
What's going on?
How's it going? How you feeling?
I'm doing good. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah,
Yes,
peace,
we can
good
hear
brother.
you.
What did you think of those teachings?
It was wonderful, man. I had already knew it was gonna, when he brought up the blessed part, I kind of knew where it was going. I was like, oh, the blood, and then how bless also means praise and worship. And what I also found was pretty interesting was the knot symbol, how it also kind of looked like little people. I liked how that, like, they kind of incorporated that. I don't know if they meant to incorporate that in there, but it kind of looked like two people were surrounding the pillar, like, already, like, even though you didn't have that understanding that it might be Nebtet and Auset if you were to just look at it for face value. What else? Yeah, I don't know. I just get so lost in it when he starts talking. Like, I be picking up my books, I be turning to the pages and stuff, and I be flipping back and forth. And I wish I could get more good at taking notes. I gotta get better at taking notes, but once he starts going off, I just start looking at the book and just start cross-referencing stuff. And I like it because after he gets done with the lesson, things that I go back and I see, like images, papyruses, I start to be able to familiarize and see like, oh, there goes that thing that he pointed out. And then I actually start being able to know the story that might be going on behind what I might be seeing. Like, for example, what's behind a hati. Like, if I were to just come across that one day and look at it, like I can actually start to piece things out of it and read it kinda. And before, there were other teachers that brought me into like Kemet and the MENKHU netter, but it was never to the point where I could go and look at something and then be able to start kind of like understanding it myself. It was always like people just kind of gave their commentary and never went to the MENKHU netter to show it, link down what the definitions are, and give how just one glyph itself actually has like a whole breakdown of understanding, to where when you understand the whole glyph and then you read 4 glyphs together, you get like such a, I don't even know what to describe it as, man. Like, you end up reading like almost a whole paragraph in one, or like 3 glyphs, 4 glyphs. And it really expands your knowledge on it. And I feel like when you start to get on those levels, it starts to kind of reach into your cells, almost like your body starts activating to it, and like your spirit starts really speaking with it. And yeah, man, that's why I'm just here, man. Since I want to say I really started studying like 2019, didn't start seeing SABA until I want to say 2021. And I've learned more from 2021 till this point than from the time I started like in 2019. And I had, what is that, 2019, 2020, 2021, that's 3 years. So 3 years before I ever met Tehuti, I was kind of studying Kemet. But after I met Tehuti, I immediately started being able to read MENKHU netter. I immediately started being able to feel the energy from chanting utterances. Like, things started showing up in my upeshes like more than ever. Like, it just changed. I don't know what it is, man, but he carries the energy to unlock you. But I will say you do got to be ready for it, because I speak stuff to people all the time. I show them his videos, but you can see some people, they're not ready to wake up out the matrix, or they don't want to eat. They don't want to wake up out the matrix. Like that one guy, I think it was in the first matrix and then the second matrix. It was the dude that was selling out Neo and selling out everybody. When he met up with Agent Smith, he was like cutting down the steak, and Agent Smith was like, "Why are you even doing this?" And like, he told Agent Smith, he was like, "I know this steak is fake, but my brain is telling me it's juicy." And there's just those people, like, they just love the idea of everything being juicy, but it's fake. They know it's fake, but they just like the sensation of it. I'm not here for that. I feel like I got enough for that when I was a teenager. Like, I'm done with the fake eating the steak. I'm trying to unplug.
Yes, sir. All right, everybody, we're gonna. That is beautiful. Thank you, brothers, for those words. We're gonna get into the donation section, and then we're gonna get into the next question. I wonder if Sharika fell asleep to the answer. That was for her. Maybe she fell asleep. I was waiting for her to come to the panel.
She's on a different time. She's got a time difference. So.
Yeah, she's in the same time zone as Matt, daughter of Ray. They both live in the same area. Yeah, she's in Canada. Yeah, she's in that time zone. So maybe she fell asleep, but we'll see. I'm gonna give let's go ahead and get into this. It's already 10 o'clock, and I want to go ahead and give a shout out, Kemet 101. Says, what do you say? Tehuti's teaching style is similar to decomposition, breaking complex topics. Mutton steak down, basically the baby food for all the babies of Ma'at. Thank you. Yes. And one last thing, we have Hotep to everyone, this conscious conqueror. Hotep to everyone. I just want to say that Jabari Osaze was saying he would debate Tehuti again. That would be fire. I just wanted to correct something there. Thank you, though, brother. Jabari Osaze actually never said that. If somebody could send me a clip with Jabari saying that he'll debate me again, I would personally like to see that. Maybe it's a video I didn't see, but Jabari actually never said he would debate me again. Jabari psyops that he never debated me in the first place. Does everybody remember him saying that? He never debated me at all. That's what my introduction. So Conscious Conqueror, go back and watch the introduction to the Tuesday podcast. You'll see where Jabari said he never debated me actually at all. So if he says he'll debate me again, then that means he debated me the first time, and that's what the whole controversy is he's actually trying to erase from history that he debated me. So that it never happened. Because if it happened and I won, then what would that make me? What would that make me, everybody? If I beat Jabari over on there, what would that make me? That wouldn't make me the champion, right?
Champion.
That wouldn't make me this. I wouldn't they wouldn't send this to me. I wouldn't get this, would I? I wouldn't get this because I'm a loser. So
yeah, you gotta give us a WWF
slogan or something. I wouldn't have for those who support me and sent this as a support, the champion belt of the 2T Pod class. Thank you very much and love you. But according to their reality, I never debated. So I'm just gonna toss this. We don't need that. And one day maybe I'll earn my way up to debating the belt because I didn't debate Jabari, so I don't deserve that belt that I got. So so yeah, he said he never debated me. So that's crazy psyops. But anyway, so one day I'll show everybody this. This is actually a beautiful. Actually, I'll show everybody now. This is a beautiful. Is it upside down? Yes. This is something beautiful that I received, and I'm not going to say from where. I may say later, but this is something very beautiful that I received. It's a championship belt for the winner, undisputed winner. Heavy leather and very, very beautiful. Thank you very much. And one day I'll say where that actually came from. But that, that's what he said. But anyways, let's go. Conscious Conqueror said you are right. He never admitted to lose the debate. But the last time you all talked on Sonetter, he was saying in his own way he will officially debate you. No, he never said. He never admitted to losing. He says he never debated me. There's no official, unless somebody can give me a clip on Sonetter. We have unofficial debates on Sonetter. Ahati, is there official and unofficial debates? I don't know when that word got placed in before a debate. Does anybody remember that?
Jabari lying.
Yeah, just say Jabari's lying. In Sonetter, we don't have unofficial or official. We just have debates. There's no, and the unofficial debate is Tuesday, and the official debate, we don't have that. He said that he never debated me. He used the word officially, adding a term to Sonetter's vocabulary that has never been said since Sonetter has ever existed. There's never been. If somebody could send me a link to one unofficial debate, I will definitely send them $1,000 cash app where somebody won an unofficial debate. So he's never debated me, so I will never debate him again, and I won't give him the rematch. They asked me for the rematch, and I actually refused it because he's a dishonest person. So if he's not honest, I've already done my job, and that was it. So no, he won't. He has never debated me, according to him, and so that is over. I won something. Okay, but anyways, let's get into the donations here. Let me get into the beautiful monster donation. This one is for something private, but I'm going to show it on the screen. showing on the screen right here, and then I'm going to get into the questions. So I'm seeing this is a very good monster debate. Shout out to this brother here. But outside of this, I'm not really seeing any big donations so far. Maybe as the next question goes on, they'll start to come in. So shout out, give this man some noise. This is Bijan Farrow, who actually asked a personal question. So this question, you all will not hear this answer. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. Appreciate you, my good brother. You are a good supporter, and I really do appreciate you. And yes, we will get into that because we have something to solve with the good brother. So the answer to this question probably won't be aired. This is something that wherever I answer this won't be aired. So shout out to you, though, brother, for the support and sending the donation to the Tehuti pod class. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and put this as the first donation here. We're gonna go put this as one. I'll put it as Bijan. So we gotta stop. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror. We gotta stop babying these adults. We gotta stop saying, "Well, Jabari asked in his own way." No, Jabari lied. There was no asking his own way. There was no unofficial official. He's just a lying individual. He just is an open liar, and that's really all there is to it. And I'm removing myself from that that energy. So that's all there is. But shout out to and thank you, Conscious Conqueror. Appreciate that. Shout out to this brother right here for the great support. Let me move on. I'm going to give a couple more, then we're going to get in. I want to know if Sharika's here. If she's here, if she's not here, maybe I'll skip that next question that she sent in. It was about BESS. Okay, shout out to who else is here? Who else is here? Oh, shout out to the supporters of the supporter of the shirt purchases. I got this from Scribe Annie. Oh, from Stephen Escalar. Shout out to Stephen Escalar, everybody. I want to show everybody that we hold on. Shout out to Stephen Escalar. Is that on the screen right there?
Yes.
Yes, $15 for the support and getting a shirt. Shout out Stephen E. Appreciate you. You are awesome and fabulous. Appreciate you very much. Let me go ahead and put that in as for support for a shirt. Oh, what happened? No, undo. No. Where'd it go? Is that still on the screen, Atef?
Yes, it's still on the screen, Saba.
Okay, put that for 2 shirt. Appreciate you, good brother.
You guys hear me?
Who's that?
Hello?
Sound like
Sharika.
Yes.
That's the sister.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sharika is now on the screen. Was looking at the screen. Hey, Sharika, what'd you think of your answer? I lost 2 pounds.
That's
I lost 2 pounds.
that put me in a trance state. That's incredible on so many levels.
Hold on, let me get this
I
off
kind
the
of
screen so we can see.
yeah. Like I thought I passed out. I kind of went out and was getting flashbacks and a lot of things just from what you broke down. As a goddess myself in the making, like we need that. You know, we need that to know, like, and I do want to actually get a TYET tattooed on me, but to know, like, within the walls of my room, like, that amulet is there, like, for us women, like, that's so powerful and that's so important. And just how it's glossed over. And imagine, like, everybody, how many times have we said bless in our life? And now every time I say bless, I already know that's AUSET. I know that's the TYET. I know that's connected to the spine and raising up. Like, you can't, there's not enough I can give. There's not enough any of us can give to restore that. Like, we wouldn't have known, you know? And that's why I say to anybody, like, that question I had in Kemet, it's beautiful how it manifested now, but to anybody in the chat, like if you're having those questions, there could be a million other TYETs in the MENKHU nature that SABA can reveal to us, but it all comes from us asking those questions and following through and participating. So, and I know this means something as well, but so thankful to that. That's not even an answer. I can't even, answer's not a proper word. It's not. So
this is not even an answer. Thank you. Glad you appreciate Sharika. You look overwhelmed. I'm not done with you yet. I'm not done with you. You stay right there. I'm not done with you because after this you sent in another question. I'm about to tackle that one too. So get ready to get tranced out again.
all for it.
Wonderful. Okay, so that was Stephen E for the donation there. We have here's a small one, but this brother here, he gives a bunch of small ones, and I want this brother Nook Panook to elaborate on something for me. He sent me a question. He was asking, is Ma'at and Tai Chi Qigong? And I want him to send me an email. Put my email on the screen for him, Scribe, please. Put my email on the screen for the brother Nook Panook.
It is up, Sal.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so this brother here, he gives a lot of small donations at a time, and so he gives 333. He'll give 444, and this one here is and then he gave 19. He breaks them up. Oh, come on! But he asked this question about is Ma'at and Tai Chi Gong. So I need to know what he means by that because did he find the? I need some clarity on that. So if you're hearing me, good brother Nook Panook, give me some clarity on that question that you asked. Is Ma'at and Tai Chi Gong? Because we know Ma'at means to examine. We know it means the truth, and then there's actually teachings of Ma'at from the scribes. You're asking, are there teachings in the teachings of Tai Chi, or is it used for Tai Chi? But this brother here, $3.33. Shout out to Nook Panook, who sends a bunch of little ones, but they do all add up. So boom, and on to the next one. Harriet, the Underground Railroad. I don't know. It's gonna be crazy. Shout out to who is this? Oh, is this SHAIT? Shout out to SHAIT with some of you guys can see that on the screen.
Yes.
You guys can see all that? You can see all that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, she said okay, this one I won't really give a long answer to. There's no real long answer to this, or no real long breakdown to this. She said, is a tarot card, maybe I'll give a little more a little later, but it's $5, and it's for did High Priestess in Kemet use tarot cards? And the answer is simply no. You're talking about something from the early 1700s that was in Italy, derived in Italy. It has Italian origin. There's not one mention of anyone in Kemet using any kind of cards at all to predict anybody's future or do any kind of card reading. Definitely not from any French or Italian word tarot. There's no meta-netter word for it. There's no meta-netter description of it. There's no priestess that's ever mentioned it. It's nowhere in the HERU. It's nowhere in any of the history. So the answer is just simply, without a big breakdown, it's simply no. If you want a little breakdown on the history of tarot, I can give that. But as far as did the High Priestess in Kemet use tarot cards, absolutely not. Tarot cards wasn't even developed until the Italians and French developed them, and there was literally nothing even similar to them found anywhere in archaeology in Kemet. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. If you want to know more about the origin of tarot cards, I can get into that. But for that answer, that question right there is not really doesn't really take a big breakdown, really. But shout out to Shout out to SHAIT for asking that. Let's whiz through a couple of these because I want to get the freedom question. And shout out to Raw Minerals, who's right on the screen right now. Nice donation, nice support. Shout out to you, Raw Minerals, who's on the screen as Nahum. And he put question in the Gmail. Can you all see that? Give him some noise. Give him some noise, please. If it's on the screen.
SABA, the screen isn't sharing.
Okay, let me fix that. Thank you so much. Let me share screen. Share screen. Windows. Shout out to $20 from the good brother. Give him some noise. Question in the Gmail. Question in the Gmail. Shout out to you, good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And there's the question right there, which is, can you shed light on where using an egg to cleanse someone of negative energy or hexes? Interesting. Hexes come from, I know the egg is used as a vessel for negative energy to take root in. But what group of people came upon this? I hear voodoo a lot, but when I hear that word, I feel it's a poor representation. Thank you for all you do. P.S. I saw you in one of my recent Upesh dreams. We were sitting at a table in an auditorium. I think he actually said this on the panel. Like setting, and you were doing something with a deck of cards, putting some face up and some facing down. I don't know what happened after because I ended up transitioning into a different Upesh realm, but I say all that to say you finally made it to the depths of my subconscious. Very nice. Shout out to one of the greatest teachers of the modern times, and he gave all these symbols. Thank you very much, my good brother. Appreciate your appreciation, and thank you for the support. One moment here, hold on a second. Thank you for the support, good brother Nahum. I'm going to put you in the files here as a question. Put it as a 6 question. Nahum, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then also, where'd Nahum go? One moment, everybody. Nahum, shout out to you. I'm going to put the put your donation in the file with your question. You have some really good questions, and I noticed something about you, brother Nahum, is that your questions mainly deal a lot with rituals and practices, and I like that, rituals, practices, and things that you can apply. I'm gonna go 6. Nahum. Okay, boom, there you go. All right, next one up here. We're gonna do a couple more and then get into the, where are the big monster donators? Where are the people? Where are they? Let me scroll through and look and see if I'm missing anybody. We got oh, let me show everybody an example. Harassed it for ye culture. So this is an example. Go ahead and put my email on the board there, scribe, for us, please. This is an example when I said in my answer that I'm going to break down to you the rest in metanator class. Here's an example that even if you missed the class, like harassed it for ye culture, you can, is that showing up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Harassed it for ye culture. Sent $40 for 2 missed classes. So shout out to you. Appreciate the support. So even if you missed the metanator class, you can always still order the metanator class. So shout out to you and appreciate the great support. Harassed did for ye culture with a wonderful, beautiful daughter. Your daughter is absolutely beautiful. And not only did she send that, oh, so give her some noise for that. Give her some noise for that because she actually sent me. And then on top of the 40, Harass sent another 472. She likes the number 4. Is that shown on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes.
So $40 and 472 for Harassed It For You Culture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to show the Harassed It For You Culture $40 one more time, and give her some noise again while I actually took it down to the screen too early. I want to make sure she gets her props for that. Where does she go? Harassed It For You Culture. Here it is. Harassed It For You Culture for 2 meta classes. You all should do what the brother Atef says, which is come join us. Give her some noise again. Come join us. Come join us.
Come join us.
Very much. Go ahead and say it, Atef.
Come join us.
Come join us. And shout out to okay, so I got a message from I'm getting PayPal emails. It seems to be working fine now. Okay, so our PayPal is working, coming through. And we got Primordial Thoughts shooting $20 for no reason. Not to support. I don't know what just no reason. Thank you for the support. And is that shown on the screen right there?
Yes,
There's no reason not to support. Oh, no extra word. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Atef. When you said it made sense to me. So it's no reason not to support, not no reason and not to support. So thank you. You it made sense when you said it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Come join us. Oh man, we got a question from Sharika on BESS and HERU. Scribe and Hati, I don't think you were there, but Scribe, MENKHU and Atef, you all are going to really appreciate what you're going to see with the way that I answered Sharika's question, because remember in the MENKHU class I explained the choose your own adventure technique style that I do. The choose your own adventure, where there's different answers. So you're going to see me break down BESS from the answer that you remember me teaching you, and then you're going to see it turn into something else, and then go back to end the last answer. Wait till you see this.
I feel like I gotta buckle up.
Get your set buckle. It's called the buckle of ice.
Still going on.
What do you think? Yeah. Yeah, the buckle of ices. Yeah. I'll check my HERU. There was some glitches with PayPal. PayPal themselves sent me a message. I don't know. I'll go ahead and check and see. I appreciate the support. Did you send it? You sent it tonight?
I sent support PayPal to SABA, so if you don't see mine, it's definitely acting up.
Okay, let me refresh this and see. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing a lot of support. The PayPal's. There was a little
HERU
block
say
on
yes,
PayPal.
he sent it today.
Let me see what
He
this is here.
Sent it today.
Okay, good. I see. So I see yours. I'm gonna put that on the screenshot to you, good brother. Atef. I'm gonna do this and look for his, and then get into the answer. So is that on the screen right there showing?
No, and OFP said he sent PayPal too.
Okay. So bear with us, everyone who sent PayPal. Thank you for the hearts. SHAIT, thank you for the hearts. Okay, I'm gonna see what's going on here, because it does seem like there was not a lot of support given tonight, but maybe it is people that sent PayPal. Oh. Let me fix something, everybody. Let me sorry. Let me fix something here. It's supposed to be Jermaine Hammond. Here we go. All right, everybody. Get ready to give some noise to the good brother, the great supporter who's on the panel right now, who is known as Atef, formerly known as Jermaine Hammond. If this is right, let me see. Is it on the... There we go. Shout out to you, my good brother, Jazzy K. Shout out to you, my good brethren. Shout out to you. OFP, are you David Reed or David Lee? I have one from a David Reed, I think. I did get one from a David Reed or David Lee. I don't know if that's two. Let me go see what's going on with the technical difficulties with PayPal. So let me see whose PayPal this is. Begin Leisure. I found you. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. This is the last one I'm going to do until I answer the next question. So here, I found you, Begin Leisure. We found you. So everybody show your support, because it doesn't look like a lot of support so far tonight, but I know you will after the Underground Railroad. Boom, Begin Leisure. And that is, we're going to call him Beged. Beged leads donation to ASABA. Natiru are us all interconnected to everything is magic. Heka existence. That's why it works in nature of everything that we are all in. And you explain not what I wanted to know. Wow. Oh, there's a lot of coding in this. A lot of stuff going on right here. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna actually save this under a different title now that I see that. I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna put extra Heka. Thank you. Thank you for giving me an extra tip for explaining what you did not want to know. All right, everybody. Oh, David Reed. I do think I have you, David Reed. Let me look one more time. I do believe that I have a David Reed in here. Let me go down, down, down. Owen Hythe. Who's this? Lamonte. Netter Unk. Nito Campbell. I don't see. Oh, David Reed PayPal, but here it is. Got you. I got you. It had to be sent to me manually. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and show this. So it came in a strange kind of way because it had to be manually sent to me. But this is it right here. Is that on the screen? PayPal you received from David Reed. Is that on the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, it's showing.
Okay, thank you. So David Reed, I had to get it like that. It didn't show up normally. That is the last donation I'm going to give until I get into the answer now. Let's get into the answer for the next question that's asked here at the Tehuti pod class. It's about to be extremely full circle. Let's go. All right, got you, David Reed. I have you. So again, give the sister Sharika. We're going to give her some noise again because she sent back to back. Back to back. And this one is, what's this one here? It was oh. Oh my goodness. I don't even see the question. Wait a minute. Where's the question? It was about BESS. Questions need to be answered. Where's Sharika? This one here is this is an offering for the Nehesi, Sharika. What's this one? May 5th. This one is, let's see this one here. The individuals have, all individuals have on earth have souls. Oh my goodness. Gosh. And what's this one? Is this it? Let's see if this is it. Yes, it is. Oh, here's the question that I came across, and I'm going to put it on the screen. Brothers are going to give you some noise, and then I'm going to answer this question. So let me go ahead and put this on the screen here. And we're going to go paste. And let me see if I have the BESS. BESS. Oh, yes. I'm having some cute. Okay, here we go. We got it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen. Sharika asked the question. And that is from May 5th, actually. And I finally got to it. And I'm going to put it on the screen. Give her some noise, brothers. Look at the amount sent. Monster supportive donations. Tell me if that's on the screen. If it's not, I'll go like this. Click, click, and Windows, click. And is this it? Okay, here we go. Shout out to Sharika. Give her some noise. This should be it right here. Give her some noise, gentlemen. Wow. Sharika. Question. Answers. Question. The ancestors do nothing by accident. Why on the temple and tomb walls are the faces of the Naturats predominantly side profiled? That's one question. Okay. What significance do BESS and HERU carry? Because they are the only ones I know whose full profile we see. $44.41 coming from the serious, the dedicated Sharika. Beautiful question, and I want everybody to know. See to take on Mamba, put her in there. You can just set her in there. Or if you want to hold her, you can. She'll just sit with you. She'll be warm. You'll notice this for all the people out there that are the Tehuti pod class. You can ask questions about what the ancestors teach. That's the difference. That's the main difference. There is literally, and I'm sure, I don't know if Sharika or people realize this, but like Ahati was saying, there's nobody today, including the Kemetic priest, Jabari, and all the other people, there's nobody teaching what the Kemetians believed in that they also believe in. Not teaching what's wrong with the Hebrews, not teaching the Thanksgiving for us, not teaching the biblical contradictions, but teaching what did the Kemetians teach that you teach. What's the spiritual teachings? When do you open up the Purim HERU and teach it and say, this is also what I believe? We need more of that because we've run out of teachers, anybody who actually believes in what the Kemetians taught. I don't think that anybody on YouTube right now teaches and believes what the Kemetians taught. Maybe Muta Ashby. Uh-oh, this went out. But we need to teach, what did the Kemetians teach? Why is the face facing us? Go onto those channels and ask the Kemetic priest that. Ask those brothers that. Say, excuse me, I don't want to know what's wrong with the Bible. Can you tell me why BESS is facing us and why all the other images are sideways? I don't want to know what's wrong with the Bible. I don't want to know what's stolen from Kemet. I want to know Jesus was HERU. I want to know, what did the Kemetians teach on this right here? From the papyri, from the images. And watch your people that say they teach Kemet really realize, you'll start to realize they don't teach Kemet. Go on that channel and look for those people with shows teaching Kemet. Not tearing anybody down, not talking about Queen Elizabeth. Teaching what the Kemetians teach. Because I know if I went back 3,000 years ago and met a Kemetic priest, he would be teaching me what the Kemetic priests teach about what Kemet is. Let's get into it, everybody. Shout out YEET says great inquiry. Absolutely. Go on there and send. My dream, I told my goddesses, is for all of us to be on a panel and these questions sent in, and we all have 10 minutes to answer it. All of your favorite YouTube teachers, all those guys. And Sharika says, I have a question I'm going to send in the Cash App. Hey, why on the temple walls of the Nitiru facing this way, but yet only BESS and HERU are facing? Your turn, go. Your turn, go. Your turn, go. Tehuti's turn, go. And then you will truly see. You'll really start to see and appreciate what it is that you have here. And I haven't talked about a Hebrew yet. So let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Peace to Dominique Marino. Shout out to you. Sharika, exactly. Thanks for the last questions. People are thanking you, Sharika, for the question. Wonderful. For the last question. Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get into this one and circle back, and you're going to see something done here that is extremely interesting. Let me take that off the screen. All right, everybody ready? Sharika, are you ready? You're dancing already. You're moving. You're grooving. You're in the trance. You're moving around. Nahum is already smiling, rubbing his chin. Everybody's ready. Ahati has a serious smile on. Ready? Are you ready, guys? Because you're going to see, especially you, Scribe, are going to see the answer. First of all, the brother there, Scribe, he asked a similar question to this. He asked about BESS and facing in the owl. You're going to see that answer, and you're going to see it merge into something else. Everybody ready? Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to put you all back into the chat, and we're going to blow out this one and then get into the next question on freedom and then the Underground Railroad. Peace and love, everybody. See you all. Try to stay awake, everybody. Sharika, stay awake. Don't trance out. And here we go. All right, I'm going to have to manually go like that. Sharika's having some difficulties, so boom. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me, because here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me. This is going to be woo. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me. Press a 9. We are teachings from our ancestors here at the Tehuti Pod class because we are not ashamed of our ancestors. We are not guising as undercover atheists pretending to be Kemetic people. I am proud of what my ancestors teach, and I'm going to represent what they teach to the death. Okay? All of my ancestors that taught before the influence. I'm not ashamed of them like the other so-called Kemetic teachers are. I'm not ashamed of them. And here I'm about to show you right now. Here we go. You ready? Welcome to the pod class, and boom. Are you ready? So here we go. Who or what is this interesting creature called BESS? Why is he facing forward? A simple search will show you this. So if you do a simple search on BESS, what you'll find is you'll find this. You'll find BESS is a minor dwarf god, a large head, Google eyes protruding. You'll see a picture of him, his appearance with wide variety of ancient names. Okay, and you see he has a protruding tongue. He has bow legs. And you'll see BESS here. They say his hideous appearance being perhaps supposed to scare away evil spirits. He was portrayed on mirrors, ointments, vases, and other personal articles. He was associated with music, childbirth. Childbirth. And was represented in the birth houses devoted to the cult of the child god. Contrary to the usual rule of representation, BESS was commonly shown full-faced rather than profile, since full-face features were marginal to the normal in the ordered world. Here's BESS right here. You'll see his full face, mouth open with the tongue out, facing us. There's BESS. This is what they call the Dendora relief, Tenti Ra. Okay, of course, they will never tell you why he is facing forward, but as everyone here knows at the Tehuti Pod class, if the answer was as simple as what you could get from quote-unquote Kemetic, quote-unquote conscious teachers or a mere encyclopedia search, no one would be sending in the type of support that is received here at the Tehuti Pod class. So I shall give the people what they know me for. I shall give the people they know me for. Let's begin. So here we go. We look at Bess again. And what do we see? He seems to be facing us again. A short-looking being with a long penis out. His penis is from his knee to his foot. Extremely long. He's Pendulum Man. We used to have this Jamaican guy in Canada named Pendulum Man. When he walked in his jogging pants, he was an older man. He'd be swinging back and forth. People were like, "Is that real?" We call him Pendulum Man. So here, yeah, people, it was so strange. Here is Bess right here, and we see him right here with the penis out. His tongue is out, and his face looks part animal, doesn't it? Part animal. Okay, let's begin. Do you notice that Bess is always shown with his penis out? Even more interestingly, his tongue out, and he is always short. Like what people today would call a gnome. Bess is also associated with people of the origin of the areas of the Nile, as we find in the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary. So when we look at Bess, he's associated with the people that have their origins, the original people of the Nile. Here's Bess, and it says of Sudan origin. So it's going back to the southern part of the Nile where we know that life began. Sudan, that was Ta Seti, the land of the Neter. Origin, who wears the skin of a leopard round around his body. He was the god of music, dance, pleasure, war, slaughter, childbirth, children. Many times was symbolic of destructive, regenerative powers, nature, lord of all typhonic creatures. So we see he goes back to the god of Sudan. They try to ignore this in Egyptology, but it's already on record that Bess is logged in the dictionary as the god of Sudan. But they will never call him in Egyptology a Sudanese god. They call him an Egyptian god. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Let's break this down. So you see him tying back to Sudan. Okay, when you go up to those areas in which the Nile actually originates, you will actually find tribes of original Nile Valley people that you would call today dwarves. Here's the short people right there that you call dwarfs today, and this is how short they are. These are full-grown men. They're around the same age or older as the man that they're standing beside, but they are extremely short, just like Bess. Some of them less than 4 feet 11. This is because Bess represents the primordial origins and instinctive biological imperative. Let me show you an example of the origins of evolutionary man. Notice the height. So we go to evolutionary man and we go to the Homo naledi. Here, we notice his height. Look at his height here. You see the height right there? You may not see because it may be a little small, but he stands about 4 feet or so, 4 feet 11 inches or so. Okay, so he is going back 335,000 years ago in the same area, southern of Africa. They call southern part of Africa or South Africa. And he's about 146 centimeters, 4 feet 9. 4 feet 9 was the height of the original people, those old people found in the southern parts of Africa. Now I will show you the word for word for enlightening star gods. So we go over here, we see the word Nem, and we see Nem here. I'll move my mouse over it. Nem, which is star, Deccan's group of star gods. Illuminate, enlightened one. This is where the word Nemes comes from, and eventually the nomos comes from. Enlightened star gods or star group of gods, and it means to illuminate. Okay, there's the Nem right there. The gods from this, the educators, those are the enlightened one, the educators. So let's see over here. So we see this word Nem. Nems represents wisdom, wise man. Okay, now we know pygmy is Greek for describing the people along the Nile, as we see here below. So once again, let me go back over here. Okay, so they're the enlightened beings, stars. Okay, so those are wise men and women, wise beings called the Nem. Okay, so we see this word Nem. It represents wisdom, wise man. Now we know pygmy is Greek to describe the people along the Nile, as the word pygmy that they're describing those people as, and we see that it's a fabulous race of dwarves. That's what the Europeans call them. Describes all the way back from Homer and Herodotus as this fabulous race of dwarves, short people, that's said to inhabit Kemet or Ethiopia and India, from the Greek pygmy, meaning dwarfish. But what was their name to the people in Kemet? What was the name of these dwarves, the people in Kemet? The Nem, the word for the star gods. The same name for the enlightened star gods is the same name for the so-called dwarfs, or short people, of the pygmies that are being described. Boom, the origin of wise ones of the Nile were, of course, the oldest inhabitants who still carried the ancient genes of the original people, who were short, around 4'11", 4'9" to 4'11". Now remember the word for mythical short beings in the stories today, which is gnomes, aka that comes from nems. So the little wise short beings in your movies today, they're called nems, or they're from the word gnomes, from the word nem. Now today they're pronounced it as gnomes, aka gnomes. And just to sink this in, guess what the word gnome actually means? What does gnome actually mean? Gnome, short, pithy statement of general truth. From Greek, gnome, judgment, opinion of wise men. From gno, which is where you get the word knowledge from. So the literal word gnome that they describe today are these little short men, mythological beings as Herodotus and Homer describes them. The name of them is the word for knowledge itself. It is gno. That's where you get the word gnostic from. Wise men, judgment, truth. Boom. Gnome short for wise men. Nem short enlightened ones. The description of the ancient people represented by BESS is where you get the word know from. So show reverence to BESS, because it's because of BESS and the concept of the NEMs where we get the word known from. BESS representing those original people from those Sudan and South African origins, because he represents the origin of where fertility started from. These are our biological origins. Now for our instinctive reproduction, biological reproductive sexual origins. And this ties into the tongue of BESS and the evolutionary biological imperative. So we went to our biological origins as far as where man started, the same area as BESS. Short people just like BESS. Short people called the wise one, the enlightened one, called the Nem, the nomos, the gnomes today. Now we're going to go into BESS and the biological imperative origins, because in order to originate, you have to produce something. To be the origin of a race of people, you have to be producing. So here is the Egyptian limestone bust of BESS, late period to the Ptolemaic period. That means all the way up to the Ptolemies, they were worshiping BESS. And look on top of his head, you'll see something very interesting, which we're going to get to later. That right there on top of his head. See his mouth is open again with his tongue sticking out. Okay, with his tongue sticking out. Are you ready? Why is BESS shown there with his tongue sticking out? And that is because, and some people may remember me teaching this before. Now on what I've never seen addressed by any so-called conscious teacher, Kemetic teacher, why is BESS facing forward? Have you ever seen a lion or any cat curling up its lips, showing its teeth? It looks like it's smiling, right? A scary smile, though. There it is. There's the lion face with the tongue out and the mouth open with the tongue out. Okay? It is actually utilizing what is called Jacobson's organ. There's a small area in the roof of the mouth that allows a lion to taste, smell the air by showing their teeth sticking out of their tongues. Lions are able to catch and hold a hold of smell to work out if it's coming from something worth eating or someone worth reproducing with. Both biological imperative, the origins of things, dopamine, what causes you to be alive, the ability to eat, which is good for you, what is good for you, and to reproduce and have sex, biological imperative, self-preservation, and the origin of things. Thus you see the lion facing with his tongue out, just poking out. Does that look familiar? The lion facing with his tongue out. And there is the Jacobson's organ right there, right below the top teeth with the arrow pointing to it. And it's able to have super senses by opening its mouth with its tongue out. It's able to see what you can't see with your eyes and judge what is right from truth that you can't do with your eyes. And there is BESS right there. And now you can see the lion face in his face. You can see the lion face in his face. They even gave him what looks like a mane in the form of a beard with his wide face and his tongue out, just like a cat. And that is BESS right there with the Jacobson's organ, right? Okay, this is used to detect pheromones, which attract sexuality, biological imperative. Boom, BESS again representing biological origins and our ability to choose a sexual partner to produce a baby. Thus, BESS associated with sexuality and fertility. And that's why there's articles that come out here that say nature's most powerful attraction, humans' body pheromones, are known to affect your level of attraction. Pheromones are bound to make you irresistible. Science have found out that our perception of pheromones is still there, but at a subconscious level, almost on an instinctive level, and they still dictate human sexual behavior. Pheromones that the cats, whether it be a lion or a tiger or a cheetah, panther, they're all the same. You'll see them, or even your house cat. Maybe Shannon, who has a cat, may see her cat doing this. Usually the adults do this, and they sit there and they just open their mouth and stick their tongue out. Okay, what does BESS mean? Here's BESS again with his mouth open. Okay, this is from the Rome Museum Baracco Steli de BESS, and this is a late Ptolemaic period. This is what they were worshiping. This is what the Greeks were worshiping when they came to Kemet. And what do you see over BESS's head? You see the HERU head. And again, with his penis out, always showing his reproductive organs, muscular body with his tongue out. Okay, what does BESS actually mean? When we look up BESS, it means leopard. That's what they're not telling you. The word BESS itself is the word that the Kemetians would use for leopard, female leopard. BESS, of Sudanese origin, right where the place that BESS is from, the leopard of Sudanese origin. You see that? That is BESS. Okay, boom. So here we go. About to do this and get into the next part. I will show you clearly BESS is a cat, lion, panther, animals who have evolved higher senses to reproduce, equaling fertility. As we see again, BESS with the elongated phallus. There's BESS again. And he's always showing this super long penis that's going down to his feet. Okay, this is the concept of BESS. Also, where the concept started spreading throughout modern day culture that men with bow legs have long, huge penises. If he has bow legs, he has a big penis. This is actually BESS with the bow legs and large penis, and you can see him here, and boom, now you can clearly see he's a lion. Clearly, because some of the images of BESS, they just show him as an actual lion. Full lion face with the lion mane, lion ears, with the tongue sticking out like a lion, and his penis out hanging down. So there's BESS, literally is the lion. Okay, this is the golden amulet, god of BESS, 1600 BC. I will show you now something that you may have never heard BESS associated with. And what is that with? BESS is flame, fire, blaze. Fire, interesting. Why? Remember, BESS represents childbirth, protection, sexual prowess. What is the opposite of sexual erection in a man? And what is it called today? Oh, where'd it go? What is it called today? Nile Valley culture was all about fertility and sexual power. Thus, evil would be associated with the lack of ability to reproduce or be sexual, which should be an anti-creation. Guess what the evil energy in Kemet was called? And look at the punishment. And here is right here, the evil energy. To say something is people, you would call them, right? Tehuti, right for thee, Tehuti, Ma'at, day, every day, thine enemy is given to the fire. What is the enemy? The evil one has fallen, his arms bound, removed, his legs, his sons, of the impotent revolt. So impotency in Kemet was associated with evil. The evil beings are called impotent ones, which is the opposite of having an erection. A star is min, BESS is fertile, min is the firm erect penis. So fertility and erect penis was a definition of good, and being impotent was a definition of evil, and the punishment for the impotent beings is the fire. Thus, when you look up BESS's name, BESS means fire. The impotent revolt, destroyed by fire. BESS equals fire, who is the netter of fertility, thus the destroyer of any form of impotent energy. Okay, BESS, the line netter of fertility, but in order to truly represent fertility as a male, you would need female duality, right? BESS is a male lion panther. Can you think of any female lion goddess who was associated with fire and burning up those of the impotent revolt? A pep from what I have taught you thus far. How do you take a word and make it feminine? You add a T to it. So when you add a T to BESS, what do you get? Bast or Bastet. And there again, there is best and Bastet together. You see BESS right there, or BESS, divine gifts. Let's publish back. But Bastet, feminine form. And here is Bastet. Whoops. Here. And there's Best and Bastet right there. And there she is in humanoid form, but she looks just like Beth, and you can see the tail in the back. Okay? So Bastet's other name, Bass is also a Het HERU. Het HERU is not the name of any one particular being. Het HERU means that you're a pregnant woman. So Sekhmet is Sekhmet Het HERU. Bast is also Sekhmet, which is also called Tefnut when she was sent forth. When she was sent forth, she was a Tefnut, and thus she wears the fiery burning flame on her head, burning her enemies, as it speaks of in the Per HERU. Okay, now we're going to go into the next, and that's now facing people, because they are both lion goddesses, showing you opening their mouth and showing you the Jacobson's organ, showing you the tongue out, because that literally is a symbol of sensing your sexual compatibility and the ability of sensing danger that is around you. All biological imperative. Now, here's where we switch. Here's where we switch and go into the other option of the answer to that being the first part. But now that you've studied under me and you know the field of rebirth is the vast quantum field of the mental plane called the Seket Aru of the infinite possibilities and superposition, and that I am the only one that teaches that the actual name for the field is the same word for conscious memory and mental creation, as I've shown you. Chapter to remember in plate 25, as we see here, the opening of the secret stargates to the vast field of infinite possibilities. Does the Meta Netter speak about the opening of secret stargates? Well, let's go. Now that you understand the last class on the field, and you understand that, we're going to go to the chapter of Sekau. The chapter of Sekau, which is the chapter of remembering the name in the netherworld, in the Netzerkert. May I be given, may be given to me, my Ren, and the great double house. The great double house, of course, is the real time zone, the astral plane. The drum that looks just like this is doubled. May I remember my name. So see, the word remember is Sekau, which I've taught before. And that, if you want the reference to that, look up the chapter of memory, and then page 152, Book of the Dead, Prem Heru, Budge. I have obtained power. There's the word Sekhem for obtaining power over the step of the illuminated ones. Now we're getting into the movement of the illuminated ones. I know, even I, the ways of the secret of the doors. The word for doors, SABA, and you see the star. The secret stargate. So the star doors, the doors into that starry light realm. That's why there's a star there. Okay, it's the realm of light. In other words, the stargate. The SABA or the Seba'u. So you have the power to know the secret doors of Seket Aru. May I rise. And there's the what they call the Easter bunny. There's a rabbit, which represents fertility and erection, which is why Un is the word for rise. So there's the Seket Aru right there. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to pod class. Now, take a look at what happens. And who is the Netert? Who is the Netert of high senses, like the lion with the Jacobson's organ that rebirths you into that realm? Notice her name is the same as the field itself. Her name is the same as the quantum field that I broke down last class. That is actually the name of the goddess. May he open my two eyes which are blinded. May he make out to stretch out my feet which are fastened together. May he make strong Anpu. My legs to rise up for myself. Make me rise, Seket. You see the word Seket? The goddess, Sekhmet, Hathor, is the same name as the actual field itself. Because Seket and Sekau is the memory field. So the goddess energy of rebirth of that would have the same name. So that is Hathor. But notice she's sideways here. We'll get into that. Okay? Seket, the goddess that may be in the heaven, being done what I command in the house of Het Kapita. I know. Okay? And what are you given the power to do? Rise and walk, right? You're rising and walking. Thus, Sekhmet Het Heru is also shown sideways. To answer the sister's question, why are they sideways? Why are some facing? And you'll remember, for those who are here, in the last class that I gave about Bastet and BESS being frontal and the owl being frontal, you'll notice I never explained, well, why are all the other Kemetic pictures sideways? Like the one behind me. You see? Is that really sideways? The Kemetians were so awesome. We were so awesome. You're not looking at a sideways picture in my background. It looks like all the deities are sideways, but they're in motion. So you see the feet spread. And in actuality, if I were to turn sideways, that's how it would look, right? That's sideways. Look at the picture behind me close. He's facing one way, but you can actually see his chest, while his head is turned that way. giving you the impression, if you don't know, that he's actually sideways. The images that you're seeing are actually forward and sideways at the exact same time, showing the most important area in the pathway, the area where the Eve is. That's the chest. You're showing the chest front ways, the legs moving that way, when nobody runs like that. Look at my background. Nobody positions himself like that. You ever seen Usain Bolt run like that? He's running like this. His head is going that way and his chest is facing the crowd? No, your whole body really turns sideways. But you're showing the chest forward, the legs which represent movement, and the head in the direction in which you're moving to. Then when the face is important, then it looks this way. When the face represents something that's guiding you, then the face looks that way with the legs moving in a direction. The appearance of sideways. Welcome to the pod class. Go ask the other brothers that. Ask the other brothers that. I want to know who's what's going on around here. I don't know. Ask the brothers. Go ask them. Let me see what happens. Here we go. Class, here we go. So, and what you're given power to do, rise and walk. See the legs right here, my feet? Because the feet are in motion. See the legs and the feet are in motion right here? Seket is giving you the ability to rise so that you can walk and use your legs, rise up and start to move in a direction. So thus you'll also see Sekhmet Hathor is also shown sideways, representing the movement of the path in the MENKHU. So when you look at Seket here, she's not facing you anymore because she's the energy guiding you in a particular direction for the rebirth. She's moving in the same direction as Ani. The Meru goes both directions. Thus, she is seen both ways, depending on the direction of the writing. So you may see Bastet Pet HERU facing, and you'll be like, hey, they seem to be facing. But then we move over here, and there she is sideways. Apparently sideways, but notice you can see her chest. Notice you can see her fully, but it's the head that's actually turned sideways, not the whole body. Head turned sideways because the head is matching the direction that the legs are moving in. That's why you see the legs are usually in motion, moving. You see that? So the body is the netter is actually facing you. But what's facing you is the Eve. The chest is facing you, but the face part is emphasizing the direction of the feet because they're heading towards the scales of Ma'at. Well, how do you head towards the scales of Ma'at? You have to be able to seta, which is walk. But how do you know where the scales of Ma'at are if you don't examine? The only way you can examine with is with your eyes. So your eyes are facing the direction of the scales, moving in alignment with the same direction that your feet are going. Because if you don't look where you're walking, you'll trip. Symbolically. Oh boy. Welcome to the pod class. The Metanetter goes in both directions, thus she's seen both ways. Boom! But what is interesting? What is this? But what is this image that spells Sekhmet or Seket? Look at the image. What are these glyphs here? What is this strange thing? Looks like an arrow pointing down in our eyes. It says Seket. What is this? What is that thing right there? Welcome to the pod class. Okay, this is for you, Sharika. Let's break it down. And for everybody else who's listening. It's for Sharika and everybody that's absorbing it with your pen and your pads out. Okay, welcome to Tutsi Pod Class, the very last place where you will learn the true teachings of the people from Kemet, from their words. It is actually the birthing lotus of the conscious light with Het Heru as you make your journey, your quote-unquote journey, your move, make your journey. It is actually the lotus. It doesn't look like a lotus, does it? Here's the word lotus, which is Shesheni. I have the arrow pointing here. Page 182 of the MENKHU. Here's the Shesheni. Now let's read what it all says. What does it say? Nuk Shesheni, I am The Eve, I am the pure, coming forth, walking forward from the God of light. The guardian of the nostrils, okay, from which you breathe. Ray, the guardian of the nose, of who? HERU. I make my journey, so you're in motion. I run after HERU. You're trying to get there quickly, symbolic of moving like a greyhound or moving like the speed of light. So sometimes, if you notice, as you see in my background, Sinaseret is shown and it looks like he's running. He's in running motion. It's like this. That's not how you walk. That's how you run. You see, that's how you run. That's right. Lead with the left. And you're running. Because like the greyhound, you're trying to travel as a light being. And the light being would travel the speed of light. Symbolically moving faster than a regular person slouching or walking. Freddie Callie's loving this. Freddie Callie, you like this? Right. Ooh-wee. Yeah, Zion Lex the leopard. Remember that? Okay, here we go. Ready? Welcome to the pod class. Here we go. We're going to be up till about 1 o'clock tonight. Let's do this. Like Brutus. Here we go. So she's running. You're running in with HERU. HERU is giving you life so that you can make your journey and run. You run to him who is HERU. I am pure. Coming forth. See the walking legs? Coming forth from what? The field. The same word, seket, is the same word for the field, the quantum field itself. Superpositioning field of unlimited possibilities. The same word for field is the same word for the goddess, because the goddess is the goddess of memory. You may say, hey, Tehuti, that lotus symbol doesn't quite look like a lotus that we showed up here. Remember this right here? Remember this right over here? You may be saying, hey, Tehuti, this symbol right here, this doesn't look like a lotus. But Tehuti, you're saying this is a lotus, but this doesn't quite look like a lotus. What is that? Well, welcome to the pod class. Here we go. Ready? Are you ready? So here's the lotus. Remember that symbol that doesn't quite look like a lotus right here? This doesn't quite look like a lotus. Okay, right? Well, look at it now. Let me take you to the tomb of Tutankhamun. Remember the TYET? Tutankhamun's bull offering called the Sekhem, memory power memory scepter, made of wood with gold covering from the tomb of Tutankhamun. Want to see it? Uh-oh. What is that? Now you can see what was not in detail for you. Now you can see it in detail. Does it look like a lotus now? Let me cover the top part up. Does it look like a lotus flower now? Absolutely. That's what it looks like in detail. See? That's the conscious memory. So when you're looking at it in the writing form of the glyph of the Purim Heru, you may say, well, Tehuti, that doesn't quite look like a lotus. What is this symbol? I remember, I think Scribe asked me, or MENKHU asked me this in a Menetta class. What is this thing? That looks very strange. Well, it is a lotus, because when you look at it in the detail, you can literally see the lotus flower blossoming, the most common lotus flower image with the stem and everything. And then it has writing on the top. That's that long part. It's for writing. Do you see it now? It's a lotus with the conscious memory of Seket's purpose, which is that you live forever in conscious light. As the sun in consciousness, light represents consciousness. So thus the translation, when you look at this right here, you can actually look at it here, and you can see, I'll put it right here. Let's see if I can put them both at the same time. You can see, I don't know if you can see that, but you can see the Nefer right here. That's the Nefer Netter. There's the Nefer symbol, Nefer Netter, and there's the MERI. You see Nefer Netter and MERI. We're going to go down here. And Nefer Netter, the beloved, that's the MERI. The dazzling of face like a 10. Okay? And there's the symbol right again right there. I don't know if it's big enough for everybody to see. But the dazzling of face like a 10. There's the face right there. That's actually the HERU face right there, but it's not as clear maybe on your end. So the full translation is, what does it say? What is the purpose of this? Now you can see it's a lotus clearly, because now it's colored. You see that? It's wood gilded in gold. Now you can clearly see the lotus symbol. That is the word that makes up Sekhet's name, the goddess of memory, conscious memory, to take you into the Sekhet field, the vast superpositioning realm of quantum memory, mental plane, where there is no limitation for what you can do. That's why you see all throughout the Perm Haru, chapter of transforming into this, chapter of transforming into that. Well, of course you can transform into this and transform into that if you're basing it on quantum superpositioning, where all possibilities can happen, and the only thing that exists is when your decision collapses on the one. That's it. So the Nefer Netter, the beloved, dazzling of faith like a 10 when it shines, son of Amun, Neb Kepera Re, living forever. That's what the goal of the rebirth is. The lotus Sekhet rebirth is to have you dazzling as light and you live forever like Aten. So that's how you spell Sekhmet's name. How does this all tie into the face? Well, we already answered the face, but now I'm giving you some extra information, which is going to tie back into something else. Here we go. Here we go. Since BESS and Sekhmet are part of the fertility aspect and rising, or the pillar, I'm still answering the pillar and rebirth of your higher senses. Where do you see the lotus? Sekhet, conscious BESS resurrection, right in Sharika's image that she sent me. Here you go, Sharika. Get a good look at what she saw. Look at it. Now do you see the lotus with the pillar coming from the top? Now do you see it? It actually pillars, boom, Sekhet, lotus, BESS coming out of it with his mouth facing you. And who was that at the bottom? At the bottom of these images here. Blew it up, don't worry. Here's what Sharika said. Now you can see there's the same lotus with a pillar coming out of top. There's Beth with his mouth open, tongue sticking out, right on top of the female version of him, which is Bastet, on the same lotus image that represents memory, Sekau. That's the word Sekau, consciousness there with the lotus on top of the pillar. And thus, who's at the bottom there? Right there? There's HERU facing you, matching the male counterpart, which is above her symbol, Bastet, and BESS facing you. She's the HERU right here. Here's the established pillar. Right here is the same lotus symbol that makes up her name, Sekau, which is conscious memory. There is BESS, the lion with his tongue out, facing you. And there is HERU right there on the pillar, facing you. And the imagery of HERU with the horns there and the serpents. Ooh-wee. Is that not this? Welcome to Tutti Pod class. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Get this information, be appreciative of it, and stop letting those other brothers slide. Stop that. Stop letting the other brothers slide. Because nobody is discussing this. Nobody's breaking this down at all. If so, put the link in the chat. Stop letting the brothers slide that say they represent Kemet. Where is this explanation? This is Sekhet right here. Here's the lotus, same symbol here. That is her name. It is the memory staff, the conscious memory staff, with writing on the other side stating that you will be immortal and live forever. Here is the base, which is the pillar that holds up the temple of man, the temple. There is BESS, the fertility. There is Het HERU facing you, the fertility. Both lions with the Jacobson's organ showing, bringing you back conscious memory. Boom, with Het HERU, with serpents at the bottom. Serpents represent awakening. Why? What did the pharaohs wear on their head? The Nemes. Remember that, everybody? Remember the Nemes? The pharaohs were the Nemes on over their head. What is Nemes? What is the Nemes? The Nem. The same short dwarf beings of BESS. Called the same thing. Whether it's the serpent that represents enlightenment, or whether it's BESS. Both of them are the Nem, which becomes Nemes, are the gnomes, which are the serpents. So you see the serpent, you see Het HERU, you see the flower of consciousness, the Seket, Sekau, you see BESS at the top with his mouth open, Jacobson's organs showing, symbolic of fertility, because you need Jacobson's organ to test whether you should have sex with the individual or you should eat this food, both biological imperatives. No wonder I had a fever putting this together. I had a fever. I was on my bed sideways. There you go. Second. Okay. And remember this symbol here? Remember? We're back to the TET AUSET because I'm not done. I told Sharika I'm not done with you yet. We're right back to the TET AUSET. The TET AUSET right there. Remember I taught you in the earlier answer, forms as a pillar holding up the head, because when you hold up the head, it's symbolic of consciousness. Raising of the head is symbolic of consciousness. Even though you're asleep, you're going to awaken. And there's the TET AUSET holding up the head. Remember that? Remember that? I'm not done. We're still breaking down TET AUSET. Yes, Tehuti will always bring into a full circle. Yes, the TET AUSET raising as the serpent does. The serpent's tongue is also high sensory, giving it the ability to see in the dark. Remember that. Raising of the head in the sleep, the serpent's tongue gives it the same ability to see what's going around it. Like when the lion shows its tongue and its mouth open, it's able to see its environment without using its eyes. Remember? For the headrest, raising the head, the serpent has the ability to see what's going on around it by flickering its tongue. The lion, BESS, Het HERU, facing you, has the ability to know what's going around it by sticking its tongue out and revealing its Jacobson's organ. The TET AUSET raises the consciousness because it's also the pillar, intertwined, same word, thes, pillar, same word, thes, not. And wait, who is this on the other side of the head raising headrest with serpents as tongues? Uh-oh. Coming out of his mouth. Who's that? There's BESS, now sideways. And his tongue, that shows the high sense of the Jacobson's organs, are now serpents with tongues, with their high senses coming out of BESS's mouth on the side of the headrest that was held up by the TET AUSET. BESS moving sideways. Hotep, I'm done. I hope you appreciated it. That is my answer. Boom. Let me put the link in the room for the brothers to come in for the last break. Let me check the room and see who heard the answer. Let's see what's going on here. Stop being nice on those other brothers. It makes it look like we're all doing the same thing. We are not. We are not doing the same thing. Let me check the room and see who appreciated this answer. Sharika's probably in trance somewhere. ETT says deep. Monkey Mind is putting, I don't know if those are bombs or claps. Shannon Southern, says yes with fire. Bijan Farrow says that's a fact. Tehuti Jabari does not break it down how you do respect. No, there's no. You're talking about people that don't believe in Kemet. How can they break it down? They don't even believe in it. It's the bottom line. They don't believe in it. That's the real truth. They do not believe in it. That's why you're not getting. You can only get answers like this if you're ready for the defense of it. By me breaking these answers down means that I'm opening myself for people to attack my belief system. But if you're just debating, having no videos on in the same show of what the Kemetians taught that you believe, nobody has anything to attack you. And that's why they'll never ask this question on those channels. Describe creation to us from the Kemetic stories. How does creation work? Where does life come into play? Where does these things? They'll never break it down. I see Sharika has stepped in the building before the brothers. It's just me and her. What's going on, Sharika? How are you? You okay? What's going on, man? Too much?
I mean, I asked 2 separate questions, and again, it just speaks to how beautiful we are and our ancestors are, that 2 completely separate questions were just woven into the same thing. Like, I didn't even know that there's a whole thing about side profile, but you can see their chest and just that embodiment of being on the move. And listen, everybody, this is a whole new definition of be your best. Now, every time I say that, I'm gonna like have this whole download just anchor that in.
Goodness. Wow. And since it's just me and you here, and the brothers haven't stepped in yet, I'm actually gonna show you something else in your image, to show you that the Kemetians purposely put sideways images and face images. So BESS in the same image where he's facing on the pillar, he's also right there sideways in the same place.
Okay.
But it'd be hard to know if I'm gonna show it to you. Hey, what's going on, Annie? How'd you like the new BESS answer? You got the first one. How'd you like that one? Part 2.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, the continuation of that was fire and incorporating the Sakim.
Annie, I can't hear you. You're muted. I don't know if anyone else can.
Well, I can hear him. Can you hear me, Sharika?
No, I can't hear him.
You can't hear me? Mic check.
Okay, maybe it's just on my end.
You can hear me, Saba?
Yeah, I hear you fine. I wonder whether go out and come back in. Let me see if I hear Sharika and I hear you, but she can't hear you.
Okay.
So just snap out and snap right back in.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that was phenomenal, and incorporating the Sakim into it was beautiful, and showing that pillar. Yeah, and I remember asking you that question in the MENKHU class, and you bringing that and showing that.
Oh, hold on, Scribe. Can you hear him, Sharika?
No, I can't hear him at all. I mean, if they can hear him in the chat, then no problem. But no, I can't hear him.
Scribe, I need click off the screen and come back in the room. Let me see if that changes anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see if it's. I can hear both of you, but Sharika can't hear you. Okay, he clicked out. Oh boy. Let me let him
So
back
Saba,
in.
since Ani asked you that initially, did you know all of that the first time around, or when I asked again, you were able to like uncover more?
Way much more and the same. So the beginnings of the breakdown would have been very familiar to Annie, all the way up to a particular part, and then the rest was a brand new correlation, but also from another question that was asked. But the very end of it, I never said to anybody before. So only the first part of it did I ever say to this group. But nobody knew about the sideways and the TYET AUSET holding up the head, and on the other side of the TYET AUSET headdress is Bastet with the serpent coming out of his mouth, and all of that was I had to link that in for you specifically because it could only be answered if you ask me a question about the TYET AUSET. Is the only reason why the end part of it even became relevant. Yeah, so I'm gonna show something though.
Sharika, can you hear me now?
Yeah, blessed. Yeah, I
Okay.
hear you now.
Peace. Okay, great.
Okay, good. So if we look at, let me go here. We transfer. Oh, bless you. I heard somebody sneeze. I don't know who that was, but bless you, whoever. Because of the class. Okay, so actually, let me go back. I'll go back to the picture and see if I can blow this up. If not, let me see if I can blow this up to show you all something that wow, this was oh, so hey, Scribe.
Yes.
How did you like the second symbol is also the answer to the is also the pillar. The pillar shape, why it looks like that is the SEKET symbol. I don't think I ever taught that before.
Yeah, I don't. That's amazing. That's phenomenal. It just can, the way you can continuously, and the only way you can see this is being able to really study the meta-netter. That's the only way. You would never ever look at that pillar and have and even just have the consciousness to be able to connect those two was phenomenal. Is beautiful. And then connecting it with the segment, and I had a internal question, because I always have these internal questions with concerning the HERU. You know, and reading the story of hearing HERU and then being turned and set into SEKET. I've never heard no one actually break that down. And then, you know, you threw that in there as well, and saying HERU is not just one specific being, it's a goddess that becomes pregnated. So that was beautiful as well. So Tua for throwing that in there.
Yes,
threw that in there real quick.
Yes. Yes, SEKET is the this is kind of blurry, but I will show you here. I'll put on the screen. It's a little damaged and blurry, but now I can put it on the screen really big. Yes, Sekhmet was head HERU before AUSET. Sekhmet was the head HERU prior to the head HERU that we're learning about. What is going on here?
And that picture actually was from the picture was from Het Heru's temple too, so of course.
Of course it was. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that temple, by the way, is where they got the influence of the Jesus story too. That's another thing. Okay, so here it is right here. And let's see if I can put it on the screen. I don't know where the image is. That's a video. No, not that. I don't know where. It's strange. Is another video? I don't want videos. I want the picture that I just had up. Interesting. Not that one. Very odd one. Is this the same? I don't know. Nah. Oh man, it's very strange. Okay, I'll click that. It was the we transfer. Maybe it's this one.
I sent you two, so it probably would have been in the first retransfer I sent you.
Template.
Not the most recent one. It would have been the first one.
I hope it's. What's that?
I sent you two retransfers, so it would have been the first one, not the most recent one.
Okay. Can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I screen sharing? Okay, so see best right here. See him right here where I'm moving my hand?
Yes.
So he's facing, and if you notice closely, I couldn't do this on the class, but if you look closely, these are all lotuses. He's on the lotus, and these are all the lotuses, and this is him facing you, but then when it shows the journey that you're making, look at him right here.
Wow.
Now he's going sideways with his hands in the same cup position as the person comes out of the lotus, and here he is sideways. So right on the same temple, best is sideways and forward. So I just wanted to show you all that. Okay, this little extra thing. Okay, everybody, it is 11:32. Oh man, hey Etef, how you doing, my brother? I'm gonna let you guys talk for a bit, break it down, and then I'm going to come back, do some shout outs, and then get into the next question. Freedom. Is freedom good or bad? Freedom, freedom, freedom. Coming from this brother right here, who asked the question about freedom. Is freedom a psyops? Oh man, okay, let's get into it, everybody. I'm gonna let you all talk. I'm gonna step away, and I'll be right back. Thank you, Sharika. I know you're thanking me, but I want to let you know, and blow you up. I want to let you know that your journeys and your questions are being spread all across the world right now. Because if it wasn't for your journey, you wouldn't have that question to get such a phenomenal answer. The answer is going to inspire people. As long as this YouTube is up, if it gets 40,000 views, there's 40,000 people that are going to see what you caused from your question. So you've just caused a ripple in the universe, and you've actually just changed history today. You changed history. Okay, I'm going to step off. I'll be right back. Peace. Support the podcast, please.
MEAT, come join us. That's right. Support, like, subscribe, and comment. Scribe, how's my sound?
Sound good, brother.
Yeah, like, subscribe, comment. Come join us, man. Support the truth, man. Stop supporting the lie. That's what it was for me, Sharika. I just got tired of all the lies, man. I was just like, man, I'm just tired of this lie and just people lying all the time. And you know, it get overwhelming. But the truth don't get old. The lie is old. Ain't y'all tired of the lies? I mean, you gotta be. I was talking to a brother about the etymology dictionary, and I was talking to him about blessed today. I'm just tired of all the lies, man. That's why I can't even listen to all that ridiculousness, because all I want is the truth. And now the thing is, you begin to know how serious it is, and then how much we don't know. And then it's so much more he could break down on that picture. It don't even make sense. You know, that's all I want to do is learn. So, you know, shout out to the best teacher.
But again,
the best teacher, period. Hands down. It's no comparison. Huh?
Yeah, we definitely have to follow through and ask those questions, right? Like being in a school setting, they make the curriculum for us, right? They make the curriculum for you and they force feed you whatever programming and nonsense they want to teach you. Like, here's a space where we get to choose our own adventure back to our own remembrance. Like, that's super, super potent.
Excellent.
And to me, it's
or
like,
you want that.
and to me,
Go
like,
ahead, sister.
yeah, like, why go anywhere else? Like, to me, there's no point in studying a culture if you can't actually live the way those people lived. Like, what else are we doing otherwise?
I agree.
Just learning
I
it to
agree.
learn it? Like, no, we should learn it, remember it, to live it. If
But
we
it's
wanna
our culture.
Yeah.
I be saying they be saying and they teach Kemet, but it's never Ma'at.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And it's a bunch of lies, and it's stepped on. It's the truth, watered down truth. It's a lie. It's a half truth. It's nothing. It's like MENKHU's class last Sunday. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Ma'at. That's it. That's all I want. I don't want all the extra, all the unnecessary, all the lie, all the ad. What did our ancestors teach? Okay, cool. Then we could do what we need to do with that. But they gotta add all the extraness and all this. Yeah, listen, I just want the truth, SABA. So shout out to you for week after week, month after month. Now we going on 2 years. We're coming up on a 2-year anniversary in December of the podcast. And the thing is the catalog is too deep. The history, right, is too deep. The truth that he breaks down is too consistent. It's not even a comparison. It's the consistency every week. And you could throw in those other shows that he was on. He's consistently given us Ma'at. He's consistently been an example of excellence. Consistently, week after week, told us the truth. That's all I wanted was the truth. I didn't even know it was Ma'at. I didn't know that was the name of it. I didn't know it was Kemet. I knew Africa and black people. I knew what they taught us. I knew what they taught us in school. I did a little bit of research. You know, I thought I knew a lot, but we didn't know nothing about our culture. Absolutely nothing. And it's sad when we see our people up there arguing, and they arguing over somebody else's culture. They arguing over ridiculousness. And then when they get it, okay, so then what's the solution? Okay, we got the problem. We all know the problems. We've been black our whole life, if that's what you want to call it. So we all are very familiar with the problems. What is the solution? If Ma'at ain't the solution, then what is it? It has to be. The truth has to be the solution. So shout out to the best teacher on the internet, teachers@maat.org. Come join us. If you want the truth, then come join us and support our teacher and stop supporting the lie. I say it week after week. When you look in the mirror every morning, what do you see? Do you see someone that supports the truth or someone that supports the lie? It's up to you. The choice is simple. It's just a choice. I'm about to find out about this good freedom, MENKHU. That's going to be a beautiful breakdown because you never know what to expect except for the truth. That's it. You know you're about to get the truth, but you don't know from what angle. Choose your own adventure, snake style. Man, I love it. I can't get enough of it. I be tired, you know, during the day when you in and out this matrix, but when it's time for the podcast, I'll be up. I'm ready because the thing is that this is nourishing. If we're not nourishing our soul with the truth, then we're nourishing it with the lie. And we're constantly nourishing it with the lie because everything about our culture, if we call ourselves Black or African American or whatever, Negro, whatever you want to call yourself, if it ain't the truth, then it's a lie or it's a part lie. So, you know, I'm grateful. So to our HERU, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, Hanu Ani Patah, Aten Tehuti. Hanu Sharika for asking those beautiful questions and for getting on this journey with us. Hanu to you, my brother Nahum. Hanu to you, MENKHU Ara, my MERI Ma'at. Hanu to Ahati Ma'at. See, that's the difference between what we're doing and what they're doing. We're building each other up, not tearing each other down. And we're building each other up with the truth. We could be up here arguing too for entertainment. If that's what we want to do, we could do that too and behave like the colonizer taught us, right? We could obey and behave like they taught us, or we could step out the matrix, and we could be appreciative and support our SABA, support the truth, support anybody that's telling the truth. I send cash apps to my brothers when they do great classes. I support. It's a reciprocity thing that's built in. That's what MAAT is. We have to support the truth, because the reality is, if you're not supporting the truth, you're supporting the lie. And I'm gonna end it with that. I'm gonna let y'all talk, because I could go on and on and on about the lie, because we engulfed in it. The matrix is real. So shout out to the best teacher on the internet, teachers@maat.org. Come join us every Monday for Monday Medu Netta class. If you can't join us, you can get it. teachers@maat.org. Check us out. Tehuti's podcast every Friday night, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Come join us. Peace and love. Hotep Ma'at.
Yeah, man. The lies. I've been noticing with TikTok, it's really been spreading with TikTok lately. Like, just the short attention span, and like, because of that, nobody has the sense to go research outside of stuff. Like, for example, like, they were saying that they found some artifacts or a pyramid in the Grand Canyon and this, that, and so forth. And then when you actually look into it, it's only because erosion structure from the time period passing on, they call it Isis Temple. That's the only reason why that even exists. There is no glyph that shows a throne that shows AUSETS name, like, in the first place. There's nothing that can be found that verifies that. But when you read on literally Wikipedia, it says no less than some odd 100 or 1,000 yards away to the south, you see Shiva's temple. So then it's like, all of a sudden, like, are you saying like India is now in the Grand Canyon? It just don't, like, it takes like 2 seconds just of reading and you see right past the lies. But because people are so used to TikTok videos, somebody else explaining commentary to them, they don't ever take the time to look at something for themselves. The video will show like something like Akhenaten's like stellar or something, and they'll be talking about the Grand Canyon, but nobody sits there and says, wait, that's literally another stela that's literally in Cairo right now. Like, and people just don't question it. It's just they eat it up. I've said, like, our people are suffering from a case of feel-good juice. Like, they rather just drink the Kool-Aid and feel good instead of realizing, like, you gotta dump that stuff out, man. Like, it's not good for you. It's not helping you. Like, come drink this water. Come drink this water, man. Like, come take a sip of this life, this Ma'at, and actually get back in the game, because it's really destroying us. The lack of ability to want to research and understand that it comes with patience, that sometimes, yeah, you can find it in a few seconds, but sometimes it may take you all day. Sometimes it may take you 2 days. Sometimes it may take you a week. Like, for Tehuti, I know he's been researching like longer than I've been alive. I'm 29. So that tells you something. When I was born, 1993, like, he was just like building the stuff with the master teacher he was with before. Like, but even though I was just being birthed, like I said, I was Upesh child. So by the time I was 3, 4, I knew I could fall asleep and venture outside of my body, fly through the sky, venture into the stars, wake up on a spaceship that is immensely, like, incomprehensible in mass. Like, but I have no reference to, like, think about this spaceship to build it. So I know, like, I'm somewhere else, but I'm gonna go explore. Like, I don't know. It's just the vastness of what is existence when you really tap into it, man, and you see that the Kemetians knew also, like way back then, like, and everybody now is still scrambling to understand it. It's like, what more do you have to ask? It's just tap in, get the books, get the dictionaries, get what you need to get, attend the MENKHU Monday classes, because you're gonna need those books when you come to MENKHU Monday. Like I said, you just need to equip yourself with the right weapons, because this is a time of war, for real.
Peace, MENKHU. What you think of that teaching there?
Oh man, I'm always amazed with SABA's ability to inspect and examine. So you know, it's a beautiful thing to, you know, escape out of the matrix and then to come into these teachings. And it's actually does us a disservice that people are not teaching MAAT correctly. And so they just need to get out of the way, because after all that we've been through, to get yourself to a place where you want to have a higher consciousness and you want to learn. And so after all that clawing and everything that we've all done to survive the matrix, and then come into the knowledge, come into this understanding, it would be so much easier if all these teachers that are not on his level would just come and learn from him, so more people could have the actual right teaching. And so I didn't come all this way, you know, once I you know, started learning about MAAT, and then I learned about SABA, I was like, oh my God, okay, this is the teacher I should be learning from. So the breakdowns are always consistent, always powerful, and I always learn things that I know I wouldn't have been able to decipher on my own. I wouldn't be able to decode on my own. So I always love how SABA will show you something that's right in front of your face and you didn't. Peace, SABA.
Hey, peace. We're gonna please thank you. We're gonna go right. You all. I was listening back and forth in the background while doing several other things, but beautiful words from everybody. I'm so glad that this could affect everybody's life in such a serious way. Appreciate it. I appreciate the energy that I'm getting back. It is motivational to keep me continuing, like Scribe says, at a consistent high level. Consistent high level. Thank you all. Because of you all, there's no weak pod classes. There's no pod class. So yeah, pod class number 57. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. The one was weak. It is consistent because of the questions that are being asked, and because of what I did to myself ever since. Hey, Nahum, you said you were born in what? 90 what? 2? 93?
Same for me too. Same year.
Yeah,
Funny thing, I
so-
was in New York too, literally in New York.
Yeah, beautiful.
Newburgh,
It's
New
like
York.
it's such. In what?
Newburgh, New York, right across the Hudson.
Oh, Newburgh. Okay, yeah, it's such a beautiful thing that time doesn't really exist, age doesn't exist. I don't time and age doesn't exist, but the beautiful thing is that while you all were being born, I was preparing for you back then. So it is a beautiful thing that you all could meet up now, because while you were being born, I was teaching the sister that comes in this room, Matt, daughter of Ray.
To be honest, you were probably around during the time of like my mom and my father and my grandpa and my grandmother and stuff, because they lived in Brooklyn.
And I wasn't, and I was in another. I wasn't in any city. I wasn't even. Yeah,
I was. You guys said you went on the marches, so you guys probably have probably.
That wasn't even me. The thing is that I didn't. I am at earlier days I was living in Canada, and then I went
Oh,
I was in Montgomery, Alabama. I was in like odd places, and back in those times of '93, I was actually back in '92. I was spending a lot of my time in ponds and forests, and I would just come out to. Long story, but anyway, we got to get to it. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's give shout outs to the donators, and then I'm just trying to get into this question here to see who. Let's see who the donators are. Let's see what pod class. Who are the supporters of this pod class this week? Okay, so we got brother Nito Campbell. Shout out to him. I wonder what happened to the good brother. Two brothers I haven't seen in a while. Zeb Tepe Slim, who was Anthony Drain. He would always donate before the class begins, and Vortex Ninja. I don't know what happened to them. I hope they are all okay. Peace and love to both of you, and I hope you are I hope you are healthy somewhere and nothing has actually happened to you. Okay, here we go. This is who's this here? Nito Campbell, give him some noise. He's a consistent supporter and donator. Give him some noise. Give him some noise. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Who is this? Netzer Unk. Netzer Unk, what did he do? Tehuti, the chief. The chef. You all are very creative. Shout out to Netzer Unk. Is that showing up on the screen?
Yes.
Oh. Shout out to Netzer Unk, who is, he said, Unkuja Seneb Tehuti, you are the chef and the waiter. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, thank you. Let's get through these. Okay, looking for my monster donators. Where are the monster donators at today? This is going to be a big class. And where are the big? Oh, you okay? Who's this? Oh. Who's this? Wait, oh no, this is Owen Hythe for the Underground Railroad. 1 second, everybody, let me fix something here. Am I still screen sharing?
Yes, you are.
Okay, let me stop this. This is Owen Hythe for the Underground Railroad. I have to put this in the proper file. It is needs to go boom and save. It's going to go in AUSET, Underground Railroad. This is Owen Hythe's question. Okay. Owen question. Okay. Owen Hythe, I don't know if he's still in the room or if he fell asleep. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Next donator here is who's this? Lamonte with $10. Thank you, Lamonte. Let me go ahead and present that. Boom, 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 and boom, and boom, and Windows. Lamonte. Is that showing up on the screen?
Yes, it's loading.
Okay, thank you, Lamonte. You are awesome. Appreciate your support. You're constantly shout out to Lamonte. Appreciate it. You are consistent. Let's see. Click on some of these. Where are the monsters at today? Oh, here we go. Okay, we got Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe is actually the one that sent in the question about the Underground Railroad. And here he is again for another donation. We're going to give him some noise. He donated over $20. Appreciate you. And is that showing up on the screen? And Haiti is support Tehuti and Ahati and the family. Okay, then we got okay, and here we go with somebody donating for the Metanetter class. Which Metanetter class is this? We got Brother Big Vapes. If you're still in the room, give him some noise. He put $20 in for the Metanetter class. Class Vapes. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Appreciate you. Wonderful, wonderful, awesome. He is a consistent purchaser of the Metanetter class after class. He's pretty consistent. Okay. Justin Jackson, which is a Hikakepara son. Yes, it is. Son of Hikakepara. He throws in $15. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. Is that shown on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you, Justin Jackson. Appreciate you for your consistent support. This brother and his father and Angela Gates, consistent support, and him and his father just do like jumbo massive supports all the time. $100, over 172. They're just they're keeping this going. Thank you. 17. Thank you so much. Hikakepara's son. And now we got who's this? Oh, we got Eric G. What's up, Eric G? Who gave extra bonus for the breakdown that I gave. He gave give him some noise. Eric G is consistent too. Eric G, that's it. For great breakdown to it. Tua to you. And who else do we have here? Sarah Jean for extra tip for the knots. Knots and pillars. Oh man, it sounds crazy trying to explain this to a regular person. Hey, what'd you do tonight? I learned about knots and pillars. Okay. We get out of here. You crazy? Knots and pillars. That's what I did. Knots and pillars and BESS. People be like, what are you talking about? That's another level. Okay, knots and pillars. Shout out to Sarah Jean for knots and pillars. Oh my goodness, man. This is beautiful. I look forward to doing retreat type things with you all, which I think is going to be possible. Everybody is going to meet in person. Has to happen. Okay, shout out to you, Sarah. You are a consistent supporter, little by little and big by big. You support big and little. It's great. So that is extra knots. Pillars, knots and pillars. Okay, and I'm going to do a couple more, then we're going to get into this next question. And there actually only is a couple more. Who's this? Wait a minute. Oh, Stephen Escalar. Oh, Atef, I see you. Here we go. Atef, are you still up with us, brother?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful, because I can't see the screen. Is that showing on the screen with Atef Rem Chem is on your Cash App now?
Yeah. Yeah. PayPal.
And it's on PayPal too?
Nah, not yet. The PayPal be like the Facebook. They don't let you change everything.
They don't. It's yes, they don't. I think I will find a way to break that matrix though. If you remind me, I'll see if I can let you know. I think I found a way out of that matrix.
Okay.
Okay. Shout out to you, good brother, which is he puts in Midnighter support 777 from the great brother, the great brother, the great brother, and we have Stephen Escalar. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. The monster supporters are creeping up. We have Stephen Escalar. Give him some big noise, everybody. Give him some big noise. Thank you. And we have Stephen Escalar again. That was 30. Oh, you know what? Did I read it? Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. Hold on a second. Is it still on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Stephen Escalar says, Henu, Master Teacher Saba Tehuti, Tua. Thank you, my good brother. And we have back-to-back with Stephen Escalar, who actually sent $20 for Midnighter class of... Oh, that's the one coming up. Okay. Okay, I thought he bought one. That's the one coming up. Okay, no problem. Stephen pays for Midnighter class like days in advance. I got to remember that. Okay, who's this? David Reed. I think this is a resend. That's a resend from David Reed. And one more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Extra from... Oh my goodness. I knew there was a monster one coming up. I knew it. Shout out to... For AUSET, because I did not know. Oh, Sharika, you started a new fad with this knot thing. We can say I did not know. I thank you for what not. I'm a naughty dread. It's a whole bunch of knots now. Okay, so he gave $50. So let me give him my special noise. Whenever somebody gives this amount, $50. This is from Nana Amun, by the way. Nana Amun. Shout out to Nana Amun. The monster donations. Appreciate you. Give the haters a warning. Warning, warning, warning. Shout out to Nana Amun. Shout out to Nana Amun. Boom. Shout out to Nana Amun. Let me give you a bomb. There we go. Appreciate you. With the $50 for AUSET because I did not know. Okay, let me start this answer, right? Fade away. Let me get this one. Freedom. Okay, let me save this. $22 extra. Nana Amun. Sets. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you, Nana Amun. Okay, everybody. The Tehuti pod class. Let me go ahead and put that question on the next two questions. I'm gonna go back to back. They're gonna merge into the same. So let me get this off the screen. We're merging questions. So here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let me give a shout out to the names that I see that I didn't say yet, which I see Raw Minerals for Tua for the best breakdown Black Alucard. And that's it. That's it. It's Okay. Maybe after I break this one down, there'll be some more, but I see Raw Mineral, shout out to you, and Black Alucard, shout out to you.
Saba,
Okay, here
you
we go, everybody.
gotta
The next question.
Saba, you gotta give people a beat when when you're blowing people's minds. You gotta all the pieces gotta come back in the body before we can get the Cash Apps and the PayPals to you. So.
Oh my goodness. Oh man. Okay. Okay. We'll give him a beat. Okay.
I did send you one also.
Yes, I read yours. Raw Minerals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Raw Minerals and Black Alucard. Thank you both.
Okay.
So the next question. Oh, what's that?
I walked away.
Oh. Okay, so next question in the Tutsi Pod class. Here it is. This will be the last one that I can answer tonight. Oh boy. MENKHU Ra is in the building. And is Owen Hythe in the building. Shout out to Leon Brown. Aerial Trill Productions. It's 8 a.m. in England. I missed the class, gonna watch it back. He says, salute Tehuti, SABA. Okay, so shout out to you. What's happening here? May 19th pod class. Everything just rebooted. Okay, here we go. We got it. We have it. We have it. We have it. Here we are. Which one is which? It must be this one. Open with this. Where's my Kara's question? Menkura, Menkura?
Yes, Saba.
Look like you froze.
Look like, yeah, I think Saba, I think you froze. We can hear you now.
Okay, Menkura, did you send the question in an email or a Cash App?
I emailed it to you, Saba.
Okay, the question about freedom.
Yes,
Email
yes, I emailed it to you.
Okay, let me look for it. Let me try to find it one more time.
Yeah, I can try and find
question
it
to be
resend it.
answered. Let's see if it's here. Yeah, find it, resend it, or you can yeah, you can ask live. Actually, is this it? No, I don't Angela, no. Need clarity. May 5th, Sharika, Primordial. I don't seem to have it. Where is it? Okay. Go ahead. Do you remember the question? You can say it live. And you also send me a big question.
Yeah, I sent you a
You
Cash
have a
App.
screenshot of the Cash App? Send me the screenshot of that right now, please, if you can. It was huge
Okay.
too. I want to give credit for this. It was like $72. So in the meantime, we're gonna go to while he's doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and show the one of the questions that was asked, and the one question that was asked was from the good brother Owen Hythe, who was known in the room as Askari. And he sent this question here. And the question is, yes, it's showing up in the room. Okay, here we go. So his question is, underground Railroad. This is actually a question that got lost in my files. He reminded me, I think last week when I said, any questions that I've missed? And he typed Underground Railroad. So he Tehuti teach on the Underground Railroad. I really like Owen Hythy's questions because they're questions on common things that everybody knows about. But he knows when he asks me this common question, like what is the Nicene Council? Things that you could Wikipedia, like what is the Underground Railroad? Who doesn't know what that is, right? But he knows that when he asks me the question, he knows that it's going to be something much different than what you thought you knew. Okay, now I'm going to wait for MENKHU's Cash App.
I sent them both, Saba. I sent the Cash App a screenshot, and I resent the question. I emailed them both to you.
I got them. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Here we go. Give this man some noise right here. I don't know if it's showing up on the screen. Give Owen Hythy noise. Okay, what's it showing on the screen? Owen Hythy or MENKHU?
Still, yeah, Owen Hythy.
That's strange. It should be MENKHU. Huh. Okay, let me stop this. Bijan Farrow, yeah, we already announced your donation. We announced your donation about over an hour ago. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, my good brother. Let me do this again. This should be MENKHU now. Let's see if we can do this. MENKHU Windows. Oh, here it is. Give this man some noise. Give him some big noise. $72. The number of two to give him some noise. And what I'm going to do now, is I'm going to put your question in the room, MENKHU, and then I want you to read it. I want people to hear you say the question. Here we go. Let me go ahead and put it in the room. You put an email, right? Yeah, email. Yeah, here it is. I'll go ahead and put it in the room, everybody. And then, can you all see that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and read that. I'm going to turn my camera off for just a moment. Read that, MENKHU, please, and then tell us what motivated that question. Go ahead.
The email reads, Hotep Saba, sending you supreme salutation and light. I would like for you to share your overstanding on freedom. What is the etymology and origin of this idea? What does it mean? Is freedom a consciousness? Does the idea or concept of freedom have any relationship to Ma'at? Or is this Isfat made up by the Tamahu? Tua for your wisdom and connection to the Netaru/ancestors, protection, peace, and prosperity. MENKHU. And so I think as I am learning from Saba and all the great brothers on the panel, the leaders of the teachings of Ma'at, and on my journey in this wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and as I'm growing and consciousness and staying unplugged from the matrix as possible, I think one day I was just like, this whole concept of freedom, what is it exactly? Because I know myself, I have a lot of miseducation from the Tamahu, from white supremacy and the matrix. I'm trying to break all the chains, and I'm trying to relearn and love and live in truth. And so I was like, I gotta ask SABA. I gotta ask this question about freedom, because you know, there's conversations too that we have post-traumatic stress disorder from slavery. There's still some residuals. There's still some trauma from slavery, and you know, us being in this wisdom and in this knowledge, how do we live? How do we live free, and dealing with, you know, these aspects of learning about our ancestors in Kemet and MAAT, and not dealing with the matrix. So that was kind of the inspiration for me asking the question. Just trying to live my life and love my life to the fullest.
Okay. Hey, Scribe, was that you that did that?
Yes.
You turned StreamYard into OBS?
I know a couple.
You put the big screen. You put the big screen of him, and the question is a little box in the corner, and we couldn't see us. Interesting. Scribe is the true technician. Okay, man. Nice. Okay, so could freedom be a matrix? Is freedom a good word? Of course, it seems, because it's what everybody appears to be striving for. There's actually no black movement that doesn't say that. So does the idea of freedom have any relationship to Ma'at? Everybody would say yes, of course. Or is it Isfet made up by the Tamahu? Wow, imagine that. Imagine if slavery was made up by the Tamahu and freedom. What is the etymology and origin of this idea? What does it mean? And I thought you had it somewhere in here if it's no, maybe it's not here. I thought you were asking what the meta word for freedom was. I don't see it in here. Maybe is it Isfet? Okay. Oh, I'll give you the in meta class. I'm not even gonna give that here. I don't see it as a question, but in meta class, I'm gonna give you the meta word for freedom. I thought that was a part of the question, but for some reason I took that part out subconsciously. I said, let me take this out. This Monday I'll talk to you about it. Okay, everybody, here we go. It's going to be great. Are you ready? Sharika, you awake? You okay? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Tef, are you hanging in, man? It's like, what is it, 8 in the morning over there? 9 o'clock in the morning. It's breakfast time over there? Okay, let's go. I know Scribe is up.
3:17.
Oh my goodness. And it's 12:18. I'm gonna try to answer this, finish this by 1:10 maybe. Let's see if we can do this. And let me refresh this page and see if there's any new donators, supporters. I don't see any. It's a little slow podcast tonight, but that's okay. I'm gonna refresh. Maybe they're all in the mysterious PayPal hidden somewhere. Okay, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. I'm gonna you all can go in the chat. Stay up all right, for this. I will be peacing out. Peacing out.
Yeah.
Peace out, my good brother. Peacing out. See you okay, everybody. We're gonna put everybody in the room, and then I'm gonna go ahead and answer this. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? You're ready? Nahum, you're the first one that said you're peacing out, and you're the last one here. That's funny. I don't know how that happened. I thought I saw you click out. Okay. Peace out, everybody. Here we go. We're going to answer the next question of the Tehuti pod class. Are you all ready? Press a 9 if you can hear me. This is it. The freedom question that everyone was wondering about. And the Underground Railroad, which everyone should know what that is. Respect to you, Bijan Farrell. Shannon, you hanging in there? You hanging in there? Here we go. You ready? It's 8 a.m. in London. They're still tuning in. Where is he? He said it's 8. I can't find him. Here it is. 8 a.m. in England. Oh my God. I missed the class. Gonna watch it back. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Screen share. Here we go. Freedom. And then the next question is about the Underground Railroad. Let's go. We're going to do entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. And here we go. This is it, everybody. Let's have fun at the Tehuti pod class. What is freedom? And can you all see me and hear me? Press a 9. I didn't get any 9s. Press a 9 if you can see me and hear me clearly. I need to see some 9s to make sure everything is smooth. Yeet TT is hanging in there. Stephen E is hanging in there. Shannon, take a Kepara. You're gonna be blown. You're from the era that I'm gonna be talking about. I'm about to change your. There's about to be a Mandela effect for you. Take a Kepara. You too. Well, Kemet, I don't know where Kemet stands on this, but Kemet, you're gonna love this. All the brothers and sisters that are from a little older area, you're gonna love it. Sharika Aru. She changed, she put Aru in her name. Nice. Sharika Aru. Nice. OFP LLC. You're hanging in there, Dave. You're hanging in there. Is it David Reed? I think so. Here we go. All right, everybody, get ready. Here we go. Freedom. What a beautiful thought. It is the echo of all liberation, right, everybody? Freedom. What a beautiful thought. It is the echo of all liberation, justice movements. Freedom or death is the code. Freedom of speech is the code. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. What if I told you freedom was a word that has its construct within the matrix? You can only be free after something has enslaved you. But have you ever thought about this? What would a bird in the Amazon, what would the word for a bird in the Amazon use for freedom if they had a language that we can understand? What would the bird in the Amazon's word be for freedom? Would they have such a word? Could the matrix have even put the vibrational frequency of control on the very word freedom itself, which is the opposite of control? And the answer is yes. And I will do a neuro-linguistic test on everyone to show so. So, would a bird in the Amazon have a word for freedom? Could the matrix have even put the vibrational frequency of control on the very word freedom itself, which is the opposite of control? Yes. And I will do a neuro-linguistic test on everyone to show so. Here we go. Ready? What comes to mind when you hear the word proclamation? Type it in the room. To proclaim something, or proclamation. Type one word that comes to mind. What does it mean? What's a proclamation? Just type it in the room. What word comes to mind? Go ahead, everybody. Type it in the room. Proclamation. What word comes to mind when you hear a proclamation? Hey, what's up, David Reed? That's right. I thought it was you. Nice, nice, nice. So what word comes to mind? A decree. Okay, good. A decree. Nice. Proclamation. What is a proclamation? So we have decree. Okay. Okay. Acquire. Interesting. Interesting words here. Proclaim. Okay. Yeah, to proclaim. What is that? A declaration. Okay, we got Sherry. It's blocking. Oh, Sherry Karu. Declaration. To declare. Okay. Yeet TT put declare. Daniel said Mer put declare. Okay, good. Wonderful, everybody. Wonderful. To declare, everybody's pretty much on the word declare, declaration, proclaim. Oh, to express. Okay, and there we go. To express something. Pretty good, everybody. I like the participation. Here we go. Proclamation. So to declare. Okay. Okay, great. I'm going to add another word in front, and tell me what comes to mind. Emancipation. What about? What about emancipation from slavery? Now what comes to mind now? What do you have visioned in your mind now when we add the word emancipation and emancipation from slavery? What scenes do you see in your head? What comes to mind? So we have proclamation, which is just to declare something, to announce, proclaim. Now I'm going to add the word emancipation in front of it. Okay. As a matter of fact, what race is in your mind? What race comes to mind when we add emancipation to the word proclamation or emancipation from slavery? What do you see in your mind? Let me go to the room. What do you see in your mind? Abraham Lincoln. There's a good one. That's right. Abraham Lincoln. Okay, there we go. We got freedom. Freedom. Nice. Freedom. Free. Okay. What kind of people do you see? What race do you see? Do you see a bunch of, when you think of Emancipation Proclamation, do you think of a bunch of Chinese people? Do you think of a bunch of Italians? Who do you see? So we have black. Okay, yep, shackles. That's right, shackles. Control. Nice, very nice. Shannon put control. So what do you see in your mind when you hear Emancipation Proclamation? Who do you see? So Yeet said he sees whites. Okay, that's interesting. Whites providing freedom. Melanated people, of course. So you think of emancipation from slavery. We got blacks in shackles. We got whites providing. What do you see in your mind when you think of Emancipation Proclamation? If you were just to walk down the street and don't say anything to somebody and just tap on the shoulder and say, Emancipation Proclamation, what would come to their mind? Anyone who doesn't believe in Christos, never slaves, but prisoners of war, according to T.O.M. Diversus. Okay. African American, there we go. Melanated people, that's right. Freedom for black people, absolutely. That is what everybody sees. That is what everybody has in their mind. Absolutely. Let's get back to it, okay? So now, Nana, can you turn this heat down for me? What race is in your mind? So the simple words, emancipation, immediately places an entire race in your mind. And the word slavery compounds it. So nobody put Chinese, nobody put Russians, people put whites freeing blacks, melanated people, blacks, shackles. Thank you, man. Just by a simple word. But notice, when I said the word proclamation, let me get back to the room. I'll show you how neuro-linguistic programming works. When I said the word proclamation, there was no race attached to it, was there? I kept the word proclamation and just added the word emancipation, which doesn't actually describe any particular race. It is just to free. But as soon as you hear it, we think of melanated people, whites freeing blacks, blacks, shackles, but nobody put Cantonese people. Nobody put people from Denmark. You see? So the word proclamation doesn't create a race in your mind, but the word emancipation immediately does. Emancipation puts a race in your mind, visions of races in your mind. Not freeing your dog, not catching, when you catch a fish and you go fishing, you have to free the fish. Wildlife and Game says if you catch a certain size of fish, you have to free it. That's emancipation, right? But we don't think of freeing fish. We don't think of freeing animals. We think of black people. That's right, Sharika. Crazy how it's only one specific group that comes to mind. That's right. He put good one. That's right. African Americans. And somebody put freedom. Where's freedom? Somebody put freedom here. Can't find freedom. Freedom. So the very word freedom which is the definition of emancipation, that's a particular race in your mind. And when it puts that particular race in your mind, it's not good images. It's not good images. The freedom itself is not anything productive. There's no pyramids being built. There's no culture. If you notice, no culture is added to that. Let's continue. Let's get through this. This is gonna be a mind travel class. Here we go. So, slavery compounds it simply by adding emancipation to a word, okay? So, now what if I were to tell you that the very word freedom contains these words? The very word freedom contains the word slavery. Let's see. Here's the definition of freedom that the brother asked about. Power of self-determination, state of free will. And here's emancipation. There's the word we thought of, emancipation. There's slavery, emancipation from slavery, deliverance, arbitrary, despotic control, possession, and there it is, emancipation from slavery. I want everybody to think right now. I want you to think right now. Freedom ties into emancipation from slavery. Can I ask everybody a question right now? Peace, Silver Surfer. Peace to you. Peace, peace, peace. Peace and blessings. Can I ask you a question? So the definition of freedom is the emancipation from slavery, right? Slavery is immediately associated with the word freedom. But I'm going to ask you a question right now and tell me where slavery is involved. When you go out into the fields and you see grasshoppers jumping around, are they free? Is a grasshopper free? Is a grasshopper free? How about a butterfly? How about a part of the rainforest where no man is gone and there's butterflies and grasshoppers? Sharks in the ocean, are they free? Everybody would say yes. Free as a bird. That statement is actually used, free as a bird. Has a bird been enslaved? Emancipation from slavery. But grasshoppers have never been enslaved. Is a grasshopper free? Yes, but it's never been enslaved. There seems to be some type of mental contradiction, and we're going to find out where the matrix comes in and why do we think of black people when we add the word emancipation to a simple word that means a simple word proclamation, the Emancipation Proclamations, right? And animals are in their natural state. That's right. And even though, and I want people to think about this, animals in their natural state live a much more dangerous life than you. All of them. Much more dangerous. A rabbit doesn't know if an eagle is going to swoop down and kill it. It doesn't know if a fox is going to grab it. It doesn't know if an animal is going to come from the hole. It doesn't know if a snake's going to go into the hole. It's constantly like this. That's why you see squirrels are constantly, they could die at any second. But that is what we're calling free. That's freedom, because they're not enslaved. At any moment, a fly can be killed. Any bird can be killed at any moment. It's at the whim of whatever predator is sneaking up on it. The zebras are moving through the fields. An alligator can bite its nose and rip its face off because it wants to get a drink of water. Hey, I'm still here. I've never been afraid of death from grabbing a water bottle, but a deer can get killed by an alligator at any moment. So danger in somebody overpowering you actually has nothing to do with our subconscious word for freedom, because we know that all those animals are under the whim and fear of other animals around them, and they can actually die. The other animals don't enslave them, they actually just rip them to shreds. Seals get tossed up in the air and played with by killer whales and left. They get played with, killed, and left. And that is freedom. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Shannon says this is very deep. It's about to get deep right now. Let's go. Here we go. So we have established in your brain, then in our subconscious mind, freedom has absolutely nothing to do with another creature being over you and that can abuse you and destroy you, because all the animals have creatures that can abuse them, destroy them, eat their children, take them as slaves. Ants take slaves. We have creatures that take slaves, play with kill their young, play with they catch animals for their babies to play with till they die. You could be one of those caught animals, and none of that do we say is not freedom. So what happened to our subconscious? Let's go. Here we go. Ready? On my screen sharing, I should be. Here we go. Let's break the matrix. That's why the letters turn green. And the matrix begins. Come order this Monday's MetaNetter class, and I will elaborate on the MetaNetter word for freedom and why. Now let us continue. Why is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of slaves? What is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of slaves using this route to escape to their freedom? What's the first thing, everybody? When you think of slaves using a particular route, that is the only route we know by name that led them to their freedom, what do you think of? What was the path the slaves took to lead them to their freedom? What comes to mind? That's right, Anipata, you can't be free without slavery. In their definition. Yeah, they call birds free. What? There we go. Darius McNair is back. Underground Railroad is the first thing, right, that comes to mind. What is the path? Now you put fighting. I'm talking about an actual pathway, not a means, an actual path that you can tread on to get to a destination, like an actual path that you can move on. What do you think of comes to mind that Black people took this pathway to get to freedom? And the brother said it right. Underground Railroad. Is that what everybody was thinking? Is there another pathway that you know of? The typing should have popped up immediately, because there's none. I've never heard anybody name any other pathway other than the Underground Railroad. Right? Nobody's named any other the City Connection travel fair. Nobody's ever named anything else. It's just the Underground Railroad, the Underground Railroad, the Underground Railroad, the Underground Railroad is the immediate thing you think of, programmed in your mind when you think of the word freedom and how the slaves actually escaped physically, like taking a path, directional pathway to escape it. Let's go. Okay. Exactly. The quote-unquote Underground Railroad. See how that hypnotically came to mind? But if you try to think of the details or specifics of what happened, it gets blurry. Think of the details of the Underground Railroad. What are the actual details of it? Who reported it back? What are the actual stories that came from the Underground Railroad? Is everybody's story concise? Let me ask a question. Are there any myths and facts, articles about Malcolm X? Is there any of the myths of Malcolm X? Martin Luther King, Pharaoh Ramesses, George Washington? No. These are historically documented people and the events that they were in. There's no book that I've ever seen called The Myths of Martin Luther King, The Myths of Donald Trump. The history of Donald Trump is the history of Donald Trump. I don't know if there's a book of myths on Donald Trump. Is there a book of myths on George Bush? A book of myths on anyone that's actually real? Any event that's actually real? Is there a book of myths on it where you can't decipher the myths from the facts? They're documented people. Questionable historical events. So these are documented people. So no, these are historically documented people. Yet look at how many quote unquote myths and facts, questionable historical events there are on the one and only thing that came to your mind pertaining to the literal road to quote unquote freedom. Let's see if freedom is associated hypnotically with something that immediately comes to mind, such as the Underground Railroad. But yet, if I were to ask you to teach me about it, would you, without opening a book, would you be able to talk to me about specific details? Let me look in the room a second. Would anybody in this room, without looking at a book or Wikipedia, be able to just, if I had a 5-year-old that said, tell me about the Underground Railroad, the details of it. The details of it. Would anybody in this room be able to step by step walk through the details of, well, the Underground Railroad was located here. Here's who was running it. Here's how they got the people. Here's how this route went here. Here's the name of the people. This is the person that was in charge. This is the person that was waiting on the other side, waiting. This is the person that ushered in. Here's this, here's then with that. It happened from this year to this year. And would anybody be able to do that in the room? If so, you can freely come to the panel without looking at Wikipedia and definitely tell us the full story, detailed of the Underground Railroad. It's all blurry, isn't it? It's very, very blurry. But yet it's the only story of freedom. And we got just Harriet Tubman was a conductor for 8 years. Yeet TT put no, yep. LLC put OFP, LLC put no. Let's go. I'm walking you through how hypnosis works in the PSYOPs with actual freedom. The biggest freedom story in Black history is the Underground Railroad. It is the biggest freedom story. That's why nobody can name any other paths. Black people for 400 years of slavery had no other path or route to escape other than the Underground Railroad. Oh, Ascari is here. Here's the brother that asked the question. Here we go, Underground Railroad. And see how you immediately associate with Harriet Tubman? Watch this. Stephen E., you ready? Stephen E., name another person in the Underground Railroad. Without looking it up, just go ahead and type the name. We got Harriet Tubman. Name the other conductor. What's the other conductor's name? Anybody? Without looking it up. Boom, let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. NPR News. 5 Underground Railroad myths debunked. Huh? The Underground Railroad is a popular topic in American history, but many of the stories people recite are more myth than facts. Huh? What? Did they have an article like this about Trump? About any of the stories that people recite are not evenly myths and facts. They're more myth than facts. They're not 90% facts with a little sprinkle of 10% myth. They're more myths than facts. 5 Underground Railroad myths debunked. Why is this even an article? Oh, here's another one. And this one's actually by a Black man. PBS. 100 amazing facts about the Negro. The Railroad in Lore. Huh? The Railroad in Lore. A partial list of some of the common myths about the Underground Railroad would include the following. Well-intentioned white abolitionists, many of whom were Quakers, ran it. That's a myth? Wait a minute. That's what I was taught. The Underground Railroad operated through the South. Yep, that's what I was taught. It operated through the South and it led people to the North. Okay, that's not true. That's lore. Most fugitive slaves who made it to the north found sanctuary along the way in secret rooms, concealed in attics or cellars. Many escaped through tunnels. Yeah, that's what I remember that in school. I remember that. That's a lore? That's a myth? Wait. What's left of the story then? Slaves created so-called freedom quilts. I remember this. Yeah, freedom quilts and hung them on the windows of their homes to alert escaping fugitives to the location of the safe houses and secure routes north to freedom. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's what I remember that. That's a myth. Wait a minute. What's left of the Underground Railroad? Huh? The Underground Railroad was a large-scale activity. Yep. That enabled hundreds of thousands of people to escape their bondage. Yeah, I remember that. It was huge. It went on for years, and I remember that. Yeah, that's a myth. What? Entire families commonly escaped together. I remember that. Yeah, my families would escape together. Yeah. The spiritual steal away was used to alert slaves that Harriet Tubman would be coming to town, or that an opportune time to flee was at hand. Okay, that's not true either. The railroad has proven to be one of the most enduring and popular threads in the fabric of Americans' national historical memory, as Blight rightly puts it. Since the end of the 19th century, many Americans, especially in New England and the Midwest, have either fabricated stories about the exploits of their ancestors or simply repeated tales they have heard. However, before we tackle those tales, it's worth looking at the origins of the term Underground Railroad. What is going on here? What is going on here? Hold on. The Underground Railroad is more myths. Oh, I was taught all that. Much of the contemporary understanding and myth about the Underground Railroad originated with Wilbert Cyber. Yeah, this was the interview. The interview in 1869 study. Cyber interviewed nearly everyone still living with some memory related to the network, and even traveled to Canada to interview former slaves who traced their own routes from the South to freedom. While Cyber ignored the most fanciful stories he heard, he placed far too much emphasis on the work of the so-called white conductors and depicted the experience as a very systematic, interrelated series of stations and routes. Isn't that what happened? Wasn't there mostly white conductors? Wasn't it a very systematic, interrelated series of stations and routes, which he traced detailed maps, not unlike the railroad line or system of rail lines, as David Blight remarks. Cyber fashioned a popular story, primarily white conductors helping nameless back to freedom. And this story is all the way from 1896. None of us were born. So here we have Wilbert Cybert embellishing and creating stories from a time period before even your mother was. Is anybody's mother around in 1869? 1896? 1898? Anybody's mother born back then? And here's where the story is created. Embellished in myths and stories of the Underground Railroad. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So the story, or one of them, because remember there's many, right? Many different stories. The story, or one of them, is the sympathetic white train conductors who were undercover abolitionists working to remove the power from the South in the Civil War, worked with slaves to get them freedom. That's a cyber emphasis story, through a train line system that they knew, because of course they were train conductors. This is before the concept new story came about, where conductor was a symbolic term. But one of the stories was that there was train conductors who knew routes. They knew routes, and they were part of the Civil War, and they wanted the South to get crushed, and they wanted to free blacks because of a power system move. And they went through a train line system that they knew, because of course they were train conductors. Okay, and here's where the psyops begins. What or who do we know in the Black history freedom story that even made us have or popularize this concept of an underground railroad. What's the name of the person that you think of? One name and one name only that you think of that comes to mind when you think of the Underground Railroad, even though supposedly it was a system that was going on for decades, years and years and years and years and years, but for some reason, only one person comes to mind when you think of that. Anybody know? What's the name of that one person? Harriet Tubman. Why is that? This is a civil war. You all may not know what the Civil War is. This is a civil war going on for long periods of time. And inside of the Civil War system are Civil War abolitionists, accordingly, doing this massive thousands slave escapes to the north. And in any war, you hear multiple names of people that were part of that war. But in this one, only one name comes to your hypnosis mind. Only one. Only one person was a part of this whole event. Only one person did everything. Only one name is programmed in your mind. Nobody helped her. Nobody assisted. Nobody, no other name, no other woman, no other man. One person. And as Steve said, the story is she only did it for 8 years. The Underground Railroad was before and after. So you have one person that intervened for 8 years. And did anybody else help blacks in the whole Civil War time period? Just after her, nobody else helped. There's many parties to mention during the Civil War. Why just her? Exactly. Why just her? Whenever a bunch of people know one thing but don't know why they know that one thing, please believe that there's a psyops going on. Please know that there's a psyops going on. And everybody has one answer, but they don't know anything else other than that one answer, and they can't source that one answer. No, there's a psyops. Here we go. And here she is right here. Harriet Tubman. This is her, right? That's her, right? Is that Harriet Tubman? Right? Anybody here's parents? Somebody said their parents were born in 1920. Let me go back to the room. Somebody's parents were born in 1920. Who was that? Who said that? Let me ask an honest question. Not your parents, because we may be too young, but the grandma. Does anybody remember their grandma and grandpa telling them about the stories of Harriet Tubman? Your great grandmother, do you remember her saying, when I was the Harriet Tubman, see, well, I remember that Uncle Pa was a part of the, and then she came around, and then we was in the. Anybody remember great grandma talking about Harriet Tubman? Where did you first hear about Harriet Tubman? Where did you first hear about it? Because when my children's children grow up, and your children's children grow up, they're going to hear about Biden. From who? They're going to hear about the Tehuti podcast. From who? From you telling your children and them telling their children. The World Trade Center from who? From the eyewitnesses that were there that are telling their children, and their children tell their children. Who has the old great grandma that was talking about Harriet Tubman with the greatest slave escape that ever took place in history? That's one of the reasons we're all free, at least those in the North. It was a part of the Civil War. This isn't some minor thing taking place. This shut down the Civil War. This ended this. This is one of America's best history. You may know of people who were in the Tuskegee experiment. You may know of people who were in the days of Malcolm X, and they say, I remember Malcolm X. Grandma's talking about Malcolm X. I remember Malcolm X. I remember Martin Luther King. Anybody remember Harriet Tubman? Hey, Raphael Gary's back. Please, Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary put school. This is going to be a deep class tonight. We're going long. Programming. Elementary school. You heard about Jesus? Right. Here we go. Ooh, this is going to be... And you all, please, after this one, I'm going to be out of here after this one. Please send in your support. It's been a low support pod class night tonight. Please send your support. I broke down some of the deepest things ever, and this is about to be world changing. Here is Harriet Tubman. There she is, right? Right. There she is. You know why this is Harriet Tubman? You know why this is Harriet Tubman? Let me tell you why. That's Harriet Tubman because none of your great-grandparents have a picture of her. Huh? Somebody has this picture because the whole world has it now. Huh? The whole world has these pictures of Harriet Tubman right now. 100 pictures of Harriet Tubman. But the greatest heroine, a female, carried the shotgun. What did she do? She was blowing away white men. She was blowing away slave masters. What did she do with the shotgun? But she had a shotgun. Your mother, some of you young people, some of you have pictures with R. Kelly. Some of you have pictures with Wesley Snipes, Denzel, Drake, Jay-Z. And when your children's children look in the photo album or on your phone, they'll see you and Jay-Z. They'll see you and whoever, Lil Wayne. Why? Because Jay-Z and Lil Wayne are so important to us, aren't they? That's why we have pictures of them. Harriet Tubman freed these hundreds and thousands of slaves, the most powerful woman on the planet, to slaves. And nobody said, can I get a picture with you? Can I get a picture of you? You're like the savior. Can I get, you know, your great-grandmother doesn't have a picture of Harriet Tubman, but I got a picture of James Brown. James Brown was more important. How many people have pictures of James Brown? How many people have pictures of anybody, Marilyn Monroe, whatever you have, with the people? And the person who is the greatest freer of slaves, none of your old family members have the picture of her? Didn't you want to carry the picture of the greatest woman on the planet? You have a picture of her because of the internet. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. This is a slow breakdown. Of course, Harriet Tubman, the runaway rebel slave who was on the slave side working with the conductors who were not slaves but employers for the train, according to one story, system, right? Other narratives say it wasn't really a railroad with actual quote-unquote conductors. But wait, when we look at the so-called underground routes that they show us today, these are extremely large, intricate routes with several different destinations, obviously pre-built. And thus, yes, random slaves and white abolitionists would have no knowledge of these routes or where to lead unless led by a professional conductor or at least one who knew the routes. Look at the routes, everybody, of the underground. Look how intricate these routes are. Who scouted these routes first? Who knew of these paths? And yes, some of them weren't literally underground. This is the Underground Railroad. Look at the intricacy. Look at where they lead to different openings and different closings from Kentucky. Look at all of this intricacy. Who knew these pathways? Who created them? Where they come from? To know that you could take the path, someone must have took it before you. Yeah. The psyops today. Because we buy our jewelry from stores, and every time we think of trains, railroads, we don't think of mining routes at the time. We don't think of mining trains, do we? We always think of the trains that we get on. We're interacting underground railroads as well, mining routes, mining trains underneath the ground, on top of the ground. Not necessarily a train that you may get on where you pay a fare. Although there is a story of Harriet Tubman getting on a train and talking to a conductor who was actually an employee, but we'll get to that later. This may be a two-part class. That Harriet Tubman and her team so interact with underground railroads like a mining routes, whichever the case, we are led to believe that Harriet Tubman and her team of abolitionists meshed the concept of freeing slaves through a railroad. We only associate those terms with her, anchoring the psyops that it was a code term and not an actual railroad system that went underground. But what date was Harriet Tubman in this coded system when she actually said she was one of the quote-unquote conductors? This takes us to the biography of Harriet Tubman and the book Harriet Tubman, Road to Freedom by Catherine Clinton. That's where these stories are coming from. And here it is. Harriet Tubman, if you want to go get this book, Road to Freedom. Freedom. The old woman was once a slave. She stood before the assemblage in her cheap black gown and coat and big black straw bonnet without adornment. Her hand was held in Miss Anthony's. She impressed one with the venerable dignity of her appearance. At this impromptu occasion, Tubman made her famous remark, "I was a conductor of the Underground Railroad for 8 years, and I can say what most conductors, pluralize, conductors can't say. I never ran my train off the track. I never lost a passenger." Well, the other conductors, most of the conductors, ran their trains off the track or lost passengers. If anybody could just put the name of these conductors, but this is what she says in this book. Okay, so now we're going to go to Gateway to Freedom. Everything pertaining to Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. You'll notice it has the word freedom in it, don't you? Road to Freedom. Here it is, Gateway to Freedom. And what does it say on page 6? I went and checked it out. I went and checked out Gateway to Freedom, page 6. And what does it say? Moment subjected to the terrible liability of being seized upon his fellow men at the hideous crocodile seized upon the prey. It is impossible to think of fugitive slaves without also thinking of the Underground Railroad. Douglas later referred to Dave Ruggles as the only quote-unquote officer of the Underground Railroad he encountered during his escape. The term, in fact, did not exist yet in 1838. There was no Underground Railroad in 1838. When Douglas reached the North, and it remains unclear exactly when it originated. One account attributes his first use to an article in Washington newspaper in 1839, quoting a young slave who said, listen close, he hoped to escape on a railroad that went underground all the way to Boston. So in 1839, when slaves were talking about a railroad system that physically went underground and it ended up in a destination, they originally, before the term Underground Railroad was psyopsed, in 1839, we're talking about an escape route on an actual railroad that went underground and ended up in Boston. An actual railroad. Not symbolic, not codes, but this is all the way in 1839, prior to any Underground Railroad being mentioned. Slaves were talking about escaping on a railroad that went underground to a destination. Let's go to the National Park Service article Over here, oh man, Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. Myths and facts about Harriet Tubman again. Myths and facts. Harriet Tubman rescued 300 people in 19 trips. That's a myth. Harriet Tubman rescued people from all over the South using the Underground Railroad. Wait a minute. Harriet Tubman rescued people from all over the South using the Underground Railroad. That's a myth. Harriet Tubman used quick code following the Underground. Why is there myths and facts about the Underground Railroad and also myths and facts about Harriet Tubman? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tutti Pod class. I hope your great grandmothers taught your grandmothers about Harriet Tubman so we can get some firsthand references from the children of slaves who definitely would commemorate and have all kind of holidays and definitely have pictures and things with the woman who freed them. Who remembers what Harriet Tubman said about the amount of slaves she freed? Anybody remember? How many slaves she wished she freed? Remember that quote? The most famous, one of the most favorite Harriet Tubman quotes. How many slaves did she free and how many did she wish she could free? Does anybody remember? Go ahead and type it in the room. The famous Harriet Tubman quote, freed this many, and if I could, I would have freed a blank more. That's right. Trade routes, Raphael Gary. That's right. Trade routes. Trade routes. And here we go. I visited her museum in Auburn, New York, and she says she only saved 70 people. What is happening here? Only 70 people. What? That's the Underground Railroad? Of all, how many slaves were there? Millions. 70 were saved. And then we have some say 300. And her quote is, if she freed 1,000 slaves, and if she could, she would free 1,000 more. Harriet Tubman was known from my memory as a child to free multitudes of people. She kept going back, freeing more, grabbing families, going back. This was for 8. Imagine in 8 years, you only free 70 people. Is that what, 8 people? Is that 8 people a year? And then is that 11 people a year? Only 11 people this year. How many we got this year? 11. Yo, man, we've been doing this for 2 years. Next year we get 11. Hey, man, we're on year number 4. 11. Yo, it's been 5 years of this. Is it still 11? 11. The Harriet Tubman story is the ever-changing story, which is sad because it's the story that everybody seems to know, but nobody. If you put 5 people in the room to tell you about Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad, you will get 5 different stories. 1,000. Remember that, Eric G? I freed 1,000 people, and if I could, I'd free 1,000 more. This isn't gonna work. Here's the quote right here. I freed, and you see these memes going around too. I freed 1,000 slaves. Kemet says he went to the museum at 70. I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves. Harriet Tubman. One of her famous quotes. That'd be impressive. That'd be good. 1,000 slaves in 8 years. Okay, but 70? 70 slaves. Here we go. Now we got AP News. False quotes on freed slaves wrongly attributed to Harriet Tubman. More false myth. Harriet Tubman said, I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves. Harriet Tubman, 19th century abolitionist, Underground Railroad conductor, did not say that. She freed 1,000 slaves and would free 1,000 more. The image of Tubman circulating online with the quote about freeing slaves, Kate Clifford Larson, a historian and Harriet Tubman scholar, told Associated Press that Tubman never used that phrase. Larson, author of Bound for the Promised Land, Harriet Tubman portrait of American hero, also said the phrasing is inconsistent with Tubman's usual wording and does not sound like someone with knowledge of the condition of enslavement. Another made-up story. Did Harriet Tubman say? Now we're in Snoops. Did Harriet Tubman say, I freed 1,000 slaves? There's no evidence. A famous quote often attributed to the African-American abolitionist was actually spoken by her. Man, why so much myths? Why so much made-up stories? And where can we source this aspect of creation of the creation of this person, Harriet Tubman? At least this aspect of it, because it takes a lot of things to create somebody. And if you have too many things, then that becomes a created character. So if you have Tehuti of the Tehuti pod class, and he taught to the pod class every Friday, and he wore a top hat and had snakes, that's a story that's real. If now Tehuti became a WWF wrestler with snakes that he used to choke out the Rock, and he would teach the Rock about ancient Egypt while he wore an Irish kilt, that's a created character. That description right there is something that doesn't exist. Even if there was a Tehuti, that character is created over and over and over again. So who did it? Oh, of course. This week on Free Thought Matters, feminist icon, author Robin Morgan. Yes, of course. To a European feminist, Robin Morgan. And here's her writing. Goodbye to all that. Robin Morgan. Goodbye to the woman of any age, again, feeling unworthy, sulking. What if she is not electable? Or maybe it's post-feminist. Wish we're already free. Let the statement by the magnificent Harriet Tubman stand as a reply. When asked how many slaves she managed, how many hundreds of slaves, how many managed to save hundreds of slaves, African American, via Underground Railroad during the Civil War, she replied bitterly, I could have freed thousands if only I'd been able to free them. Even that is different from the actual quote. You see this? So we can see that the embellished quote was embellished, and we accepted the embellished quote was embellished, and we accepted this created character with no research, even to the point that she would believe an old woman with a long shotgun traveled hundreds of miles freeing slaves, leading the Underground Railroad, who, yes, was consistently suffering seizures and sleeping fits. That Harriet Tubman at any time would fall asleep or go into a seizure without warning. They were called sleeping and seizure fits. They were spontaneous with no warning. That would just pop up, and she'd be doing something according to the story and then just fall asleep or start going into a seizure. This was the woman who aimed the shotgun precisely. It was blowing away. I'm not sure what she did with the shotgun, because she has seizures and sleeping fits, but she has the shotgun and she's traveling in the dark for miles, just one person, because you don't have the name of any other conductor, right? And here it is. Tubman freed slaves, just not that many. Why is there so many today? Harriet Tubman was born Araminta Minty Ross in the early 1820s on Dorchester County, Maryland. She was a house slave from a young age before working the field, harvesting flax at age 13. Early on, Tubman suffered a traumatic brain injury when an overseer threw a heavy weight aiming for another slave, but striking Tubman instead. She did not receive proper medical care and would suffer sleeping fits, likely seizures, for years afterwards. Now, then they added religious neurolinguistic programming, words that appeal to nostalgic familiarity, to add on to the creation of this character. So they had to add on nostalgic programming. So they started calling this person now, according only to the authors of the books. Nobody, no ex-slave, no person, no great-grandmother ever said, we had a woman named Moses, now she's Moses. Harriet Tubman, Road to Freedom. Harriet Tubman, The Moses of the People by Sarah Bradford. One by Catherine Clinton, Sarah Bradford. Just look up these women and tell me how they look and what they're about. Here is Catherine Clinton and Sarah Bradford, The Moses of her people. Because it's in this book. followed a star that led to salvation. So according to the story of Harriet Tubman, this is in the scenes in the life of Harriet Tubman. Sarah Bradford. How did Harriet Tubman lead us to freedom? She followed the star because they said, here's a quote, "I'll meet you in the morning, safe in the promised land, on the other side of Jordan, bowing for the promised land." She started her journey not knowing where she went, except she was going to follow the North Star that led her to liberty. She didn't know where she was going. She was breaking out into seizures and sleeping fits. At about 60 years old or so, running through the woods. And she followed a star because she was Moses. Boom. Even the biography of Harriet Tubman is called, here she is right here, and they show her in all white, Moses of her people. And here we are. Harriet Tubman, before, during the Civil War, coincided with the emergence of the daguerreotype and popularly in the small visiting card portraits known as carte de visite. This was a lucky stroke for the Underground Railroad leader. So she's the leader. She's the leader now, right? Okay. This is the leader. The photograph. Okay. The photograph images became instrumental to the protection of her clandestine activities because she was illiterate. Letters of introduction were not appropriate. It could be a costly mistake if Tubman were to reveal to the Underground Railroad agenda to anyone but a fellow traveler. Her collection of photos of the Underground Railroad agents and comrades helped to prevent such mishaps. So according to this story, ladies and gentlemen, there should be a whole collage of photos of the other leaders and other conductors because Harriet Tubman was illiterate. So she had to carry around several photos of everyone and everything going on because she could only look at the pictures of the people and match them up. She couldn't read, she was illiterate. Of course, these photos are in museums, right? Imagine that. Harriet Tubman's photos of all the other Underground Railroad train conductors and the slaves and people she had to communicate with. She had photos of them. It must have been by the hundreds. How many photos did she have of all the conductors and to recognize the slaves she was gonna help and the other people that were abolitionists? How many Harriet Tubman photos was she carrying around with the shotgun? She looking at the shotgun. She's looking at the. That's you. That you. And she falls asleep. And then that's you. I'm gonna blow you away. And then she's in a seizure. But she was illiterate, everybody, so she couldn't read. So she had to carry around a bunch of photos on her person to know who everybody is and understand the clandestine activities. She went by photos. Even down to the story of Harriet Tubman having illiteracy and head injury subconsciously ties into Moses, and the theme is vulnerability and still being God's chosen guide. Regardless of speech or reading impediments, you can still see the visions and speak to God as a freedom fighter. Yes, did you know that Moses was believed by Muslims and Jews, especially at that time? Most Christians don't even know this, but at that time, Muslims and Jews to have a speech impediment. Moses, the great leader, despite speech disorder, he had some type of speech impediment. That's the Moses story. Shadrach, this is the Jewish, Shadrach, 7 heroes with disabilities in the Bible. When God first commanded Moses to take his people out of Egypt, Moses protested that he was heavy in mouth and had a heavy tongue. This was generally understood to a man that stuttered. He had some type of speech impediment. Something was wrong with him, but he was still able to lead the people. Welcome to the Matrix. This is actually carefully created. Nostalgic story is carefully created. We have a woman looking up at a star. She can't read. She's falling asleep at any given time. She's breaking out into seizures. She has 50 pictures over here looking at them with a shotgun over here. And she's the leader. This is the leader, though. There's nobody more competent to be the leader other than her. With all these ailments, she's actually the leader. What made her the leader? What qualified? Who is this person? Welcome to the Matrix, everybody. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix. This is the Underground Railroad story, though. Did you know Moses? Let me show you how the PSYOPs begins to parallel the nostalgic story of Moses with Harriet Tubman, who became, according to only Europeans, the modern day Moses. That means there's no black slave great grandmother that has any story to tell your grandmother that we had a woman that we called Moses. Did you know Moses was a chief of spies to get to the promised land? Let me take you to the Christian website. Here it is. So here's the Christian website right over here. Got questions, biblical answers. And here it is. Why did Moses send 12 spies to the promised land? So we have a Moses going to the promised land, but he's working with spies. Okay. We have Harriet Tubman talking about we go to the promised land, and I'm following the star, and I'm going to go to the promised land, and I am the Moses now. I'm being called Moses, not by any black person. There's no record of any black person, but by the whites who wrote the biography. She's now the Moses. Moses did not know what was ahead, according to the story. So spies were incorporated to get to the promised land. There were spies and scouts. Scouts and spies. You see that? It's right over here. You can go and read this right in Deuteronomy 1:22, where they send out scouts and spies. Spies and scouts to look at the promised land. Why did Moses send 12 spies to the promised land? Well, we're going to go back to the Harriet Tubman Moses book, page 13, the author of the Moses book, and her other book, Scenes of Harriet Tubman. And what does it say here? I will meet you in the morning, safe in the promised land, in order of side of on the other side of Jordan. And she started her journey, not knowing, just like Moses started his journey, he didn't know. So he started working with spies and scouts. Harriet Tubman following the North Star, according to what we're being told. She's a Moses with physical impediments that deal with illiteracy. And she started her journey, and she also didn't know where to go. She didn't know where she was going. Okay? Any association with spies and scouts? No, that would be too much. That would be too much. Let's go to the Center of Legislative Archives over here. You can go check it out. It is National Archives. Harriet Tubman had made a claim. Okay, during the U.S. Civil War, abolitionist Harriet Tubman served in the Union side, a scout, nurse, cook, and what? A spy? A scout? Harriet Tubman was a spy and a scout heading to the promised land and didn't know where she was going, so she had to follow a star. And she was also a spy. And she was Moses. What a perfect story. How perfect it is for a bunch of Christians to hear. How perfect it is. Well, we know she submitted affidavits, but we're going to get to that. Okay. Oh my goodness. Boom. The matrix you are in is perfectly crafted. Oh, by the way, the so-called Union that Harriet Tubman was a spy for was the Northern United States Army. I don't know if people know that. An army official spy. That's what kind of spy she was. She was a spy that worked for the Northern U.S. Army, and they call themselves the Union. Here's the Civil Rights War that took place between the North and the South U.S. Army and the North U.S. Army, and the Civil War in the United States was fought between the Union, the North, and the Confederacy, the South, later formed by the United States. So that is the Union, and here they are. Here's the American Civil War. You see the army men right there, the government employees right there, and she was a spy and a scout for the United States Army. Spying a scout for the United States Army at over 60 seizures, sleeping fits, and became the leader of the biggest escape movement in emancipation history. All a government psyops. Harriet Tubman sent an affidavit in to raise her government-funded pension for her husband's services. The government abridged it. Here it is over here. So here's the affidavit that's sent in, right, to the Congress. And as you can see, they abridged it. That means they changed it. That means it was one thing at one time, and she requested something, and then it got changed. Okay? Here it is. Remember, does anyone remember a few years ago, the government was going to put a so-called black revolutionist with a shotgun on money to replace a president? Remember Harriet Tubman was going to replace Jackson? Remember that? You all remember that, right? The government was going to do this. This was a slave abolitionist that carried around a shotgun ready to blow off white people's heads as the leader of the biggest black freedom movement ever in history. And the government themselves were going to take off one of their leaders and put her face on a dollar bill. Do you all remember that? This is what they were going to do with Malcolm X. They're going to take off one of the president's faces and put Noble Drew Ali on it. Farrakhan, is Elijah Muhammad going to go on is the United States government going to take one of the presidents off and put Elijah Muhammad there? Huey P. Newton, is Huey P. Newton going to go on the $100 bill? What do you have to be to come to take a president, one of the leaders' faces off and put a black revolutionist face in place? And the government is doing it. Not ask. You know those little memes that say no one, and then it says what happens. And so here, no one, the government. We're going to put Harriet Tubman on money and take off the president. No one asked that. No one asked for this. When is Malcolm X's face going to go on the Brother J from the X-Line? Any other black revolutionists? Stokely Carmichael? A-Trap Brown? Anyone else? Any other black revolutionists? Nat Turner, as they say. Anybody else? No, just Harriet Tubman. They're gonna take off one of their leaders and put what money was that again? What money was that? What currency was that? What dollar bill was that? Let's go, everybody. Here we go. I'm gonna have to do this 2 parts because this is a long one. What currency dollar bill was that? It was, here it is, the $20 bill. Anti-slavery activist Harriet Tubman to replace Jackson on the $20 bill. Right? The $20 bill. Oh yes, of course, the 20. The affidavit had details because let's go back to the affidavit over here when she was getting a pension and they asked for an abridgment of pay. It was a pay every month. You know what that pay was every month to Harriet Tubman from the government? Yes, $20. $20 a month was the pension of the government soldier worker Harriet Tubman was going to get. And now the same government was going to put her on the 20. The affidavits that she wrote to get this pension, they had details and missing details that corroborated stories that could only be found in the book, Scenes of the Life of Harriet Tubman, but was not relevant to the claim itself of getting the pension. That means if you're filling out paperwork to get a pension, you have to prove your name, your date of birth, who your husband is, how many years, where he served, and then you get the pension if you qualify. It has nothing to do with if you were a slave 20 years ago. It has nothing to do with anything else. But for some reason, the autobiography, the biography of the book was inside of the affidavits, such as John Tubman, her first husband, being an ex-slave. All this was in affidavits for her to get a pension. Her being the wife of John Tubman, of someone else, has Nothing to do. Whatever her past life was had nothing to do with getting a pension from the government. What was relevant to the claim would be where to send the checks to, current addresses, other vital information of the present, not of a story. Look at the affidavit closely and tell me what's missing. Here's one of the affidavits. All this is blank up here. And when you go through these affidavits, which are public access, you'll find nothing about the information that it takes for the government to actually send her the checks in the first place. If she wins the case, which they did amend it, but they have no information, nothing is on the affidavit, but the story that is in the biography is in the affidavit. Sections of the story are word for word in the affidavit. No date of birth, no name, being that according to the version of the story, Harriet Tubman was illiterate and would go into uncontrollable sleep phases. So when it came to writing up legal documents, etc., she would of course need a lawyer or legal trustee to oversee or assist. Harriet Tubman's was her lawyer or trustee was a man named Mr. Wise Esquire. Guess who consented him as the legal advisor that would assist in the affidavits, the same affidavits that have the whole story of the story of the biography. And here we go. We're going to go into the scenes of Harriet Tubman, and here it is right here. It says here's Esquire. Mr. Wise has also consented that Miss Bradford's request to act as a trustee for Harriet and will receive, invest, and apply for her benefit, whatever may accrue from the sales of this book. So all the sales of the story of Harriet Tubman and all her legal documentation and affidavits had to be written or gone through Mr. Wise Esquire, who was consented by Miss Bradford. Who is that? Who is Miss Bradford? Oh, well, here is the life of Harriet Tubman by Sarah Bradford, where the story actually comes from. The story that you have, one of the famous stories of Harriet Tubman, comes from Sarah Bradford. Sarah Bradford is the one that consented for Wise Esquire to be the lawyer of Harriet Tubman and thus oversee and write the affidavits and put them together. And it just so happens that a lawyer would happen to know the exact information you would legally need to get a pension, but instead of that, we see some handwriting of the story that corroborates with the biography that's in Sarah Bradford's book, and Sarah Bradford was the one that hired out the lawyer. Yo, hey, welcome to the party, man. Welcome to the party. So the lawyer, because remember, Harriet Tubman couldn't read nothing. Remember, she had to look at pictures to know who, so she couldn't read, right? So who's writing up the affidavits with all the details for her to get the pension? Who's writing up all her legal documentation? The same lawyer that works for the woman that wrote the book, that has the story that's in the book, that's also in the affidavit, but none of the legal documentation from a lawyer that would be used to get a pension. Boom! The author of the book that Harriet Tubman stories come from in the first place. That's who hires the lawyer to fill out Harriet Tubman's affidavits and all her legal documentations. Welcome to the Matrix, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go a few more minutes and I have to close out. So these first-hand accounts coming from, are these first-hand accounts coming from quote-unquote Harriet Tubman? Do we have these written, long, detailed affidavits written by Tubman that are the only first-hand accounts from her corroboration and her existence that matches the narrative? What if I told you Harriet Tubman could not have corroborated these stories? Did Harriet Tubman write these? Let me take you to the book Harriet Tubman, Road to Freedom by Catherine Clinton, because that's where all our stories are coming from, these few books here. Here it is. And what does it say inside the book? Let's see if Harriet Tubman was the one that wrote all these. It says right here that she had to look at images because she was illiterate. That's Road to Freedom biography. Now we go down here. Gravely ill during her youth, her mother must have spent as much time as possible by her daughter's sickbed and naturally filled her head full of Bible stories. Araminta, who is Harriet Tubman, was never taught to read or write. All of this religious lore would have been absorbed from chapters and verses spoken to her by her parents. So back when she was a child, she couldn't read or write, all the way up to past 50 years old in the Underground Railroad. She had to look at pictures. She couldn't read or write. So obviously she's not the one that wrote up those affidavits. Welcome to the Matrix. But look at what it says in the affidavits. Here's one of the affidavits right here. I don't know if I can blow this up. Big enough to read. No, I don't think you all can see what it says right there. But it says here, my claim, first person with the signature. My claim, first person with the signature. But yet the book states Harriet Tubman was not able to write anything. She couldn't read or write. On scouting expeditions, Harriet Tubman had moved with ease through among white Southerners as an illiterate. Tubman was unable to write down any vital data she collected. She was illiterate. She could not write any vital data. But here we have writing in the affidavits with Harriet Tubman's signature saying, my claim with the signature of Harriet Tubman. I wish you all could see that. It's a little blurry, but that's what it says there. There's a signature. Is that Harriet Tubman's signature? Is that Harriet Tubman's signature that has the stories of the autobiography? Wait, let me take you back to the affidavits. Let's look at Harriet Tubman's signature closely. Do you notice anything? Here's Harriet Tubman's signature. Anything strange in this signature here? I kind of blew it up right here. Harriet Tubman. What are all these other things? There's an X right here. Her, Mark, Harriet Davis. You see this? Harriet Davis. Harriet Davis. That's what she has to prove, that she is Harriet Davis, because she's was married to the Davis looking for a pension. So we don't have Harriet Tubman here. We have Harriet Davis, but we have this strange looking signature. Has anybody ever seen a signature like this before? There is an X in between her first and last name. What does that mean? Well, the average person would not know. The average person wouldn't know, but in Investopedia, when we go to X mark signature requirement, what is an X mark signature? An X mark signature is made by a person in lieu of an actual signature due to illiteracy or disability. A person may be unable to append a full signature in a name to document an attestation that its content has been reviewed, approved in order to be legally valid. The X mark signature must be witnessed. So someone else put the X there because Harriet Tubman, according to the stories, was illiterate, couldn't write, couldn't read. Is that her signature? Did she write that? Interesting things I want you all to know about the story, because this part doesn't seem to be taught in school. Only someone who knows legality law would do this. So the regular person wouldn't know about an X mark signature. Go ask your friends about an X mark signature. But who would know about legal law? Who could that be? Of course, Mr. Wise. Mr. Wise, who was the lawyer hired by the author of the very first story of Harriet Tubman, Sarah Bradford, who of course would know about legal X marks. He was the one that put that together. And there is the beginning of the narrative of Harriet Tubman, as you know it, coming from the only two people on the planet. The lawyer who put the affidavits together that has the so-called first-hand stories of Harriet Tubman with all the details of a story that has nothing to do with the pension, affidavit pension, and the author of Harriet Tubman's book, a Quaker, Sarah Bradford, who, by the way, hired that lawyer. Oh, by the way, the story was entered as an act of Congress. I know you may have heard this before. By the lawyer, though. Forget about it entered as an act of, it was entered by an act of Congress by the same lawyer in 1969. That's when it was was entered into the Act of Congress in 1969. There's William G. Wise there, entered into the Act of Congress. Oh, when was the book written by Sarah Bradford, though? The only book that has a story is Harriet Tubman, that all the other stories came from. Harriet Tubman, Sarah Bradford, 1969. 1969, the birth of the Harriet Tubman narrative and is ever-changing and contradicted, entered into the Congress by the same Act of Congress by the same lawyer who oversaw and must have written the affidavit because Harriet Tubman couldn't write. She was illiterate. It has the X there to show that somebody else put it. He knows the legalities and how to escape if there's any forgery. He put the X there. His stories match the stories of the author of the only Harriet Tubman. Who was talking about Harriet Tubman? 1969. Where's the Harriet Tubman people? So it's coming from Sarah Bradford. She's the one that hired the lawyer, which it said all funds from the book would go to him, and he would control the distribution of all the funds because she was illiterate. So all the book sale funds, he was in control of it, and went to the author of the story. Entered into Congress, 1969. Date of the Harriet Tubman book, 1969. In the Network Times store, we have an image of Harriet Tubman with the slave she helped. So here's some other stories. Here, okay, good. We got pictures of people with Harriet Tubman. Wonderful, wonderful. Remember I said, hey, the slaves should be taking pictures with Harriet Tubman. Well, here we go. Here we go. We got it, everybody. We found it. Here we go. Here we go. Harriet Tubman with slaves. Harriet Tubman, far left, holding a pan, helped with the slaves holding a pan with. There's words missing. Harriet Tubman, far left. Oh, with slaves. She helped during the Civil War. These are slaves she just helped. It was a monument to courage. Da, 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 da. So these here are just some slaves that she helped. Right? I want to put something in your mind right now before I close this out because there's a lot more. I may have to close it early. Remember, one of the lores and myths was that Harriet Tubman never saved whole families. Remember we read that up there? That was one of the lores and myths, that she actually saves whole families. She didn't save whole families. According to one of the stories, that was one of the myths that was added. So these group of slaves right here, they better not be a family, right? They better not be a family. Harriet Tubman did not save whole families. Individual random people that she got out, not a family. So this is Harriet Tubman with some slaves that she helped. That's what they are to her, right? Slaves that she helped. Right? Slaves that she helped. They better not be a family. They better not be a family. Let's go on and see the slaves that she helped. Who are these slaves that she helped? This is a long one. I hope you all are supporting. There's been a long pod class tonight. And the support for the time that I'm putting into this needs to be balanced, and that's what keeps me here. So everybody, please support what it is that you see that I'm doing here, because it is 1:42 in the morning here, and I'm still going on with this breaking it down. So here's some slaves here, right? Just some slaves she helped. They took a picture, right, like this. I don't know who the photographer was, but hey, we got some slaves she helped because, of course, people will want to take pictures of the abolitionists that got them out of slavery, right? So here they are. Some slaves she helped. You can get this at the New York Times store, and you can get these portraits after the Civil War. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Images from the image though is from Wikipedia with the link that led to the New York Times. Let's look at the image that I clicked to get this. What does it say? So this is some slaves that she helped. And remember, she never helped whole families. Nope. So here's the actual image. This one looks a lot clearer, doesn't it? This one looks a lot clearer. Even this girl in the middle looks like a ghost. But here it is. Harriet Tubman, far left, with family and neighbors. Huh? With family? What happened to the slave she helped? This one says Harriet Tubman with family and neighbors at her home. Huh? To the left, Harriet Tubman, Gertrude Davis. Who's that? Adopted daughter? Wait a minute. Hold on. The slaves that she held, that she has the one picture of, happens to be her family? Nelson Davis, the husband? Was he a free man? Who's Wait. Nelson Davis, who she's writing the affidavits out for to get the pension because he was a soldier, right? But I thought Nelson Davis is here. He's a soldier, right? Or he was a slave? He was a slave that she helped too? Nelson Davis? Or that was her husband, who was a soldier that she was trying to get a pension for, so she wrote Harriet Davis because he worked for the government. Or was he a slave that she helped? Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad is, according to whatever story you decide to believe, because it is not one story. We've gone from she never helped a full family to here are some slaves that she helped, where now it turns into her family, and one of the people are her husband, who actually is not a slave, but he was actually a worker for the government, but this is slaves that she helped. Chanley, neighbor's child, Pop, Alexander, Walter Green, neighbor's child, blind Audrey, Sarah Parker, elder Border, Dora, Stewart, Grace, great niece, granddaughter of Tubman's brother. Who's her brother? Her brother is Ross. Her brother is Robert Ross, aka who? Oh, John Stewart. So John Stewart is this guy over here, one of these older men, and that's the brother. And this is actually a family photo of her family now, everybody. I thought it was slaves that she helped. Now it's family members, and John Davis is now one of the slaves that she helped, that she's trying to get a pension for. Boom. It went from Harriet Tubman and random slaves she helped to a family photo with an adopted daughter and a brother, John Stewart, who the creators of the PSYOPs can't agree if it's her brother or a slave that she helped. Is that her brother? Is that a slave she helped? Who is John Stewart? Let's look at this, everybody. Here it is right out of Wikipedia. If you go by this story, Wikipedia, and Benjamin Ross was born in Dorchester. Who's Benjamin Ross? Right? The property of a wealthy landowner who married Mary Pattison in 1803. She was the slaveholder of Rit Green and Ben, and Rit were married in 1808 through an informal marital ceremony, which was her only option to commit. Which was their only option to commit to one another. So Ben was a lumberman who supervised slaves who brought down poplar oak, cypress trees. He then transported them to Baltimore, where they were used to build ships. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, Ben and Tubman both worked on digging canals for Lewis and John Stewart. What? Who were shipbuilders. Ben and Tubman worked for Lewis and John Stewart. The brother's slave, right? One of the slaves that she freed, that in the other story is her brother, and now John Stewart is who? Boom. Now Tubman works for John Stewart. He's the guy that hires you now, or he was a slave. So you so you now have an ambiguous underground railroad with a character that has been recreated several times, but you see her and emphasize the fact that it is a black woman, an elderly black woman with a gun, and forget to investigate for yourself, because you see images like this elderly black woman going through the woods. It's always dark, and she has a gun. Harriet Tubman, from Wikipedia, Americans that she helped to establish years later. She became an icon of courage and what? Freedom. This is your story of freedom. Here's your freedom story. As you can see, the powers that be label this as your Moses and the icon of freedom, that any other leader of any black movement is the icon of freedom, but the leader, conductor who carried the gun, we think rebel because she has a gun, but in actuality, she was armed and protected by who, according to the PSYOPs? Who was Harriet Tubman armed and protected by? When the Civil War began, Tubman worked for the Union Army, first as a cook and a nurse, then as an armed scout. Armed by who, everybody? Was she like Malcolm X when they show that picture of Malcolm X by any means necessary, and he's by the window because the CIA, he doesn't know if the CIA is coming from the FBI or other nation of Islam. He's ready to blow people away because he's the rebel person. He's the true abolitionist that wants to solve this mental slavery problem. So he has a shotgun. He's ready to blow anybody away. Or was this a person that was armed by the government? She was an armed spy. Armed by who? The Union. The North Government Army. Armed by the Army, the first woman to lead an armed expedition in the war. She was the first woman to lead an armed expedition in the war. A government armed woman, armed by the government as a government soldier. Here we are here, Harriet Tubman of Sarah Bradford. The last time Harriet Tubman returned from war, returning from the war with her pass as a hospital nurse, she brought half-fare ticket. She was told she must do and the missing other train. She got into an immigrant train on the Amboy Railroad when the conductor looked at her and said, "Come hustle out of here. We don't carry niggers for half fare." Harriet Tubman explained to him that she was an employee of the government and was entitled to transportation as the other soldiers were. So now Harriet Tubman, armed, shotgun, armed by the army, that's entitled because she was an employee of the government and was entitled to travel this way, just like the other soldiers of the government were. This was the rebel, the employee of the government, not a spy for black people, a spy for the government, the first armed woman in the war. Armed by who? The American government. And boom! And yes, of course, the entire story coming to you from Sarah Bradford. Here's where you get your Harriet Tubman story from, ladies and gentlemen. This woman right here. This is where you get it from. Show me your family members, great-great-grandmother talking about Harriet Tubman before Sarah Bradford. Harriet Tubman, Moses of her people. Sarah Bradford, one of the Quakers, you know, like Quaker Oats. Because, of course, the printing company is, because she's Moses, right? Harriet Tubman, let me go in the room. I know this is a late one. I want to see if everybody's still here participating. Harriet Tubman is considered the Moses as a part of the religious nostalgic psyops. If anybody can hear me, press a 1. Let's see if anybody's still here. Let me go check the press a 1 or a 9 if you can hear me. Has there been any support since? None. Okay. Press a 9 or 1 if you can hear me. All right, we're gonna wrap this up. There's no support. Okay, let me wrap this up here. Boom, boom, boom. And boom. Yeah, we're about to get. Because of course she is the Moses of her people. Why? Because the printing company is who? The printing company is also called Moses. W.J. Moses. For the Harriet Tubman book, who is Moses of the people. Boom, yes, Moses. And for the very first time in the PSYOPs quoted in history, associates herself with the Underground Railroad as a title and position she held when she was brought forth in the 28th annual of New York State Women's Suffrage and Association. She was 84 years old to present Moses. She was 84 years old, and here she is right here in 1904, 84 years old. She's being presented right over here. And this is where she first said for the first time I was a conductor of the Underground Railroad. The first time we have documented of Harriet Tubman even mentioning herself associated with her position in the Underground Railroad, coming from Sarah Bradford's book that she was a conductor of the Underground Railroad, announced when she was 84 years old at the New York Women's Suffrage Association. She was 84 years old. What was the printer that put the Harriet Tubman story out again? Oh, you thought I was done with that? It's J.W. Moses, printer. What did that equal, everybody? 84. Well, it's good that they put the only source story of the most popular icon of freedom of who again? Harriet Tubman, which in gematria is also 84. Matrix broken, Hotep, I'm done, everybody. I'm going to close out anyways. That is it. I am done. That is my breakdown of the Harriet Tubman psyops and the Underground Railroad psyops and the unmatching story and the ever-changing story. Was I screen sharing just there? Did I show you the 84 in the gematria? Was I screen sharing? I think I was. Boom. There's your Harriet Tubman story. And that's why people will forever not know any of the details of the Underground Railroad or the Harriet Tubman story, simply because it's ever changing and it makes no sense whatsoever. And it's all full with clothes, religious nostalgia, gematria, lawyers writing stories and affidavit pensions, which are supposed to be about getting $20 a month, but yet they're the stories that are in the Sarah Bradford book, which has nothing to do with getting a pension. And that was submitted to Congress in the same year that the book came out, because he's the beneficiary of the funds. Him and Sarah Bradford, the only two people on the planet that were ever talking about a Harriet Tubman with any detail. I'm done, everybody. Let me go check the room and see who's listening. I put the link in the room for the brothers to jump in. I don't know who's up. I stayed up for a very long time to break this down. If you all appreciated the time that I took for that, please support. Send your support, because we're about to close out. I'm going to check my Gmails, see who was watching, see who appreciated it. The brothers are probably knocked out. I don't know if you brothers awake. I wish I could knock out, but no, I have to serve the people. So here we go. So we have, we have, Raw Minerals, which is Nahum. He gave an extra $10. Let me see if I can do this here. Raphael Gary said, great breakdown. Thank you, Raphael Gary. I know you'd like it. You know. And I'm not saying, wow, no words, another great breakdown. Thank you, Ipra. And I'm not saying that there was no person, because there was. Minty. There is actually a wanted record for her, where she was called Fine, Escaped Slave and Fine. No record after of a Harriet Tubman, but there was the person who was supposedly to change their name. Then the story was created. So you don't know what is real, but all you know is that this is the woman that associates with your freedom, who was a government agent soldier armed by the government, who was a spy for the U.S. Army at 70, 60 years old, falling into epilepsy, to seizures, and sleeps with a shotgun in this hand and 50 pictures in this hand. And that is your symbol of freedom, as the other cultures laugh at you. That is the icon of freedom that you know of. You can't pinpoint any one fact other than what's in the affidavits written by the lawyer due to the X there. Somebody else did that. So they say that Harriet Tubman ordered the lawyer at that date. But I have the old affidavits of Harriet Tubman before she gave permission for the lawyer to do that, and it's the exact same handwriting. Who's writing this? It's the exact same handwriting. Okay, hey, what's up, Scribe? What you know about Harriet Tubman, man?
I guess I don't know anything about Harriet Tubman. Wow. Yeah, each week you continuously reveal, you know, how deep this thing really is. What's real? What's not?
What's going on in this world, right? It's so strange. People want to defend. Nobody researched Harriet Tubman. None of my friends, nobody that you really know did research. They just, when Black History Month comes, her face is just there. It's not anything that nobody researched affidavits, where the story came from. You know, why are there no blacks writing the story? That was an 1.5-hour breakdown. Oh my goodness. Oh, the story's coming from a Quaker and a Jewish lawyer. From Moses Printers, where she announced her position in the Underground Railroad at 84. Because Harriet Tubman is Gematria 84 and so is Moses Printer. PsyOps. Who told me all that though? Harriet Tubman? Who told me all this?
It's got to be one of her grandchildren came over.
Oh my goodness. I just want everybody to use MAAT and investigate. Investigate the truth. If there's a story, investigate. Don't defend the story if you've done no investigation. When you investigate the story and you find holes in it, leave it alone. Don't cling to it. You don't have to cling to it. You don't need this story. You don't need any story to make you who you are. You need real history and evidence to accumulate what brought you here. And yes, the government is tampering with all the stories because it's coming from them. You're talking about a person who worked for the government, who said, I should be treated a certain way, just like all the other soldiers. Imagine Malcolm X said that. Hey, CIA, I should be treated just like all the other soldiers that armed me with this gun. Could you be a black revolutionist and work for the army as their spy? That sounds like two different agendas going on. Because we know the whole Civil War was actually about dethroning the power that the South had because they had more slave control, free laborers creating millionaires, free laborers, and the South will have that control. The North didn't want the South to have that control. There's no record of them caring about blacks. They just wanted to get that weapon of slavery out of their hand. That's crazy, right?
Yeah, it is, and you know it's so deep because you know they give you a story, and you know before you do any research into it, you already become emotionally invested into the story because that's what they give to you to program into you. So then you don't even want to do the research around it because you don't want that to be taken away from you because they build this story around it. And it's really it's very crazy. It's really sick too. How we you know how we gain we gain attachment to these concepts as if they're real, and you know that's when you really find out, you know, who really wants the truth or not. You know, do you really want the truth or no? You know, and most people really just don't want the truth. You can't say that around the wrong group of people, because then, you know, you become the agent. To the masses of people, you become the agent.
Let me see one thing here. Hold on a second. I gotta blow up something. One moment here. Oh, hold on. Oh, 1 second. Bear with me, everybody. My screen is doing something very strange. Okay. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
My screen is jumping and jumping. Hold on. Okay, one moment, everybody. Let me get back to the screen where I can see you. Give me a moment. Okay, so we have I'm gonna show you how deep the PSYOPs is, but I can't get to the screen. Hold on, something is okay, hold on. I don't know what my screen is doing. Okay. One moment, everybody. $76. Okay. So okay, let me get back in the room. Here we go. Okay, so okay, good brother Kemet put visit the museum is all I can add. Her grandchildren and family still run the museum. She only rescued 70 people, mostly family and a few friends. And you know what's interesting? Kemet and anybody? Just type in the room because I'm not getting it. But remember, she left and she went back and her husband married someone else. And then the one husband died. If anybody in the room can type, who did Harriet Tubman have children for? Does anybody know? Was it for did she have children with the first husband? Who was her children for? Was it for Tubman or Davis? Anybody know? Just type in the room if anybody knows. I want to confirm the Harriet Tubman story. Did Harriet Tubman have children for Davis or for Tubman? Anybody know? Just type in the room. Anybody? Just type. Harriet children's Tubman were from. Anybody know? I don't know if anybody can. You can hear me, Scribe?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you can type. I don't know if anybody doesn't know. Who did Harriet Tubman have the children for? Davis or Tubman? Right. That's this. Okay. Okay, don't know. Davis. Right. Remember, she went back and one husband was with her. Didn't want to go back with her. One husband had another mate. Who did she build this family with and had children? Anybody know? We got Davis. Okay, now, do you know something very interesting? I don't know if you all can. I'm going to do something really quickly. Oh, Kemet 01, do you know, my good brother, who did Who did she have children for? Was it Davis or was it Tubman? Who was the man that impregnated her? Anybody know? Okay. I'm gonna get back to the screen. My screen is doing something crazy. It's jumping. It's going weird. Hey, Scribe, is anybody write anything in the room? Did they put Davis or Tubman? Who did she have children for? Anybody know?
Yes, Arrow Trail Productions put Davis. Shannon Souther said, interesting, don't know. Robert Williams said, don't know. OFP said she had no biological children. Commit 101 said, I'm not sure about that detail.
Okay.
And I Am Kuzani said, sounds like a part 2.
No. So according to the biography and the scenes of Harriet Tubman, she left no living children. She didn't have children for either one of those men. That's what it says. That's what the story of Harriet Tubman says. That's registered to Congress. She didn't have children. Okay, that's what the story says. I'll have time to find it. It's on page 76 for Tubman. I have to find the other page for the other one, but she had no children, according to the biography. Right. So when we see people, when people are telling us that she has her grandchildren and family run the museum, I would be curious to know how a person could have grandchildren without having children at all. Is that possible, Scribe? Can you have grandchildren without leaving a child?
Not that I know of.
Unless another story created that she has, and other people are now faking or coming up saying, I'm the grandchildren, I'm the grandchild. But wait a minute, the Sarah book says no children bore for any of the men. But now in the year 2000 and up, now she has grandchildren. So like I said, everybody, the psyops is deep. Are they grand adopted children? I'm not sure, but she had no children. But they are spreading this new thing that she had grandchildren, which is very, very strange because in the time right after Harriet Tubman, nobody claimed to be her daughter. Nobody claimed to be her son. Do you notice that? Imagine being the son, because in order to have grandchildren, you have to have a child, and it can't be the adopted one. Your adopted child. See, that's all crazy because now there's no bloodline linking anything. Because if you're the child of Harriet Tubman, you'd be dancing on the streets. You'd be proclaiming it. I'm the child of Harriet Tubman, the one who freed all of you, the one who freed everybody. I'm her child. But after 1904, she was around in 1904, and nobody after that said I'm the child or child-in-law. Nobody was claiming any relationship of family to Harriet Tubman back in the days of 1904, but now she has grandchildren. Okay, all right, so here we go. Tehuti, you cannot be out-debated. You are the living Netter Tehuti. Thank you very much. I just want everybody to fall to the psyops. Everybody fall to this the psyops. But yes, she does supposedly have one adopted child who looks like she's about 20-something in a picture, and she's supposed to be only 13. But the picture that I have of her full developed. But anyway, and the brother is also the slave, is the owner of the company. The brother who she freed, the slave, with the picture that we have of the adopted child is in the same picture that says that Stuart is her brother, in the same story that says Stuart was the one they were working for, in the same story that says Stuart was the slave that she freed. And that's where we get the adopted daughter from. The same story, the same picture. And now she has grandchildren. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's Thank you, everybody. We're gonna do some donations and close this out. But yeah, now 70 people, right, Kemet? That's crazy, right? Crazy, 70 people. That is not the story we got. 70 people? That's it? All those underground, look at the underground rail, look at the intricate underground railroads. And only 7 people got out of there because we can't find anybody else running an underground railroad before or after her. Anybody running the underground railroad before Harriet Tubman or after Harriet Tubman that freed some more slaves? Or just Harriet Tubman? It's the craziest psyops ever.
Is that the 70 people? Is that the 70 Hebrews that translated?
70, right? She freed exactly 70 people. And then the story says she freed no family. And then the other story is she freed her family. Yeah. All right, let's go, man. I'm done with Harriet Tubman. It's sad though. It is a sad thing, but it's okay though. I'm here to just but yes, everybody check out that museum that Kemet's talking about, and it's being run by her grandchildren. I guess they're the children of the adopted. Where you can't trace back the bloodline. That's crazy. Married twice and no children. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Let's get into this. Let's end this up. Okay, so we got Raw Minerals stepping in with the donation, the great donation. The great donation. $15 or the $10 on top of the 20. He already had given 20. Give this man some noise because he already had given 20. This is 10 on top of that. Thank you very, very much. Hey. Oh, Black Alucard. Shout out to Black Alucard jumping in with a good 20. Oh my. What a long night. This has to be one of the longest pod classes ever. Is that showing up on the screen, Scribe?
Yes.
And yeah, all I gotta say about the Harriet Tubman thing is that we don't know what the truth is on her. We don't know what's going on. We know it came from a Jew and a Quaker, and we don't know what's happening. So it's one of those unfortunate stories. It's really sad that we don't have enough information to say any specific fact other than they had a wanted ad for Minty. We know that at age 27. That she was a fine young lady. We don't know anything else. And nothing coming from any first-hand blacks. Nothing, not a thing. And we got all kind of slave letters. The Quakers were vicious, right, Raphael Gary? What? Right, man. Quakers were vicious. The only thing I like about the Quakers is their oatmeal. They were fierce, but they claim to be, when you hear about them in the story, they're the abolitionists. So the Quakers are the abolitionists, but those are your original those are your killers right there. those are your killers. All right, let's go. Next one in. I did Black Alucard, right?
Yes.
Black Alucard. Yes, I did. Thank you. The next one here is, a couple came in. Thank you guys. A couple came in for support. with the scribe. Thank you, scribe.
You're welcome.
I want to say something to you, and I don't know who else of the team is awake, but is that showing up on the screen?
No, screen's not sharing.
Okay. You know how you have T.O.M and the membership dues and fees?
Yes.
And I've never given that to anybody as far as those who are under me in the pod class, because not to say that you should or shouldn't, because you absolutely should be membership fees, but I've developed such an impact on all of you MENKHU at TEF, that you all actually give the dues and the fees to me every single week, and I never ever ask for it. But there's no week that you that you at TEF MENKHU don't donate, or donate so much that it covers another pod class. I want to thank you all for that, because I work off of a straight trust system. I never force anybody to give anything. I would rather see what people give. But yes, definitely enforce the membership fees for sure. But I like that you all give without me saying, here's your fee for being a student. Here's what you should give. You all give it anyways, and I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Yes, you're welcome. We appreciate you and what you bring forth for us. You know, some of us really we really get it, and we see and we understand you know what's necessary. And you know, of course, you know, some of us we want to support, you know, that's something that you want to do anyways, you know, because it impacts you. It's something that you're able to utilize. Just like if you go to the store and purchase food to eat, to continue to live, we use this information the same way. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. I'm really choosing this life to be this type of teacher. And it's really based on faith that the people want this information. I don't have to do this actually, but it's all faith that the people will support it enough for it to continue to be done. So give yourself some noise there, scribe, because you got 33. 3372. Thank you, good brother. Let me go ahead and put that in the file if it didn't go already. 24. Okay. Okay.
That's another great thing that I appreciate, you know, the people for doing as well, as you know, is we don't bring forth anything.
I feel gay. That's who. Oh, what happened?
Oh, I was just saying that we don't at the teachings of MAAT, we don't ask anyone to do anything that we don't do ourselves, you know, and that's very, very important. And you know, I want people to know as well, as you know, there's nothing that we don't do ourselves for our own personal journeys, that we don't bring forth for others to, you know, we lead by example in that way, to really echo that consciousness that you started here with this pod class, and bringing forth and making sure that that if we want it, that we have to do what's necessary to receive it. And that's such a big teaching that goes beyond what has been going on around information, especially during the internet age. So yeah, we're grateful. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Now the first thing I heard you say was, we don't bring forth anything. Were you talking before that and got clipped out? Because that was the beginning of what I heard you say. We don't bring forth anything. Did you say something before to lead into that, or is that how you started the sentence?
I think I said a couple words prior to that. You kind of skipped out a little bit, so
Yeah.
yeah. So I was
Okay.
I said a couple words before that, but yeah, I just wanted to let that be known as well.
Yes. Thank you. It's absolutely true. You all are doing you all are doing what you all are asking, not even asking, but demonstrating what you all actually do. That's the beautiful thing about it. If everybody was doing what you all did, everything would be really smooth. You all are actually the living example of reciprocity and appreciation and structure, organized structure. Very, very organized. I like how I get the newsletter. I get the newsletter at a certain time with a breakdown. It's very very organized. I have a lot of respect for it. It's a good example for people to see there's something structured associated with knowledge.
Yes.
Hey, we got Marvin. We got I Am Kadzani coming through with the 666. He's going to explain that to me one day. One day he's going to break down what the 666 is about. He always sends us them out. And thank you, I Am Kadzani. He says, for amazing breakdowns, absolutely. Thank you for your consistent support. And you're going to break down the 666 donation that you always send.
Hey, Saba, that last support you had up of Raphael Gary, we didn't announce it.
Oh.
You had it on screen, but we didn't say it.
Oh, let me go back. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are right. I didn't read the... Let me put that back up. Is it showing on the screen now?
Yes.
Shout out to Raphael Gary, $16. Wisdom on display. Thank you, my good brother. Wisdom on display. You are a great appreciator. I see this man in multiple other YouTube rooms, and he's definitely not donating there that I see. So shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Appreciate you, my good brother. Thank you. All right, so now we're at I Am, we already announced it, but I'm gonna go ahead and save this in the file. And let's see, hopefully, is it already saved? Oh yes, it already saved. And Raphael Gary's, okay, wonderful. Okay, so the next one is the good brother came through at the last minute, squeezing in. Jay Kirkland came out of the woodwork, jumped in, and gave $7.72 for Nefer class Tehuti. For Nefer class Tua Saba. Tua to you, brother. Tua to you with your absolute beautiful pure energy. Your energy is really wholesome and honest and pure. You have a really who's Art Rich? Oh, that's okay. I really appreciate your energy. It's really childlike and innocent and really beautiful. And a lot of people should imitate that type of nature that you have. It's truly like uncorrupted or something to that effect. Thank you very much, Jay Kirkland. You are wonderful. Appreciate that. Okay, everybody, that is it. We're going to close this out. It's only me and the scribe left. Everyone else fell out. Raphael Gary is here with us to the end. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Appreciate you, my good brother. Shout out to all the people that are watching who appreciated this breakdown. Shout out to Kemet 101 for what he left in the room, what he added to the room. Shout out to Trill Productions for what he gives to the room. Shout out to the great energy from LLC OFP with his great Compliments of appreciative energy. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to I Am Kadzani. Shout out to everybody. I want everybody to really look this up, what Kemet is saying. Check this out, because this sentence right here literally destroys almost everything that modern day people are teaching about her. So everybody go check that out. Thank you for that, Kemet. Shout out to Ghostface7 popping up last. We're about to close out. It's 2:30 a.m. Mr. Ghostface. 2:30 a.m. You're still up with us? Ghostface said, Tehuti is the devil. Ghostface said Tehuti is the devil. He was debating Jabari and had Jabari, his wife, and Reggie all arguing. I don't know if it's something that anybody else noticed, but I actually did some magic during the debate, because it was a 3-on-1. So actually, I did something, and it caused them to actually start arguing all with each other in that debate. It was a beautiful thing. My goddesses were laughing, and I was like, yes, I have to do that, because it's not fair. Shout out to you, Ghostface. What's that?
That was the initial thing I noticed as well when you first came to Killer Priest. That you had Killer Priest and Razul arguing each other.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
I have to do that every once in a while. Shout out to Jay Kirkland, man. Jay Kirkland says, could you read that? Right, my eyes are getting tired.
Yes, Jason Kirkland says, Tua SABA for amplifying Ma'at and echoing Nefer Aku and Ma'at. Makaru, Makaru, Makaru.
Wonderful. Okay, good. We're going to close out, everybody. I'm going to go here. Scribe, do a little close out for a moment. I'm going to step away for just a minute and come right back and do a little close out summary or whatever you want to say for a couple minutes till I get right back, please.
Okay. Hotep Ma'at, everyone. Peace and love. Tua for everyone who's still here with us with this 8-hour class. Another beautiful, beautiful class. More psyops being broken and revealed, and allowing us to become closer to Ma'at, which is the truth. And with that, we can really stand strong in our conviction of breaking out of this matrix. So Tua to all of you, all of the great supporters who support SABA Tehuti and the teachings of Ma'at. You are the greatest. So thank you. We acknowledge you and we appreciate you for what you bring forth, your energy, your attention, and your support, your reciprocity. That's what allows this to continue to keep going at the level that it does. So we appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure that you, if you haven't liked the video, like it so we can get this out to as many people as possible. And subscribe to our Teachings of Ma'at YouTube as well. Teachings of Ma'at on YouTube. And we have our show on Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And so this Sunday, the great brother Hati Ma'at will be bringing forth some beautiful information. And the title of the presentation is New Consciousness, in you consciousness. So he'll be bringing forth some wonderful information for you all. So be sure that you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell as well, so you're notified when we go live. So yeah, this was an excellent pod class. Shout out to all the people who brings forth questions for SABA Tehuti to break down for us, that we all benefit from. So that's a great thing about what SABA has allowed in bringing forth this pod class is, these when one person asks a question, all 50 people to 100 people benefit from it live, and of course thousands after benefit from someone bringing forth the reciprocity to ask a question and receive that answer. So shout out to everyone who does that and is a part of making history, is really a part of bringing forth Ma'at and dispelling all this isfet, all these lies that continuously enter into our consciousness and place their home into our subconscious. So shout out to all of you all, and we really appreciate you, and keep doing that. Keep it up, and let's echo that and share this information to the people that we're around, and bring them to the pod class, so we can also break them out as well and continue to build what we're doing. So peace and love, and shout out to all of you.
Thank you. Wonderful closing, my good brother. Okay. Peace and love, Saba. Great class. Wishing you perfect health. Thank you. And the brother OFP wishes me to get some rest. Make sure you get some rest, brother. This was a powerful class, I'm sure. And make sure you get some rest, brother. This was a powerful class, and I'm sure exhausting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right, everybody. Wonderful class. I feel good about I feel good about the information that got out to everyone, and those who supported it in different ways. Appreciate all of you. It all adds up. It all assists. It all helps. Thank you, everybody. We say peace and blessings to everyone. Usually when we sneeze, we say in our household, Uncle Jasaneb. And when the sister sneezed, I said, bless you. And my goddess said, hey, what did you say? I never say that. And I said, oh no, I just did a class on it. It's a inner thing that they understand why now. But I never say bless you when somebody sneezes, but we know now what bless you means. So what the blessings is after the Tet set. So no problems if you actually say that. Okay, so hey, okay? We're gonna close out, everybody. Peace, everybody. Thank you for the support. For those who are watching this pod class afterwards, if you appreciate any of the things that you see, please support. There's my AI moderator, support with Cash App. TTM Moon at the bottom is PayPal at Rocky SV. We appreciate that. You can always request Melanin Dark Consciousness and Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can find that on the teachings of Ma'at. Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can find that on the teachings of Ma'at.org. You can also contact me directly if you want to inquire about how to get those books or how to get the Metanetter class. Every Monday, 1 p.m. Pacific times, personal class. And I do give magical rituals if they're asked, because it never gets aired to the public. So I do give questions on the whole class on a magical book and anything that comes from that. So inquire about that, everybody. Peace and love to everybody that was in the class and those who support the class. All right, Scrab, I'm going to go, well, let's say the affirmation. Yes. Let's say the affirmation, then I'm going to go solo and then close this out and see if I can get some sleep, because I have another class with one of my daughters tomorrow. It says endless Tehuti life. So we're going to go ahead and say the affirmation, and we'll say it on the count of 3. Let me move this banner from there.
I took it off for you. So.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, Un-N-S, Nintet Oset and Ma'at, Min Habapet and Ma'at, Her and Hu Kiwi, Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Per Ikut. I love Per Ikut. Yes, I come forth as conscious light. Okay, all right. Okay, Scribe, I'm gonna go solo. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love, brother Scribe. I'll see you in the texting world. Oh, and thank you for sending me beautiful. I can't even read them. It's my eyes, but beautiful morning messages. You do it. Jay Kirkland does it. Nema sends books to me. Nema sends a picture. Nema has built an altar for my goddesses. I don't know. It is the most beautiful thing that you all are doing. Sending beautiful messages to me in the morning, and thank you, Scribe, because you. I'll pop up and see you in there in the beautiful messages, and I do read them to my goddesses. Know all the all the people who send beautiful messages in the morning that I can wake up to, because there's no guarantee that I or you are ever going to wake up. So to wake up to that is a beautiful thing. Thank you, Scribe.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go solo and close this 8-hour and 16-minute class out. Ooh, wee.
Right. Peace and
8
love.
hours. Okay, peace and love. Here we go, everybody. Let's close it out. Shout out to Sharika for bringing the beautiful pictures and images, support, and questions that led to such a beautiful Tehuti pod class. She was definitely flabbergasted. She was holding her face. This is a beautiful occurrence to be able to go somewhere and then come back and have it broken down in a way that you never even imagined asking. Shout out to Sharika. Shout out to everybody. Scribe, Atef, MENKHU, Ara, Ahati, and everybody who supports the beautiful Tehuti pod class. This is Charlotte. She is a version of Aniyah on the hat. And this is Mamba. And no Unquest, she is not dead. Shout out to everybody that supports the beautiful, wonderful information, myself, and all that comes from the Tehuti pod class. I appreciate all of you. All of you are wonderful. We will be back here next week, as usual, Fridays, 6:15. Peace and love to everyone that came to the Tehuti pod class, and of course, those who helped run this room smoothly. I'm going to give a shout out to them, and they are the Ma'at, named by Stranger, the namer of the moderators. They are, hey, it's moving now. Nice. Well, it was. They are Ankia Ma'at, the beautiful Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the Scribe. They are the awesome moderators. Peace and love to you all for keeping everything moving very smoothly. And the reality is that the chat is very respectful anyways. The moderators are really just there to show love to everybody and guide everybody. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Mamba, say peace to the people. There's a little snake rattle at the same time. That's nice. Say peace to the people. Pure Black. What's up, Mamba? How you doing? You're going to eat well. You're going to eat very, 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 very well tomorrow. Peace and love, everybody. Love you all. It's a wonderful podcast night. You all supported. You all did a great job. And now it's time for me to say peace to everyone. Shout out to OPF who's saying wow. Maybe because of the snake. I don't know. But shout out to you, my good brother. Peace and love. Say peace to them.